into capability and waste into wealth, we need to make the concept of Make in India synonymous to best in the world. Into capability and Friends, waste into wealth. It's not about making a country. We need to make the concept of Make in India a nation synonymous which is to having with inclusive and sustainable growth. Into capability and Friends, waste into strong foundations making a country we need to make. In order to gear up for this Vikasit Bharat, our students and members for 2047, we, the institute and the council members, are working hard by having a lot of tie-ups. You must have heard in the recent past, we have tie-up with IIM for developing a strategy for Vision 2047, and delivery mechanism of our courses will be on IIT Madras platform, and we are running a parallel, courses with bodies like CII, TCM, and NFSU, National Forensic Audit. All those things are in pipeline. And in this entire journey, I want to thank President, Vice President, and Dalwadi sir for IIM, and Anand sir and Naik sir for IIT Madras, and international bodies like ACCA and other bodies. I want to thank Neeraj especially. Our new syllabus is not just going to be a 16 papers divided into 4 groups, 4 subjects each. We are going to develop our syllabus in line with IIM suggestions, which is based on competency-based framework, which is matched with NEP and choice-based credit system mentioned by UGC and AICT. Friends, Vikasit Bharat or Amrit Kal is not a period of working. It's a period of learning, working with value addition. It's not simply working. It's a period of working with value addition. In order to add value, we need to sharpen our skills, reposition our branding or our skill set or our learning or our delivery mechanism. Friends, the world is watching, India is rising, and undoubtedly we are all leading the way. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai CMA.
Thank you, sir. I take the privilege to invite CMA Anand Kumar Paul to address the gathering.
Respected President and members of the Council of ICMAI, distinguished dignitaries, senior professionals, my colleagues, and members of the CMA fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all. It is a privilege to be present at this important convention of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. We are meeting at a defining moment in India's journey. India today stands as the fastest growing major economy, a responsible G20 leader, and a trusted global partner. Our national ambition is clear: to grow rapidly, inclusively, and sustainably, while strengthening institutional credibility at home and confidence abroad. journey, institutions like ICMI play a silent but decisive role. Members of ICMI are well placed at various levels in government and private sector, and we need to align ourselves in the national goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047. Dear friends, the cost and management accounting profession itself has matured significantly from a largely compliance-oriented function to a strategic partner in corporate governance. Government decision-making and public value creation across public and private sector. So as a cost accountant, we must play our role with a vision so that our contribution to the nation remains relevant in Viksit Bharat mission. In this direction, we need to understand the priorities of the economy and government, shift our governance from rule-based to role-based, from our outlay-based administration to outcome-based administration. As a public servant and while discharging my role in the government, I am often expected to answer three fundamental questions. Number one, are we spending on the right priorities? Number two, are we delivering outcomes efficiently? Number three, are our programs scalable and sustainable over time? So, cost and management accounting lies at the heart of answering these questions. CMA bridges the long-standing gap between policy intent and ground-level execution. To contribute effectively, we need to understand that as a cost accountant, we must possess the knowledge and understanding of other subjects, and particularly the new emerging technologies and streams like AI, big data analytics, blockchain, green finance, etc., and many more. Nowadays, whether in government job or private job or doing your own practice, one has to perform multidisciplinary functions. And my personal advice to the new generation of cost accountant is to acquire exposure to learning and gaining knowledge of the emerging areas such as macro and microeconomic analysis, WTO rules and regulations, cyber security regulations, and intellectual property laws. Don't limit yourselves to the role of accountant or finance managers. Accept diverse responsibilities with confidence. Cost accounting and financial management is our core competence, but if we gain exposure to other subjects, it is a value addition to your role. Whenever we provide our advice on cost-benefit analysis, we need not to be very conservative all the time. We must foresee developments with a futuristic outlook. My personal experience is that most of the public projects suffer from cost and time overrun. And the main reason is primarily a lack of long-term vision and foresight. In the recent past, due to geopolitical conflicts, there is a strong shift of government to strengthen defense sector. In defense sector, cost is not merely an accounting variable. It is a strategic instrument of national governance. Defense sector projects are mostly long duration projects where delivery takes place in the future. Advanced technologies evolve rapidly and items of defense sector are not commonly available. So, making price discovery and projection is a significant challenge. Defense expenditure represent an investment in sovereignty, deterrence, and operational readiness. Poor cost estimation or weak financial discipline can result in delayed capability induction, compromised preparedness, fiscal stress, and even reputational risk. CMS enable civil defense budgeting by balancing national security imperatives with fiscal realism. Through global cost benchmarking, make versus buy analysis, and indigenous versus import evaluation, CMAs strengthen strategic autonomy while reinforcing parliamentary accountability and audit readiness. Here, cost discipline directly supports national security. There are many emerging areas where cost accountants can play an important role, like valuation of intellectual property for transfer of technology. India's global repositioning is no longer driven by scale alone. It is increasingly judged by predictability, reliability, and cost discipline. Global investors and strategic partners now evaluate countries on financial transparency, regulatory certainty, and execution capability. In this context, CMAs play a critical role in making India a trusted destination for long-term capital. Whether through costing framework for PLI schemes, life cycle costing of infrastructure projects, or enhancing export competitiveness, the contribution of our profession ensures that today's growth does not become tomorrow's fiscal burden. In this era, digital transformation is not about automation alone. Its real value lies in decision intelligence. The governance challenge today is to convert data into information, information into insight, insight into timely and credible policy decisions. CMAs are uniquely positioned to serve as financial architect of digital public infrastructure, custodian of data integrity, and advisors on AI-enabled forecasting and scenario planning. In a data-rich but insight-poor environment, your analytical judgment becomes indispensable. As finance professionals, we must ensure that today's growth does not translate into tomorrow's liabilities. The cost and management accounting profession enables us to identify, measure, and quantify the cost of development on environment and society. Our professional colleagues are expected to anticipate impact that may not yet be fully visible or realized. CMAs can assist to align our economic growth with climate accountability and long-term resilience through climate-responsive budgeting, green projects appraisal, carbon cost measurement, and ESG-aligned procurement. Strong institutions are built not merely on rules, but on competence, credibility, and trust. Now the economic environment is shifting from human intelligence to AI, localization to globalization, conventional marketing to digital marketing, offline to online platforms, data collection to AI-enabled data capture, and data analysis to advanced analytics. My advice to our members is to continuously adopt new tools and techniques throughout your professional journey to remain at par and ahead of others. Equally important is ethical courage. Safeguarding the public interest often requires speaking uncomfortable truths. Professional credibility is built not when it is convenient, but when it is tested. National building today requires professionals who can think beyond silos and spreadsheets. I encourage our members to embrace interdisciplinary learning like economics, technology, and public policy. Develop the ability to communicate toss insight to non-financial stakeholders. Above all, uphold your integrity even when it demands personal courage. The nation needs professionals who can convert ambition into outcome. Before concluding, I would like to say that ICMI has the potential to emerge as a global thought leader in public finance, cost governance, and outcome accountability. The deliberations at this convention can meaningfully shape the next phase of India's administrative and economic reforms. I hope and I am confident that ICMI members will definitely contribute in national building and national aspiration of Viksit Bharat. I am thankful to the Institute and members present here who have given me this opportunity to present my views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly note that the backside of your ID card contains 2 QR codes, and one QR code provides the access for the complete program schedule for the 3-day program, and the second QR code will lead you to the book gallery where you may find the newly published titles. Additionally, the third QR code is provided, that is affixed in the notepad which is provided to you today, and the QR code will take you to the Google form in which you can raise and submit the questions for the QA session for each and every session, session-wise and speaker-wise. I repeat, kindly note there are 2 QR codes on the backside of your ID card. One QR code would lead to the program schedule for the 3 days, and the second QR code lead to the book gallery in which you will be able to see the newly published titles. And the third QR code is affixed in the notepad which is provided to you today. In that will lead you to the Google form for question answer session. In that you can raise and submit the questions session-wise and speaker-wise. And may I request the respected dignitaries on the dais to kindly allow us few moments as we arrange the seating for enhanced presentation. I may now hand over the session to the chairperson of the session, CMA Soma Dilip Ghosh.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible at the back? Thank you. It's my pleasure to have the theme of repositioning CMA, the role of CMA. But before that, I want to thank President Sir Srinivasa Prasad ji for having me here, Vice President Sir Neeraj Joshi for having me here, dignitaries on the dais. Thank you, Anand Palji for his session, and other dais on the dignitaries and everybody off the dais, CMA colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me this theme, which is repositioning India and CMAs. If you can display the presentation, please. Yes, thank you. So the picture in this slide probably is me when I got qualified as the CMA. I have always tried to reposition myself in the last 30 years of my post-qualification experience in the corporate world, especially when people used to get compared with CA. I have tried to reposition myself, and that's really the theme that I would love to talk about. Viksit Bharat is not just a vision, it's basically good governance. It's basically creating an India for sustainability, creating an India for innovation, becoming globally competent, establishing India as one of the best countries in the world. Viksit Bharat 2047 is when India will reach 100 years as independent India. And this theme of RISE very nicely fits into the Viksit Bharat theme. So I talked about the theme, so we can go ahead. Yeah, this particular pillar talks about why repositioning matters and how our cost and management accountants, our fraternity, can contribute to the economy. I've talked about 3 pillars out here. One is strengthening financial governance. The other one is strengthening the economic efficiency. And the third one is enhance competitiveness. So as India navigates through a complex economic landscape marked by internal challenges and global uncertainties as we speak, and we know the global uncertainty is announced every day with tariffs, with credit risks, with more unilateral agreements becoming very difficult to engage with free trade agreements and so on. CMAs are pivotal in fortifying India's financial architecture. In an era defined by rapid technological change, and we talked about DPI, our guest of honor talked about DPI as an infrastructure change in technology. He talked about innovation. He talked about staying abreast with so many economic developments. Our role as CMAs is pivotal as the finance ecosystem evolves towards digital platforms and the fintech solutions. So CMAs can provide critical assessments of cost effectiveness and long-term viability, ensuring that innovation is both bold and balanced. Yes. This is what I am doing today. Okay. I am the key managerial personnel of Cummins India Limited, but I am the Group CFO of Cummins Group. I'm the second CMA in the Cummins Group that is leading the finance position, with over 455 people reporting into the finance function. I think what matters most is repositioning the role in the boards. Typically, what is a board? It's basically essential for effective governance. It's essential to represent the company to its investor relations, represent the company to the management as the member of management. So strengthening financial planning is pivotal to this particular role where you're talking about forecast, you're talking about annual operating plans, you're talking about where you can justify a variance, how you can ensure that cost audits talk about the cost records of the company, and last but not the least, how is corporate governance so important in today's world? So repositioning the role of CMA in the board meetings becomes for fellow CMAs to stand up tall in the board meeting, represent as a member of the management, answer the questions of independent directors which are like bombarding you on why this is happening, stay on top of US GAAP, IFRS, Indian accounting standards, ensure that related party governance is ensured with so many related parties that a multinational company can have. And related party transactions have become a crucial part of any board meeting, especially for listed entities. At the same time, if you are a member of the board of the non-listed or private entities, the governance doesn't go away. It actually gets enhanced because you are also having to implement best practices in the board in the other private company board as well. So the role of a CMA becomes absolutely important, and I know our guest of honor talked about it. Be abreast with all the developments in the accounting field and then stand up tall in the board meeting. So that's repositioning the role of CMAs that I do in the boards today. Yeah. This is a typical role that most of the accountants play in any company, and I'm going to give you examples of corporate world because I have not had the chance of serving as a practicing cost accountant. I've always been in a multinational organization setup. Internal controls which ensure robust financial discipline is a vicious cycle where you basically test health of the organization. We have to, as cost and management accountants, be aware of all the processes that a company can have, starting with procure to pay, order to cash, payroll, close the books, fixed assets management. Once we have this sense of processes, then we can have a robust financial cycle where you do a health check, prepare the organization for any audits, whether it's an ISO audit, whether it's a QSI audit, whether it's a statutory audit, tax audit, cost audit. That's the role that the CMAs play today in most of the organizations. And what I've given here is basically the control environment, study the policies, understand all policies, be aware of what the company policies are, what is the law of the land, what is the law of the land of the parent companies that a company deals with, then come to a risk assessment, then come to control activities assessment, information and communication to the management, to the various functions, and monitoring that the controls that are implemented are functioning effectively. So it's a vicious cycle where most of the CMAs play this role, and repositioning CMA role in terms of ensuring financial discipline and internal controls maintenance in the organization. Yeah. I will not talk about this slide. I think this has been talked about. Yes. Okay. I'm taking an example of Foreign Exchange Management Act, 1999. I just want to show of hands of how many people work in multinational organizations in this august house. Can you please show of hands? Okay, very few, but yes, quite a lot. Okay, the reason I picked this favorite topic is today, if you really look at the exports, imports, and the export of services, because GCCs are coming up in India, correct? Where you have the softex requirements. Now, how a CMA in an organization ensures that if goods are filed under an EDF, what is the job of a finance company, of a finance organization, a finance team to ensure that EDPMS, IDPMS compliances are met? Today, thanks to the digital world, customs can catch you anywhere from India. You can get an order from customs in Hyderabad for a company set up in Bangalore. Customs can actually demand explanation of why the shipping bills are not produced on time and close the transactions on time, especially when it comes to digital infrastructure that the government has already introduced. And India is one of the best countries to demonstrate DPI with UPIs and many other things coming into the foray. So what our role is to ensure that export of goods and services, import of goods and services, the outward remittance mechanism, and the advance remittance against import of goods, how that is subject to physical import of goods, within the periodicity, some within 6 months, some within 30 days, the GR waivers have to be closed. What is our knowledge out there? FEMA becomes an extremely important act of compliance when it comes to import, export, when it comes to ensuring compliance with the law, when it comes to Softex filing where exporter of software services is required to file the Softex firm within 30 days. If you don't do that, summons can come. So our role in ensuring financial fiscal governance and staying on top of compliance is pivotal. I've just picked up FEMA, but there can be many examples that we can go ahead with. This I can skip. Next slide, please. Yes. Okay. I'm just skipping a few slides because my fellow colleagues on the dais have already covered it. This is very close to my heart, okay, and I'm sure working professionals in the room will agree. CMAs as trusted value partners in the organization. Okay, how can we trust it? And Sir talked about predictive technologies. Today, when I'm getting into a room with meetings with my stakeholders, and my stakeholders can be internal, so we have supply chain, materials management, production management, we have somebody that deals with markets, marketing, sales. I don't rely on PowerPoint presentations. I get into real-time data. When it comes to discussion of markets, when it comes to talking about forecast, there is predictive analysis where a real-time system data is generated to prove a discussion point. When I talk about inventory, when I talk about turnover, inventory turnover ratio, I don't get into a formula, okay, sales, what is our year and what has been our inventory movement. It's no longer a spreadsheet. It's basically predicting a graph which gives you a Power BI model of a year before that, and what is the predictive forecast on inventory turns. That creates transparency in the system. You're no longer looking at PowerPoint slides. You're basically extracting the data from the system and generating it for the stakeholders to believe what you say. Creates transparency, creates trust, creates the belief that someone knows data. So that gives more value in the organization as trusted partners. For any meeting to be successful, a meeting doesn't end up in meetings. A meeting ends up with conclusions, with decisions, and that is enabled by technology. So how can you leverage as CMAs, get into Power BI, get into Power Automate, understand, I'm trained into Power BI, I can generate dashboards. And when I get into the office, I have told my organization to give me a dashboard, what is my inventory level, what's my accounts receivable, what's my cash conversion cycle, how is the supplier paid on time, is the customer paying on time, what are the mechanisms available, LC, can the customer pay on time with LC, can I get a bank guarantee, can I request for a bank guarantee. This is available only when you have a dashboard, and the dashboard is only available when you are yourself able to generate system data, translate that into predictive analysis and forecast. That's how you create trusted value partner in the organization. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to model a situation for all of us. How do we harness, and I talked about digital capabilities, how do we harness the digital capability in the organization? There are these stages: emerging, basic, then you have developing, advanced, and leading. Okay, this is a very good path that develops an organization's appetite towards as is and where do you need to go. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm just modeling one example, maybe useful to people in the room. How do we lead business transformations? Okay, first phase is assessment of the as-is process. Second phase is designing and planning a process. Example, mapping out optimized workflow for accounts payable, optimized workflow for accounts receivable, FP&A, which is forecasting. How is the technology architecture today? Most of the organizations have ERP, SAP, Oracle. Are we using the functionalities of SAP and Oracle to its fullest? I'm not sure. I don't do that. I'm actually looking at redesigning roadmap for technology. Phase 3, so assessing the technology, level of usage, how many reports are actually being used, which is generated from the system rather than loading, downloading, and developing Excel spreadsheets. That doesn't work. Phase 3 is implementation and quick wins, where we have automation of reconciliations, we have improving the reporting templates, how can dashboards become more expressive, deploy some robotic process automation programs where an invoice is actually scanned by the robot. You save absolutely 15-20 minutes in scanning, especially when you're running shared services. Can this 15 minutes of processing one invoice end-to-end till the GRN is made be reduced to 2 minutes? Look at that concept. So that is basically implementing quick wins. Then you have optimization and continuous improvement. So one, you have the assessment, you look at the as-is, you develop some processes, and then how do you monitor? This is something that I'm doing for the organization, leading business transformation. When I joined Cummins, I thought that there is a lot of opportunity that we as an organization can go on automating systems. This is a beautiful journey that we have embarked. I wanted to share this to the August House. Next slide, please. Just one more topic, sustainability. Viksit Bharat 2047 is all about sustainable India. Sustainable India, when it comes to finance, is unending. Trust me, it's unending. Most of the multinational organizations deal with Europe. We have CBAM. How do we deal with CBAM? What are the declarations available? The knowledge, the awareness of various regulations, our job. And I want to talk about the way we communicate, because the connection that we make with our stakeholders is through the mouth, communication, the presentation that we do. So how can an organization be well prepared through our interference, our acknowledgements, and prepare the organization to be absolutely compliant with regulations? Sustainable is basically ensuring a discipline of compliance. What I'm going to talk about is CPCB 4 plus, that is the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MOEFCC. These are some jargons which I thought of explaining because the government is doing a lot of things on sustainable future. How are we supporting the social and governance goals, environment goals for the organization? That is a food for thought. Okay, I can tell you of some of the compliances that we have to be aware. How many people have heard about extended producer responsibility? Thank you. I see some hands in the room. And how are we aware? Because we read. You have to constantly read. You have to constantly stay updated. Every day there is a regulation that's coming for ensuring sustaining India, right? So EPR compliance is one example. There is carbon border. I talked about CBAM, where us as CMAs, we can simulate the impact of carbon border taxes on Indian exporters under European Union's carbon border adjustment mechanism. It's a Herculean task, trust me. And it's come into effect on 1st of October 2023. So we are already almost 2 years down the line. We are in the 3rd year, and we are still fighting with so many government associations to help us with some direction. There, I think CMAs can position themselves to become advocates of this particular mechanism into CIIs, into ASSOCHAM, into NASSCOM, and so many other organizations. Then there is one more I'll talk about, restriction of hazardous substances, EU ROHS. How many of us have heard that? Thank you, Anuradha. I think I see your hand. EU ROHs, EU REACH, just to give an example, the world is unending on sustainability. Sustainability becomes a separate topic. And we have such a huge scope in positioning ourselves, our role. You know, go out of those days of comparison, get into the act. That is where we can play the real difference. Next slide, please. I talked about cost excellence. I'll not spend time. So our role in driving cost excellence, our role in driving process optimization. We talked about the digital world and the as-is to be process mapping. Our benchmarking, how do we benchmark? Okay, how do you benchmark? And maybe we can have a Q&A on that. Can we compare ourselves in the organization I am? Can I know what some of my sister organizations are doing? Can I learn from best practices? Do I assume that I'm the best? Then you're down. You're down. Absolutely gone. If you assume you're the best, there's no concept of learning in our mind. We have to really learn from industry experts. We have to keep on getting into networking. We have to understand what the government is doing to protect the industries. This is only possible when you are able to benchmark based on discussions with fellow communities. Continue that habit, please. And continuous improvement environment. Six Sigma, Kaizen. I'm a Six Sigma certified black belt. My mindset of getting into a process is natural. I always find how to make a process zero defect, whether it is automation, whether it is bringing more transparency, but that is something that we ourselves have to work towards it. And the last slide, please. This is something that I really want to urge. Please help in driving the CMA profession ahead. Please help in going away from spreadsheets. Get into reshaping the competitiveness. Get into driving the resilient abilities that we have as a profession. Brand the profession. Please use LinkedIn as a social media to brand ourselves. I go out and brand myself because I'm a proud CMA. Okay, 30 years of experience, I feel that I still have a lot more to achieve, but I don't see the CMA profession adequately branded. Can I request all of your support to become volunteers? Brand about what everybody's doing so many things. We have a group, we are doing so many things. We publish papers, white papers. Why don't we use channels to brand and establish our position in the world? Please do that, that's an appeal. With that, I leave you with the thought, with every CMA comes a business decision. Thank you so much. Do we have a Q&A now or, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the Q&A discussion. We'll wait for the questions which is going to be displayed on the screen. The first question raised by Siddharth, in your experience, where have CMAs added the most value in both decision, capital allocation, risk management, or performance transformation?
Thank you for asking the question, Siddharth. Okay, the answer is yes to all. Capital allocation, we really have to prove to the board whether the capital is for sustenance, whether the capital is for new equipment, how are we upgrading the technology, are we using robotic process automation on the shop floor, do we have robots, cobots, which is intelligent robots, to help with productivity improvement, to help with efficiency of the shop floor, manufacturing efficiency. By the way, my first job when I join a company is to get onto the shop floor. Okay, and I did that when I joined the current company as well. I spent the weekends understanding production processes, understanding how our capacity is utilized. What's our installed capacity and how is our utilization? What can we do to enhance capacity? That is capital allocation. You talked about risk management. That is basically a DNA of any accountant, whether it's a chartered accountant or a cost accountant or a company secretary. Our job is to absolutely be conscious of various organization risks. And today, I think, thanks to technology, thanks to so many options, we are able to develop a compliance checklist. A compliance checklist is not only financial compliance checklist, but checklist on ESG, checklist on your Factories Act, checklist on environmental pollution, how do you get a consent to operate when you're setting up new companies, what are the GCC compliances that you have to do. So risk assessment is a day-to-day activity for any CFO or any CMA getting into an organization, whether you're a CFO or not. And the last question that you had was performance transformation. Let me tell you one thing. When you become a manager, you're not a finance manager, you're an HR manager. You're basically dealing with people. Our first responsibility is to ensure that people develop. How they will develop? When you budget for training, when you bring transformation using the latest technologies, and I gave you that example of the IT roadmap. You also bring into strategy. Okay, I'm a part of strategy. And I'm not leading strategy, but I'm a part of strategy. A strategy actually enables forecast the growth for the organization, transforming the organizational footprint going forward into the future. So that is something that we have to develop ourselves. Read. I think by reading, you can actually get into industry benchmarks and see where our company is versus the other companies. How can we learn? So performance transformation is a very broad subject. I can take maybe half a day session on that. But just to give you a nutshell view, performance is basically a combination of all the functions in the organization. Performance is basically studying an as-is process and where do you help the organization to excel and explain to the board that, hey, this is what I'm doing on sustainability. This is what I'm doing to get into a zero destination goal. And organizations have different goals, we also have goals. How are we inching towards it? And trust me, board sometimes becomes very ruthless. So be prepared. Be prepared with your reading, be prepared with the analysis and face it. Did I answer the question? A show of hand. Siddharth, did I answer the question? Thank you.
We're moving on to the next question by Anuradha. How can the lady CMAs restarting their career repositions themselves competitively?
Don't distinguish between a lady and a man. We are equal. Moment you get into the mindset, you become inferior. It's a 50-50, sometimes more than 50. I am the key managerial personnel. With me, my MD is a lady. My company secretary is a lady. HR is a lady. So, lady CMAs cannot be distinguished as ladies. It has to be a CMA. Believe that.
Moving towards the next question by CMA Shivaraman. Cummins, leading provider of integrated power solutions, innovating for fuel efficiency and emission compliance. Please brief it because your company producing diesel engines.
I will take this question offline. I'm not answering a group of investor relations, so I will reserve my comments here. We have plans for sure, and we are the first ones to move ahead on CPCB4+ technologies, which is basically introducing the after-treatment systems in an engine, which emits more fuel efficiency any which way. We are a world-leading manufacturer, producer of engines, and we have a huge portfolio that we can offer to the market.
Thank you, ma'am. We've come to the end of the Q&A. Now I hand over the session to the chairperson of the session.
Thank you very much for the questions, really engaging. So I have the privilege of calling upon the next speaker, which is CMA Gagan Bharati Swainji. I would call upon him on the dais to take the session. Thank you very much. CMA Gagan Bihari Swain, please welcome.
Good morning, Coimbatore, my dear friends here. Before I start, I request, this extreme corner, there are a lot of people, a lot of my CMA friends sitting there. Can you move this side? This side is, ample vacant chairs are there. Extreme corner. Those areas heavily loaded. Excuse me. My bright CMAs are sitting extreme in the, extreme corner opposite to me. You pay attention to me? Extreme corner, please come this side. This is free and I can have better conversation with you in this side. Please come, then we'll start. I don't have any presentation, so it will be discussions and I have few pointers to tell. So this side will be better for, conversation or interactions. Good? And it will be even out this side. Respected President, past presidents present here, Central Council members, my fellow colleagues and dignitaries on the dais, and of the dais, my CMA friends here. I'm very happy that the Institute is organizing discussion of repositioning. The theme is very apt at this point of time. I recall, 2 years back when I was in Chennai, my friend, Director of Finance, President Director of Finance Energy was the Director of Finance in Chennai Metro. We visited Mr. Prasad and we interacted on this, that how the repositioning is required for this profession, and the things are on and we are now discussing on this subject. Before I start, I think my previous speaker, the chairman of the session, she made it very easy. She covered most of the technical points and from different angle, from the productivity point of view, from the supply chain management, from ESG, SDG, and she made the discussion easy for me. At the same time, Mr. Binay also mentioned in his welcome address most of the points which is apt for this. Before I talk about CMA and CMA profession and all, which we all dealt, and I was going through the booklet circulated to all. It talks about, I think, all request to all of the CMAs present here to go through the book. It deals with the various aspects of the CMAs for future, how we can contribute. Many chapters dealing with the core subject of our profession also. Before that, just I want to highlight few points on how the India is repositioning. So how we, as a profession, we need to exist is in the era is how India is moving, how world is moving, how the India is repositioning itself in the global scenario. As a profession, how we can reposition in India in across global also. So it correlates, because any profession will coexist if it is apt for the society, for the economy, and for public at large. So we move with the nation, how the nation is moving, how the globe is moving. In that context, I think Vinay was mentioning that in 2047, we are aiming at $30 trillion economy. Today, USA is 29-30 million trillion economy. So in 2047, we will reach there. So how the India is repositioning, we cannot have the economic strength as the USA would be. That today our 2047. So we are repositioning in different angles. We are giving the knowledge of yoga. We are sharing the soft skills. We are taking a third approach, not like the approach which is made by the Western countries or China itself. Here I want to mention, similarly as the profession, we need to also reposition ourselves in different manner how we can recreate value. So I mean, Suma ma'am was speaking that side, I stand this side, I reposition myself here. I wanted people, listeners or my CMA friends to come this side. And saying that I don't have the presentation, so what I am having, I want to interact. So I want to interact this side. I have to say that this is what I am offering, where you can hear me and we have interaction here. So we need to cease having, strength of his presentation. I have my strength of giving some pointers. Just, I mean, it's now time, ma'am is well presented all this. So you need to put your points in such a way, your profession reposition in such a way that you can attract the bias for it. And in that, you need to create value for the stakeholders. Saying so, just want to tell how difficult it to reach to $30 trillion economy. Today our GDP is how much? Anyone can say? 4 trillion, 4.17 now. We just reached 4.17. And China, the GDP is 19 trillion, around 19 or 20 trillion. And USA is 30 trillion. So in the economic muscle power, we were very far away to create a distinction, repositioning vis-a-vis to large economies. So India has taken some different stand in that. So just I will hold you here. So if you are targeting 2047, now we are 2025. So in between 47 to 25, we will be reaching $4 to $30 trillion. So there will be a lot of economic activities. So that economic activities happens in different sectors. I am fortunate to have interaction with the CEO Niti Aayog. We are having one Global Energy Leaders Summit in Puri. CEO Mr. Subramaniam was there in conference, and I am fortunate to have interaction half a day with him. So how meticulously it is planned by the Niti Aayog, because earlier it was the planning commission. Now for any strategic action for the country or the planning for the country is done by the Niti Aayog. All you know about this. So which are the drivers which is driving for the reaching $30 trillion? Just had an interaction with him. What he was talking about, the focus is on the youth to have in 2047 zero poverty, no poor. And ma'am has made a good presentation how empowering women and all. There is no difference. I can add one thing here. As a man, we have three alphabets, M, A, N. Woman is 5. So they are more stronger than men. Even lady also 4. And the farmers. So on these 4 pillars, the government is planning to reach $30 trillion. There the per capita income today is $2,500. We are targeting to $20,000 per capita income. And life expectancy is also, because in the developed nation, where we were planning to be developed nation by 2047, the life expectancy or the normal life of those nations are touching 90 or 100. So our life expectancy today is 67 years. We are targeting 72 years. If we are targeting the higher lifetime, means there is a lot of investments or the actions will be in the around of the healthcare and life standards. And we are also aiming for increasing the export. Today we are less than 1 trillion export. We are aiming at 8.67 trillion export. So all this will happen. How it will be happening? What are the steps to be taken by the government of India? I mean, all we know about the AI integration to increase the productivity or the efficiency or reducing the cost. And working at infrastructure and urbanization is another area which is happening. There we can, as a professionals, can contribute in that sphere. Earlier we were talking about Gaon Chalo. Gaon Chalo is is okay to look into how we will increase the productivity or the life of the village people, but the economy development centers are happening in the urban areas. To have new urban cities are in the plan, and the government is planning number of new cities to come up. There, how we can plan for contributing in creation of new cities is very important. And industrial leadership is also another area where the government is planning to create India as a manufacturing hub. Instead of going to different countries for the manufacturing, the cost of manufacturing, the reducing the regulatory and legal hurdles, to doing the reform in different legal and laws is another area the government is doing. So the reform initiative of the government, we need to be part of that. So how we are making the differentiating is that we are making a soft attempt like to be a Biswa Bandhu. See, there are a lot of countries having more economical power like Germany or say USA or China. But what we are doing, we are making the first attempt to reach out when the different countries are requiring our support. So we are making a soft approach to provide the humanitarian first responder. Like we provided the operational dose to the Turkey earthquake, and we reach out to Sri Lanka for the last cyclone they faced. We extended the vaccine to different countries. So why I am mentioning this? Because the other countries where how they are approaching with their different strengths, we are approaching with our strengths as a nation. So similarly, as a profession also, we need to approach with our strength area instead of only waiting and looking at what is the strength in other professions. As a CMA, we need to look into those areas like Ma'am was mentioning strategic management and the core subject areas, we need to focus on that. And the other area of our intervention is we are now having the MOU with 12 countries to export the governance structure, digital payments, UPI, and identity systems like Aadhaar and all, which is in large scale implementation in India. So as a country, we are making a balancing activities, balancing like we are there in the Quad countries, we are there in the BRIC countries, we are there in the SCO countries. Means we are with the West, we are with the South African countries, we are also with the Chinese in the SCO. So all these areas which is not in the economical strength or not in the military strength, but we are creating our positioning as India to create a different country altogether. So on this, I want to put few areas where the country is moving in hybrid mode of attending the Viksit Bharat on the governance side. In governance side, we are having the e-Kautilya and e-Chanakya, e-Guru, e-Vaidya. These are the areas focusing those industries to grow. And we are having leadership in the green energy initiatives. We are having approach to create Atmanirbhar Bharat, where we will not be dependent on the different countries on our any of the major economic activities. So we are relying on our own manufacturing as well as the innovations in the country. So on saying so, as a profession, which are the emerging areas just I want to highlight often. So on the automation side, as a profession, there AI and ERP will be more important, and there are jobs which are be challenged are which are the repetitive in nature, but those are which are the personal or physical interactions like medicine or the where we are servicing the any of the servicing in physical mode, those are not in threat. So the opportunities are there in those areas. And in the emerging area, there is a green energy and sustainability which we deal were very important, and there are a lot of investments are coming in those areas. So transitioning to the clean energy is critical for energy security. We are going to be energy independent by 2047, what we are aiming at, and for the climate commitment and reducing the reliance on the imported fossil fuel. So for this, there are a lot of potential in the country. Let's say wind, we have 45 gigawatt utilized and 1163 gigawatt of potential is available in the country. Solar, we are having 81 gigawatt of capacity installed and 748 gigawatt potential is there in the country. To have energy independent by 2047, these are the objectives to be fulfilled by investing in this sector. So, like USA is also thinking about manufacturing in USA and USA first. India is also concentrating on the manufacturing in India, and there are few technologies which will be more important in this is agri-tech, food security, infrastructure and urban developments, and education and skill development. Lot of employment will be generated in this sector. So with this, we can easily conclude that the rapid transformation required for any profession driven by technological innovations, regulations and global economic uncertainty and disruptions is there are challenges, economic volatility and inflation factoring, fluctuation in the currency, automation and AI. These are some challenges, but there are a lot of scope for creating value for the society, for the country. With this, I am to conclude here. Thank you once again for invitation. Jai Hind.
Thank you, CMA Gagan Vihari Swain. I think some of the key insights that I picked up from his presentation is how the government is looking at Viksit Bharat, what are the economic drivers, how is India getting to those 3 or 4 objectives to get into a Viksit Bharat, and how the transformation journey is promoted by the government. Thank you so much for your insights. It's my pleasure to then invite the next speaker of the session, Shri Nagesh Babu. He's a Chief TCM Services and represents CII TCM Division. I'm sure we will also learn a lot and gain from his insights. We'll have the Q&A session later, so please park your questions till then, and then let's hear upon Shri Nagesh Babu to come on the stage. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Can I have my slide, please? Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, President, Vice President, for this warm invite for the CII to be part of this elite convention. 2 pre-thoughts I thought I must share. For the uninitiated, this is the holy land of Tamil Nadu, where this conference is happening, where we have Alvars, we have Avayar, and this is extremely sacred land, which I'm thankful we have this convention hosted. The second thought which I want to share before we get to the presentation is thanks. Thanks to Mr. A.N. Raman, who has been taking this subject for more than 2 decades, and the CII was the platform during the initial launch, and the entire knowledge was incubated in the institute, to put it very lightly. And also thank past presidents, Mr. Durga Prasad, Mr. Gopal Krishnan, and my dear friend Asim. I think this is something which I thought I'll do it as a pre-thought. I'm okay to be here. It's echoing, okay. team has been extremely good. You know, this is something which we have been envisaging for the last 1.5 decade, and it has been a relentless pursuit of CII, which was working with almost now 500 companies to get this done. Because in the initial stage, it was the CEO who was a point of contact, who knew the business, but the cost alignment is something which we were struggling to get it right. I'm sure this repositioning would help us take it to a next level. And we have MOU in place with the institute, and we are driving several verticals through this MOU. I'll just skip some slides for want of time. This is something which I want to tell you. So when we equate cost in the repositioning, we'll have to align with the value which is being delivered individually by the professionals and also by the organization. We keep it sacrosanct. We want this to be the fundamental pivot in the repositioning. So let me set the context first. The context is very simple. We want the repositioning to be understood contextually in the world. I think we are getting too much into an uncertainty. So many CEOs we speak, when they go to bed, they see a different world. When they wake up, they see a completely different world. So this is something which has been capsuled by the McKinsey in terms of the uncertainties which are happening from policy, climate change, and pandemics. And what is impact? Impact is about 5% of EBITDA globally. And this is quite significant for us to understand that how the repositioning is going to make sense. And this is just yesterday's paper. If you look at the bad growth in the corporates in India, it's been dripping. I'm talking about holistically. It's been dripping. If you see the left side, it's up to 1.7%. This is not something which we can digest. And CMAs have got a big role in enabling this. And if you look at corporate profit to GDP, it's not so great. It's been a drag, and we are somewhere around 5.2 when the world is somewhere around 9%. So this is again which we'll have to look at in terms of the competitive growth, the value growth, and the role the professionals can make. And very typical transition if you have to reposition. So from the cost reduction focus to alignment to business goals. This is what we appreciate in terms of understanding of the business. From factory-led focus to cost strategy formulation, most MNCs, if you see, along with the strategy, along with the budget, they also have a cost strategy in place. And they have actually done a lot of innovation in these areas to look at cost elimination also. Look at manual cost goals. Many companies look at 2%, 3%, 5% cost reduction to somewhere today we're looking at supporting key strategic decisions. What is that? It could be portfolio level decisions. It could be expansion, growth, even strategy formulation. And then finally, moving away from, we saw today Mr. Vinay talking about ledger to leadership. That's precisely the focus. How do we move from the line item focus to futuristic focus of the organization? I also want to skip some of the slides because I want to keep it 10-minute slot so that we can have other sessions too. But the origin to destination is phenomenal. So it is not just about the tools, it's not about the knowledge, it's all about the mindset. How do we move from left to right? Very simple, simply put, cost information is derived from FA, but as you move, if you can build exclusive cost information architecture, I think that is something will be a great value add for the businesses. And as you move in terms of aligning cost in the business, how do you transit? Move away from standard cost, move into the operational excellence area, and finally, how do you look at the whole value chain holistically, because this is something which we look at the value add for the business. If we know the value chain completely, if we have a complete understanding of the value chain, and that's where the transition happens in terms of enabling both the strategic decisions and the operational decisions of the company. And what is this transition what we're talking about? We need to move away from building cost arbitrage in the company to getting into what's called a value arbitrage. So cost arbitrage is very simple, looking at your P&L, looking at your, adjusting your margins, but moving into cost proposition and value proposition. Value proposition is all about you begin from the voice of customer to getting into the business strategy and vice versa. And this transition is actually going to add value to the profession. And this is something which we have done it in collaboration with IIM Bangalore about a decade back. It was even done before COVID. So the first box was focal area for most of the professionals where you just keep the value same, reduce the cost. That's where most of our, if you look at the automobiles, the lightweighting, all of this got into the first box. The second box is increase the value and keep the cost. And that's where the efficiencies into the tier 1, tier 2 systems have got into. What is now being focused by most automobile companies is the third focus where you improve the value and reduce the cost. This is a very strategic paradigm which companies are working, and a lot of it is happening in FMCG and auto. But this is not something which is going to be alien for other industries. But we see this step has not been very significant in, beyond these two industries, but then it has to happen. Here is something which I want to spend a couple of minutes. How is the emerging role of the business professionals from cost and finance happening? So most of the companies, what we see in the phase 1, focus more into statutory, focus more into treasury, basic budgetary process, capital allocation and compliance. This is something which was more relevant in the context pre-1990, where it was no competition, no regulation, not too much of a regulation in terms of the functioning, but everything, it was business as usual. But as we move into the controller function, that's where the product pricing and discount approvals has to happen with economic sense. Savings validation through the bit. So we see types of companies as we move, because from CI platform, from in a 1.5 decade, talking to 500 CEOs, we see various types of companies. So the EBITDA, the claims the people make in terms of we have saved so much, but nothing getting into the PBT is something we have seen as widespread. So savings validation through EBITDA is extremely important. Zero-based budgeting, budgetary controls, abnormal cost mapping. How do you treat abnormal cost mapping? Cost which customer doesn't want to pay, cost which is paid by the customer, but you are spending beyond it. If you are able to look at this maverick cost into your business, that is something will be a great value add in the transition. The planned P&L. Coming to the business, the phase 3 is very, very important, more relevant from 2010 or maybe post that, around post-COVID. Financial business case for all new projects, which Mr. Gopal would be the next speaker. He's handled very well in his previous avatar. Portfolio profitability, glide path. Where exactly the profits are going to emerge? How do you trace your profit? Is it the simple price and volume value levers? There's something more to it. Competitor cost modeling. This is what we have seen in 2014 in some companies where the ICMA professionals get into what's called competitor modeling. How do you go beyond the P&L to look at how the competitors are working on their pricing structure and costing structure. Review cost models of key functions, innovation as a strategy, and product life cycle. And getting into phase 4 is something which you have seen not even 0.1% of the companies which we go work on this. Partnering to formulate strategy framework with risk scenarios and profit pathways, risk articulated cost structure. So how does the cost structure is going to look like 3 years from now, 1 year from now, 6 months from now? economics of business models, customer solutions, service vertical. So product is for the customer, but economics is for the business. Gold standard in the industry for cost and profitability structure. This is something which we all know, but today we'll have to look at the gap analysis between me and the gold standard, a huge value proposition for the profession, expanding revenue streams and profit streams. This is something very important for companies because even the Tata Motors, when we evaluated in 2014, there was just 2-3 value streams. Today has revenue streams. Today has 8 revenue streams. It is a team which is working completely with cost management professionals, a huge value add to the business. So let me just get into one slide before I pause and give it to the next speaker. Very, very simple cost alignment to the strategy. Costing is not about simple product costing, but then what it is, it's all about good understanding of cost. Let me give you a clear distinction between what is cost incidence and what is cost incurrence. There are two different things. Cost incidence is all about your external, internal factors which are impacting your cost trajectory and finally getting into cost into the P&L account. So this is a huge, for that, the entire business needs to understand how does the cost incidence actually happens. Then how does the company respond to it? Responding proactively or reactively. This is where the CII grades companies on a 5-level maturity to look at the capability of the companies, whether they are reactively or proactively looking at their own cost trajectory and the factors relating to it. A culture of analyzing cost data. Cost data is not as simple as set your financial goal and then look at the deviation. No, it's all about the impact which you create across business, and it is beyond numbers. And how do you sensitize the non-finance people into the culture of analyzing cost data? And finally, ability to relate cost to the strategy. Very, very, very important. Because it has a two-way dimension where the economics of the business embedded into the overall strategy and the deviation impacting strategy implementation. So I thought I can set a context with good exposure from the CI platform, and this is something which I thought I can bring it to the table for information and practice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sri Nagesh Babuji. I think 3 things that I picked up, I really got inspired by the distortion slide. I think today it's all about distortion in the global space, which is impacting all the countries, including India. Cost and management accountants now, or finance people now seen as value creation rather than a cruncher of numbers, and last but not the least, the fundamentals in leading to cost strategy ultimately that helps the organizations and boards. Thank you very much. I now call upon my fellow CMA colleague, CMA Gopal, Srimay Gopal Harikrishnan Buttada, I beg your pardon, Gopal Harikrishnan Buttada. He's the VP Finance, Agratas Energy Storage Solutions Private Limited, and we look forward to hearing him now. Please welcome on stage.
Good morning. And being the last speaker of the session, you may find there may be some repetition in some thought processes, but nonetheless we'll start the session. Can I have these slides, please? Can I have the presentation? So we are looking at repositioning India and CMA. So nation itself is repositioning, so is the CMA. So how do we basically coexist and see that CMA fraternity is helping nation reach to what its vision is. So I touch upon the topics which are, say, we need to look at what India vision at 2047 means, what nation as a nation we are aiming for, and how do we bring new identity for CMAs, how do we look at CMA leadership, what role am I playing today, and what I need to play to see that India at 2047 is really taking shape, and finally call to action. So what I need to do. So these are the couple of slides where I touch upon my thought process. So India, when we are saying India Vision 2047, so India is looking at basically the holistic national development. It means economical development, social development, technological and environmental development. So India is looking at all around development. It has a core pillar of empowerment. So country is looking at empowering youth, empowering poor, empowering women, and empowering farmers. So collectively there will be a wholesome growth. And we are looking at a future-ready nation. It means basically the self-reliant India, which is sustainable, having a good innovation system and global governance processes. To achieve this vision, the nation has taken certain goals. So we are looking at 30+ trillion economy by 2047, which is among the top 3 in the world. We are looking at growing our per capita income 6 times than what it is today. So today around we are having a say $3K per capita income. We are looking at magnifying it by 6 times. The second plank is basically the social area, where we are looking at the poverty eradication. We are looking at the universal education and healthcare for all. Here we are also looking at 70% women participation into the workforce. The third area where the nation is looking at is basically the environmental and governance. So we are taking a very ambitious, very bold target of net zero by 2070 as a country, which means there will be substantial investment into the renewable energy. Sustainable urban living are the areas where government will be focusing on. And to see that those goals are streamlining, there should be a transparent governance and innovative ecosystem that will help reaching these goals. To see that this vision and goal materializes, there are certain initiatives which government has embarked upon, and they are basically bucketed into economic and infra development, social and human peace, and the technology and sustainability. So we are looking at Make in India 2.0, which is basically focusing on making India or manufacturing in India for the world. Government is assisting with PLI scheme, and these are primarily focus areas are electronic, pharma, textile, the high-tech sectors. For infra development, there is an initiative called PM Gati Shakti, and through that we are looking at connectivity across the nation. So villages are connected to the cities so that the rural and the urban areas develop simultaneously, and this will also bring in the logistic efficiencies. And the fourth plank basically is the MSME segment. How do we ensure that MSME have the credit guarantee, policy for innovation, to see that, and probably we all have seen the emergence of the techpreneurs, and these are all basically coming through the government policy push. Under the social and human peace, the nation is looking at the universal health cover, where we are looking at setting up the health and wellness center across the nation. Second is the education reforms, like the national education policies, which will support basically the skill set that is needed for India at 2047. The skill development, future skill readiness, and the women empowerment, the workforce participation, and we are looking at this as 70% workforce participation into the mainstream leadership role. How can women embrace the leadership role? And under technology and sustainability, so there is a focus on the digital connectivity that takes care of the e-governance nationwide. How do I take that initiative deeper down? How do we leverage the emerging technologies like AI, 5G, quantum computing? Sustainable development means then we are looking at renewable energy, eco-sensitive farming, so that will help us reach to the target of net zero, and environmental finance. So because these all initiatives will be needing the huge capital investment. So how do we look at that through ESG framework, green financing? To achieve all those initiatives, there has to be a time-bound roadmap so that there is a focus development happening. So 2025, we can say we had the foundational reforms where we focused on taxation, infra, digital, governance, so set the groundwork. And by 2030, we are looking at the midterm goals, which are education, health, industry competitiveness. So how do we develop that? By 2040, we are looking at India as a global technology hub, and sustainability and green energy adoption. And by 2047, India should be a fully developed nation, which is self-reliant, high living standard, strong institutions, and the climate leadership position. But all this in a country like ours will have to navigate the challenges and the risk. So we are looking at the challenges, basically, particularly the skill gap. Do we have the necessary skill to scale India to the 2047 ambition? There will be a climate risk. The infra bottlenecks if I don't develop the infras right. The economic disparity that today we have from haves and haves not. We have the regional imbalances, regional inequalities. So these are hurdle to the growth. So how do we remove those? And our ambitions are going global, making our footprint recognized at the global level. It can't be done by remaining local. So we have to have the global partnerships. We have to have the RE investment, capacity building, empowering youth and farmers, and governance and innovation ecosystem to mitigate the risk and ensuring the sustainable transformation. Now, having seen the India vision and what it aims for, the narrative shift from vision to execution. India at 2047 is not constrained by its ambition. So we see clearly the ambition of the nation. It is constrained by our ability to translate those ambition or translate those intent into the tangible outcomes. CMAs have very unique role here. They have unique and critical role to play. And our profession is inherently designed to craft strategy from the vision, convert strategy into the cost, convert cost into pricing, convert pricing into profitability, and convert profitability into the long-term sustainable growth of the organization. CMA addresses the execution challenges that is sitting at the heart of the India's ambition. And I think we are the time is very ripe for us to embrace this. To fully unlock the embedded strength of the profession, we must now step forward with a renewed identity, one that reflects the strategic relevance, the leadership potential to influence government and corporate alike, and expanding our role in the nation building. So I'm looking at the new identity for CMAs. What do I look to identify ourselves under the 5 planks? So we are looking at the thought leadership, where how do I actively shape fiscal and industrial policies? How do I actively get involved in that? Insights on governance, sustainability, and the competitiveness. Next piece is the policy contribution. How do CMAs engage with government and the industry bodies? This will be the only way we can influence the reforms. We can bring in transparency and efficiency into the government policies. Our global ambition will come with the global recognition for CMAs. How do we align with the international standards? How do we collaborate with global accounting bodies on the international platforms? And we are all aware that the technology is getting deeper into the industries. So how do I build the competencies, which is say AI, ML, analytics, quantum computing, which are basically talk of the town now? Because industry is now heavily technology driven, is moving away from the manual to the automation, and significant investment now is all the technology driven. So how do we get ready for ourselves? The last one is the strategic economic partners. So we have seen the Nagesh Babu session. We can't be basically playing the accounting role. How can I be the strategic partners? So we have to be transitioning from the compliance role to the strategic partnership role and drive industry transformation and the sustainable growth. Having seen the vision, the challenge is now the execution. It is delivery at speed, scale, and with discipline. How do we develop CMA leadership for the Viksit Bharat? So we need to focus on the 4 areas. The number 1 is the economic strategy. How do I start guiding the economic policies of the government? And that can happen through my CMA partnership with the corporate, with the government body, with the regulatory bodies. How do we focus on simplifying the infrastructure financing? There is a push on the digital technologies. How do we leverage digital tool and AI to improve the governance? There will be a huge public spending in developing the infra. So how do we see that the enhanced public spending is having the effectiveness and the efficiency it needs? We need to see the inclusive growth for achieving our vision, whereas then we need to support the micro, small and the medium enterprises alike. And how do basically CMA play an active role in supporting the MSME segment? And we need to get associated with the fiscal prudence, like secure role in regulatory bodies, implement cost-effective models, and the drive prudent government spending. So execution is not abstract, it is very concrete now, and it means expenditure discipline, speed of decision making, spending sustainably, use of the right tools, data, framework, global benchmarks, and this is exactly the areas where CMAs are trained for, and CMA can take the leadership position here. Now we look at how do we expand our contribution from the current role that we are playing today. So how do we reposition our brand? We can build partnership with industry and the government bodies. We need to drive the Make in India for the world so that we promote the global competitiveness and support export. We secure the global recognition through collaboration, participation in international trade and the finance forum. And how do we build competencies for the C-suite where the decision making is happening? And the picture on the left, probably the words are not very clearly legible. Be in the room where those rules are written. So how do we be in the room where the rules are written? How do we be future ready? When the nation is moving forward, how do we also move forward? So there are the emerging areas where then probably we can take a leading position, like lead ESG compliances, sustainability audits, carbon costing. How do I take these areas? AI, predictive modeling, risk assessment. These will help revolutionizing the cost management initiatives. How do we explore the renewable energy, electric vehicle, circular economy to stay relevant? Now the deeper focus of the entire corporate world is on the circular economy, including the government, nation. How to make that more meaningful? And just to cite an example here, where basically every industry was looking at investing in renewable energy is a cost. And through my stint in Tata Motor, I think we have proven that investing in renewable energy is an NPV positive decision. Is not is a cost, is a business decision that we have proven through our collaborative working with the functions. Skill set for new age sector. Now the economy is transitioning from the conventional manufacturing to the high-tech space like semiconductor, battery cell manufacturing, aerospace and defense. And how do we develop those skill set for those sectors? And we need to have our deeper say into the policy advocacy. So design framework for a green finance, climate budgeting. How do we support policy formulation and implementation? And we need to drive the tax simplification. As the scale is increasing, the tax simplification, ease of doing business will be of the primary focus. So this is the moment of opportunity for us. Execution focus help us drive vision into the manufacturing reality. We have seen that EV transition, semiconductor, mobile phone manufacturing are the key examples here. India's EV and energy transition push is the national priority now. It's supported by the PLI schemes, localization targets, helping us making in India, the lot of value adds is happening here. Green finance incentive. We need to play a key role here in evaluating unit economics, particularly if I'm taking example of my industry, that is electric vehicle battery manufacturing. Cost competitiveness, if you have to compete globally and in a global market, you have to compete with say China. How do we do that? And structuring the pricing model for local and the global market, so that we need to balance affordability and returns. this all calls for what specific actions we need to take. So we need to basically look at another the 4 areas. One is the strategic. We need to build CMA's thought leadership, and we can do that through the multiple campaigns like the one happening here. How do I take it down deeper? Continuous learning, global certification and exposure are the areas where I can develop my strategic competencies. Partnership, deeper partnership with industry and the government bodies to drive the economic growth and to drive industry competitiveness through the cost optimization, policy formulations. Modernize the educational institutions. We need to build the skill sets for the emerging technologies like AI, ESG, sustainability, circular economy, green finance, blockchain, cybersecurity, ESG matrices, to say a few. We need to also leverage the advanced tools. What we have seen just now is the TCM model, activity-based costing, earned value management. How do we embrace this to support the business and the growth? And the fourth one is driving the economic transformation. How do we see that we are publishing more white papers so that we are recognized in the industry and the government alike? Engage with think tanks, influence economic reforms and the policy decisions. We need to translate vision into viable manufacturing models which are globally competitive, which are sustainable, having the sustainable margin through improved supply chain and the logistics. And we need to support MSMEs on the cost control, pricing, strategy, financial model and the funding. To conclude, without CMA-led cost and capex discipline, policy intent does not convert into the scalable, competitive and sustainable manufacturing. And I am sure our collective wisdom, we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, CMA Buttada ji, for actually driving the whole conclusion to the repositioning theme on getting into a Viksit Bharat. Now, in the interest of time, what we would not do is have a Q&A now. But since all of you have the QR code and you've scanned it, the Institute has recorded your questions. If you could also name the speaker that you would like us to answer the specific question, we'll come back to you on an email and address all your questions eventually. So I call upon for the next session, yeah, Vinay Ranjan ji, if you can.
Good afternoon. Inauguration of CAI TCM Joint Advanced Studies course, Total Cost Management by President. I request the President sir to join with me. And Nagesh Babu, Ashim Da, please join. And all the council colleagues request you to please join with me. And Neeraj sir. Neeraj. And I also take the opportunity to announce a launch of forensic audit course in association with National Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar. I request all the council colleagues to join. And I want to place it on record. Special thanks to Dalwadi ji and Navneet sir for helping me this forensic audit through NFSU. Thank you. Bringing up this total cost management course, I want to thank Sri M. Gopala Krishnan sir specifically. Thank you, Gopal sir, for helping us in bringing this course. I request Sri Rakesh Yadav sir to take over.
Chief Patron of the National Cost and Management Accountant Convention, President CMA TCA Prasad sir, Chairman of National Cost Convention, Vice President CMA Neeraj Joshi sir, Honorable Chairperson of the session, CMA Shobha Dilip Ghosh, ma'am. Guest of honor, Additional Cost Advisor, Arvind Kumar Pal sir. Our learned speaker, CMA Gagan Bihari Swain sir, CMA Nagesh Babu sir, CMA Gopal Hari Krishnan Bhutra sir, my council members, chapter representatives, my dear professional colleagues, very good afternoon to all of you. I am thankful to organizing committee for giving me this opportunity for vote of thanks. It is good to feel the nearness of CMA family members since last few days. The pool of learned mind are analyzing the various terms and conditions in order to chalk out some concrete strategies towards rapid growth of our nation and role of our esteemed profession towards formation of development of India, Viksit Bharat 2047. I am confident that our discussion held during this session, this national convention will result in some concrete efforts towards the achievement of goal of making developed nation and profession. I am very thankful to organizing committee, all regional councils, central councils, and all those who have put their committed efforts to make this conventional historical success. I am very thankful to all of you for getting assembled here at Coimbatore and putting forward your view about the subject matter. It is sure that our joint efforts towards achieving something new will definitely lead us to find new way towards the path of success. And I want to conclude my vote of thanks with one motivational quote. Because our topic is reposition of India and CMA. तुम यहाँ धरती पर लकीरें खींचते हो, तुम यहाँ धरती पर लकीरें खींचते हो, हम वहाँ अपने लिए नया आसमान ढूंढते हैं। तुम बनाते हो पिंजरे पे पिंजरा, हम अपने पंखों में एक नई उड़ान ढूंढते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, dignitaries. We have come to the conclusion of technical session 1, and our technical session 2 is about to start in few more minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, our session is about to start. I request everyone to kindly take their seats. I repeat, our session is about to start. I request everyone to kindly take their seats. A warm welcome to the technical session 2 on intensifying growth of the professions. I request CMA Dr. AVSN Murthy, Council Member of ICMAI, and CMA Aarti Ganguly, Chairman of ICMI EIRC, to accompany the Chairperson of the session, CMA N. Ramanathan, Managing Director of Ponni Sugars Limited, and CMA Asim Kumar Mukhopadhyay, Managing Director and Founder of Naptom Consulting Private Limited, along with CMA R. Narayan, Head of Finance, Abrasives SBU at Kabarandam Universal Limited, to the dais. Thank you, dignitaries. I would now like to request CMA Dr. Murthy and CMA Aarti Ganguly to present a memento to CMA N. Ramanathan, Managing Director, Chairman of this session. I would also like to request CMA Dr. Murthy and CMA Aarti Ganguly to present a memento to CMA Asim Kumar Mukhopadhyay, Honorable Speaker of the session. I would now like to request CMA Dr. Murthy and CMA Aarti Ganguly to present a memento to CMA R. Narayanan, our Honorable Speaker of the session. dignitaries, I may now request CMA Dr. Murthy, Council Member of ICMAI, to render the welcome address.
Good afternoon to all of you. Warm welcome to all of you. Namaskar. I, on my personal behalf and on behalf of the Institute, welcome all of you for a thrilled session which have deliberations on the intensifying growth of the beloved profession CMA. Friends, we are a 70 years old institute built with trust and confidence. We build cost accounting power. We are voice of driving growth and critical analysis. We impart skills. We are exemplary. We are extended hands of the government, central, state, and regulators. We don't ask anybody to provide a seat for us. Instead, we have got a big table to accommodate anybody in the profession. Friends, I'm a fan of numbers. Of course, all of you are also. We have got 1 lakh qualified cost accountants in the globe. We go beyond books. We go beyond classrooms. We go beyond barriers. And we go beyond competition. We have with us today I always say that WTP means world of threat and opportunity. We CMAs will address all threats and take care of all opportunities. Our live examples are today's Chairman Ramanathan in the chair, Asim Kumar, again a speaker, and R. Narayanan. To our good luck, both Asim ji and R. Narayanan are our awardees. We have awarded them earlier many times. Our institute has awarded. Friends, all of them have got very, very rich experience and successful stories to their credit. They are our brand ambassadors. They are now intensifying our profession. Each one has got more than 30 to 40 years experience. The total experience comes to more than 100 years. And this session will focus on consultancy, MDP, MSME, startup, up to cost optimization, productivity, and national growth platforms. I am very sure their deliberations will make us to go for celebrations because they intensify our profession significantly, systematically, impactfully, progressively, strategically, innovatively, and rapidly. I also take the pleasure of inviting my colleague from the East, Madam Arati, who will give Arati at the end of the session. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. A kind announcement. Please note that the backside of your ID card carries 2 QR codes. One QR code provides access to complete program schedule of the 3-day NCMAC, and the other leads you to book gallery where you may view the newly published titles. Additionally, the third QR code is provided on the notepad given to you. This QR code will take you to the Google form for the Q&A sessions available section-wise and speaker-wise. And now, I request CMA N. Ramanathan, Managing Director of Ponni Sugars Limited, to take charge of the session.
Good afternoon to everyone. President, dignitaries on the stage and off the stage. I think we are slightly running behind schedule. I will try to keep this session reasonably under time control. It is customary to thank the President for giving an opportunity for me to be in front of you. And in my case, I think I have to doubly thank the President, because after accepting his invitation, I suddenly ran into some constraint. I had a toothache problem, and then when I consulted the dentist, he said that there is an infection, and so he has to immediately extract and implant one tooth. I asked him, can I delay it by 2 weeks or 3 weeks, because I have other commitments to go through. He said, it is all your choice, but more you delay, the infection may spread and you may lose more teeth. As cost accountants, we are trained to cut cost, cut losses. So I thought I would limit my loss to just one tooth. And so I had to undergo. Immediately I called our president and I said, my attending this session looks now uncertain because only after a week or 10 days, the dentist will give me a clearance. But somehow our president was more optimistic than me and my doctor. He said, I will hold on to your position till 2 days before. You tell me at the 11th hour I can make a change, but be in our session. Probably his optimism has brought me now in front of you. Thank you, President, for that. There is an old adage which says that pallu pochu, sollu pochu. Lost your teeth, you lost your speech. In my case, I lost one tooth, but I didn't lose the opportunity for speech in front of you. There are 4 sessions and they are not individual silos. There are bound to be some overlapping between one and the other. They are all interconnected. The specifics of this session that will be covered by the speakers to follow, I thought I would just put things in a broader framework. The topic for this session too is intensifying growth of profession. So intensifying growth, it presupposes that there should first be growth. Then only we can intensify the growth. We can improve its pace, we can shift to top gear, we can intensify, but growth must at the first instance be there. That is a precondition. We as cost accountants or any profession like chartered accountant or company secretary or management graduates, we can't function in vacuum. What is our support system? What is the environment we need to have for growth of our profession? Then we can think of intensifying the growth. So first and foremost, we depend on business. That provides us an opportunity. Unless the business is strong, unless the business is vibrant, unless the business is growing, certainly we, as a derivative of business, we won't have growth opportunities. Today, the business is in a strong wicket. Why? Because in turn, the business depends on economy. The Indian economy is today pretty strong. Again, any country's economy, it is interdependent on the overall world growth. So there is complete interlocking between all this. As our Tamil poet Avayar said those times, which we read in our school days, Barapoyara neer oyarum, neer oyara nel oyarum, nel oyara kudi oyarum, kudi oyara kol oyarum, kol oyara kon oyarum. We are all interdependent, and the growth of this profession today, it is in a bright spot because we are in a bright economy amidst that. As most of us know here, India is one of the fastest growing economy among large economies. It is not just for 1 year, it has been happening for a couple of years in succession. The latest estimate for financial year 25-26 that got released about a couple of days before, it says our economy will grow at 7.4%. This is no mean challenge considering the gravity of situation we are facing in global turbulence. There are wars, there are tariffs, there are unpredictabilities. Amidst all this, the Indian economy has been growing strong. We have a stable government, a very large domestic market, benign inflation, a vibrant stock market, and continuously strengthening infrastructure. All these are supportive to the growth of economy, the growth of business, and along with that, the growth of our profession. What are the growth propellers? Certainly, government policies play a key role. This has already been covered in some length in the previous session, so I would skip that part. But what is untouched, I would like to just make a brief mention. There has been a lot of tax rationalization. We have got an integral GST, and we have got no income tax under a new bill which has already become an act. Recently, the labor code, which was in back burner for quite a number of years, that has also been notified. And to unleash the business animal spirit, there is a lot of decriminalization which has been happening. Entrepreneurs always used to get worried about imprisonment, and this government has been continuously in the mode of decriminalization. They invite suggestion from business. What are all the further areas where we need to put only stiff penalties but no criminal prosecution. So all these external environment, they are conducive for the growth of business and in turn the growth of our profession. What has changed or what has increased the importance of cost accountants and other professions like ours in the last 2 decades? We all had, I think many of us are in mid-40s, mid-50s like that. All of us know how Indian economy was growing at a very snail pace under license Raj, when everything was under control. All that a business magnate has to do is to use his clout, go and secure an industrial license for a product. Once he has the license in hand, everything else automatically falls in place. He can make any inferior quality product, he can make it at any high cost. Despite very low standard of living, per capita income, the demand was always above supply. There was enormous supply shortage in every commodity, every product. So everything was selling. All that has changed overnight with delicensing, with deregulation. The market forces now come to play. It is not just within India, we have also opened the shores. Today, unlike earlier days where there used to be a big bulky red book prohibiting import of almost all items except under strict licensing, today everything is under open general license. So global goods and services can come in. So all this has now made that cost competitiveness is the key differentiator. Unless we continuously control cost on a real-time basis, we have no way to compete in the marketplace and survive in the business. This has come to create enormous opportunities for professionals like cost accountant. Though it is all now no longer under government control, there is certainly increasing business complexity now. It demands multidisciplinary professionals, including cost accountants. And the CA's role is no longer confined to just some micro issues. As mentioned in the previous session, it is now ledger to leader. You can't simply be confined to some process costing or job costing or standard budgeting. That's not the end, that is only the beginning. Today, the CA has to understand the business in its depth. He has to have a comprehensive knowledge of the business. He must look around and scout for opportunities where improved technologies are available, where the process can be further fine-tuned, what superior material choices are available, global sourcing, risk management. All this a cost accountant must have under his domain. Is it all everything new? Certainly not. Its role and importance might have increased, but always a cost accountant with his overall knowledge of cost and profit and how to grow. There were people who were thinking out of box. I would like to share one of my own personal experience. I started my career in Seshasai Paper and Boards Limited, and I joined somewhere in late 70s, and beginning 80s, there was tremendous shortage of raw material. We were taking bamboo and wood under environmental concerns. There was more and more restraint in tapping those raw materials. We had just a new cost accountant joined in our group. Earlier, cost accounting used to be just one of the also ran departments. It is production, it is marketing, it is finance that was getting all importance. Costing was just a functional necessity. Cost accounting records and cost audit, they were the necessities. But this cost accountant had an experience earlier working in sugar industry and also a couple of other industries. He studied the problem in depth, and he found that in the long run, from now on, depending on all these forest-based raw materials is going to be increasingly under stress. So he recommended to the management that if we have to be sustainable on raw material front, you must have access to some annually replenishable raw material. One ideal answer is sugarcane bagasse. But there the problem is every sugar company, every sugar mill will burn its entire bagasse for its own steam and power requirement. Very little was available for sparing to outsiders. no high efficiency boilers then existing. That is where we designed a unique business model for the first time in the world, that drawing the experience of paper mill, we will supply coal and then install a coal-fired boiler in place of conventional bagasse-fired boiler. That will help the sugar mill release its 100% of bagasse production for paper making. That came to meet at that time almost 50% of the raw material requirement of paper. So a unit which was languishing for want of raw material, at the suggestion of a cost accountant, it is a real life instance. It helped it meet its entire raw material requirement, and even today for their expanded requirement we supply more than 20-25% of their raw material. So an out of box thinking by a cost accountant, it can change the entire game. And as I said, when it was at that time in the periphery of that company, the cost accountant immediately became the KMP of the company, directly reporting to the board and then giving all suggestions, and he was keenly instrumental in bringing Ponni Sugars and Limited, where today I am the CEO of that company. So there are no limits. Limits are only if we limit our mind. If we keep it open, wide open, there are enough challenges. We are no longer confined only to traditional cost records, maintenance, cost audit, filling some pro formas, undergo all the legal routines. Today there is manifold expansion in economy. There is increasing diversity in business. Certainly it has thrown open multifold opportunities for professionals like us. And earlier days the investment sizes were 10 crores and 20 crores. Today you talk of investments tens of thousands of crores in infrastructure, in airlines, in defense. Where the size of investment is so huge, there is need for enormous professional competence to continuously monitor cost, to continuously monitor its utilization. This is where professionals like us, we come into the forefront. Then there are a number of industries where there are independent regulators. Regulators are independent of the government, whether it is in power sector, telecom sector, insurance, Competition Commission of India. Many of them regulate the industry. They don't control the industry, they regulate the industry. They ensure that the industry doesn't overprice. They ensure that the customer is not taken for a ride. And here, a lot of cost data structured in current context, that is necessary to convince the regulators that your pricing is not usurious. What we are doing is a right pricing, fair pricing. To convince all that, the role of cost accountant is very vital. So as I said, cost accountants today have a very demanding and pivotal role to play. No longer just bookkeepers, but they are part of the top management and they are value builders for the organization. All this require definitely reskilling. That is what we saw in the first session. It was repositioning, and enough has been said on that. Let me not again dwell on that. Keeping track of regulations, keeping track of even judicial decisions, that is part and parcel of a cost accountant's roles today. Here again I can talk of from my own experience. Apart from producing sugar, now we produce also power. We produce electricity from a renewable source. The sugarcane bagasse is an annually replenishable raw material. Earlier we were giving it for Sheshasai paper, as I said, for their own raw material. But even today, majority of the sugar mills, they burn their bagasse for power production. And the pricing of that is decided by Electricity Regulatory Commission. And always pricing, it's not just a scientific formula, it involves a lot of interpretative skills. You must justify that your costs are not just actual costs, but they are normative costs. If you, because of your inefficiency, you incur some higher cost, no regulator is going to allow that. So here a cost accountant's horizon is much broader to see that how to bring things under a normative cost structure and get the best tariff for the power producing company. This is just one instance. This is true of airlines, this is true of insurance, this is true of a host of other regulated entities. So there are two typical roles, I would say. One is just the compliance role or the historic role, where we were keeping books, where we were undergoing audits, where we were giving some management information system reporting to the management. But that is only at the low end of the pyramid. Our management Pandit Dr. Prahalad had said that business should tap at the bottom of the pyramid to grow in a big way, because that is where the big market size is there. You don't aim to earn 100 rupees from 10 people, but aim to earn 10 rupees from 10,000 people. That is true of manufacturing, but that is not true of a profession like us. We can't at one time, any profession, any firm, take assignments of thousands of companies. These are not standard typical prototype manufacture. Each one involves independent skill, independent analysis. So we have limits in size. So we can't confine ourselves to the bottom of the pyramid. We have to go to the top of the pyramid. This is where the repositioning that was discussed in the first session becomes relevant. We have to take strategic and advisory role, performance enhancement role, and we have to bring all new skills that would adequately, more than adequately, service these roles. So between these two, one is a very low-end job that will get you a lower remuneration. The other one is a high-end job which will get you a higher remuneration. And all of you here know which one to choose. Thank you again. I think the profile of all speakers are already before you. I won't repeat any of that for want of time. I would now invite the speaker, CMA Asim Kumar Mukhopadhyay, Managing Director and Founder, NAVTUM Consulting Private Limited, to kindly come and give his talk, confined to some around 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Session Chairman Mr. Ramanathan, and my sincere thanks to the President, Mr. T.C.A. Prasad, who was also my colleague in Steel Authority of India Limited, and the Vice Chairman, Vice President, as well as the Council members. And Mr. Ramanathan was telling about his truth and the kind of professionalism which our President has practiced. I know we are doing time overrun, but this shows while he was taking the feeling from Mr. Ramanathan what will happen, what is there, he also rang me one Sunday and he said, Asim, you have to prepare that perhaps if there is a problem, 7th we will get to know, you have to chair a session. Then I said, I prepared for a speech. He said, you managed like that. This is the professionalism he managed for making this position a great success. I think the most important, I would manage time, not a problem. I think a lot of speakers since yesterday have spoken a lot on these. RISE is a very nice way of taking the institute forward, keeping in view with this Vikshit Bharat, how the RISE thing and giving it to the Institute of IIM Ahmedabad. And I was also very happy to have some association with the kind wishes of President and other council members. Now, down memory lane, which if I go, I'm in a very different positions. When I did, why to talk on this growth of the profession, how I have seen the professions. And I'm a person who was there in the industry as a CMA, who passed his CMA, and who also acted in the chapters for the CMA, for the regional council of the CMA, worked with the council for the CMAs. Yesterday I found Mr. G.B. Rao, and two of our past presidents are here, Mr. Harijiban Banerjee and Mr. Amar Kumar Das. I recalled I told Mr. Rao, that time I was the secretary of the Bokaro Steel chapter of cost accountants, and Mr. G.B. Rao was the president. And we invited the steel minister Santosh Mohan Dev to inaugurate the building. The building was prepared when I was in the chapter committee. So from that side, and today when President has invited me that you be also associated with the strategy committee of the institute, it's a great pleasure. When I did my cost accountancy, it was 81 to 82, 81, 80 to 82. I did my CMA course. Thereafter, I just try to see how the growth of the profession is happened with a person who is willing to do it. Now, I don't know, we can do only introspection and find how it linked up. After passing the cost accountancy, many of you may not be knowing, I joined a mining company called Manganese Ore India Limited for about a year before I transit myself to Steel Authority of India Limited. And there I worked with the plants. I got the blessings of the then chairman, Mr. Krishnamurthy, by which I was sent for an extensive training in British steel plants. Came back to India. I was engaged in teaching on cost effectiveness in our management colleges and various training institutes. After that, I left Steel Authority in 2000, joined the Tatas, joined as a CFO and company secretary of their one company, which they wanted to put me in right from the day one in Jamshed in Mumbai. I said that I would like to enter the kitchen to learn the cooking, and I did the same. They posted me in Jamshedpur. I was there for 3 years, came back to Mumbai to take over the commercial vehicle part of the Tata Motors business as the business planning head. Then subsequently to commercial vehicle, passenger vehicles for everything taken together, and then become the group performance head. One of my officers, Gopal Bhutada, is sitting here. He was the previous speaker of this session. I was the group performance head, and when in 2021, chairman told me that the whole of your career you served with in finance, can you take over a very challenging business, that is the electric vehicles, as a managing director? And that too also the mobility space of it, the subscription model of it. And last 4 years of my career, I was the managing director of Tata Motors Smart City Mobility Solution Limited. What I mean to say, what a CMA can do, I may not have done everything. And now you have seen I am managing director of NAPTOM. This is a new company I started in July 2025 after I retired on 19th June. And in the course of the presentation and even yesterday and today's deliberation, we talked of consultancy on advisory could be one of the things where it can go. And NAPTOM is the name given by me only, that is navigating tomorrow. So navigating tomorrow is my current destination. What I mean to say, a CMA can grow, CMA can do lots of things. I even decided, I have many offers to join for any other company or for a consultancy organization. I developed my own, and I am very happy to say that we have expanded our offices in Mumbai, Bangalore, Surat, as well as in Singapore. So, in a short span, we could do such a way. I think a CMA's capability is actually to be seen in a different light. With this, I come into the presentation. I will try to give some anecdotes, which is during my life I experienced, to see what could be the best way of doing it, what we are missing. I will try to avoid the things which have already been told at the cost of the repetitions. I think everybody talked about, and my previous chairman, thankful to him, Mr. Ramanathan, has clearly stated that compliance, accounting, costing, all are our domain. But beyond that, there are a lot of things to be thought over. There was a speaker, I think the previous session chairman, she joined Cummins recently. I was in the Tata Cummins board for a long time, and there was a fellow in Cummins who and his wife joined the Cummins India together. Wife continued in the finance. This gentleman became the HR head of a plant. Then he became the manufacturing head of another plant. And last time when I met him, I said, what is the next destination? He said, I should become the commercial head of this company. So see the aspirations. I think if the aspirations are there, people grow like this, people become CEOs. So why we should consider that only governance or accounting, costing, cost audit, etc. will be our job. When a B schools, the MBA curriculum is there, the first year of the curriculum is a general management. After that, the functional specialization started. With this, let us talk on a few slides. I will very quickly pass through. So, basically speaking, what I wanted to say that why now? Why intensifying the growth of the profession now? Because many speakers have stated, we have grown beyond proportions. Frankly speaking, audacious goals. In fact, I was privy to one of the CII meeting where most of our ministers were there, Mr. Goyal, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, everybody was there, and we are having with a cup of coffee, we are discussing on the targets, because last 4 years of my career, I was fortunate to be with many bureaucrats, many ministers, because of the portfolio which I handled. And I was talking, they are talking about the targets, etc. And I was talking of certain numbers. One minister, I will not name him, he said that, come, if this is the target, then you are not going to survive in the current Prime Minister's regime. He always fixes up target, the visions in a much bigger way. Audacious goals we should fix up. Things may happen, may not happen, but I think earlier we talked about aspirational. Today we talked about audacious. Some company on which I've been helping them for transforming their business, I am trying to chase them on audacious goal. In Tata's also we did the same thing. I think chasing doesn't mean that you will achieve. I recall one of my managing director, I was in the finance, looking after the business finance. He used to tell that budget is only between you and me. The target for the entire group. By mistake, one steering committee, I presented a slide by which I could show some budgetary target. He banged me left and right. He said, this is not the target for everyone. The target, it is for you and me. That's called aspirational audacious goal. This managing director is nobody less than, everybody knows him. He is Mr. Ravikant. Gopal knows the way he tried to say, he tried to make the organization. Growth of the profession, higher impact, not more work. We have to talk on finance 5.0, value architecture, not reporting. Capital has to be capable, cost have to be competitive, growth has to create sustainable value. This is the message of this slide, and we clearly say that India's growth being accelerating rapidly, we are finding advisory gap for the economy. Can CMAs not play this role of these advisory gaps? Shift from compliance to high value advisory, CMA relevance rising, not declining. If we find, now one thing which is being talked about many ways that AI will take our job. AI cannot take your job. Only when you think your job is too little, you are facing the problem. That's why I'm telling today the relevance of CMA is really rising. I think over, when I introspect in my mind, I think of myself, I said how it can happen. I'm telling you one of the anecdote, I think this is to increase the horizon. When I was working in the cost control department of a steel plant, of Steel Authority of India Limited, I used to see that heaps of limestones are stacked. I asked someone that why these limestones are stacked. They said the silica content is very high, it has got no use. 2 years I fought to find out what is the alternative use of this limestone. There's a huge story. Some of my own book will get published very soon. I have written that story in detail, but some and substance of that story is, I could prove that in the blast furnace, if you charge it as against quartzite, the yield could be 30 to 40%. Just think over what could be saved. This is the role of a cost accountant. This is the role of a CMA. If you consider your mundane role, it will be problem. And that time, my age was 29 to 30. Not more than that. Even less than that, perhaps. And I thought I fought for almost 2 to 3 years to see, and finally got an award from the chairman. That's a part. But I think this is the very big way. I think when we are talking of circular economy, all the metals are to be retrieved. I think this is the way the CMAs can show the path. So India's growth engine, MSMEs, employment backbone, startups, innovation and scale, PLI, manufacturing competitiveness, Gati Shakti and Make in India, productivity, but all these things, say government is kind enough to provide you everything, but all these things need finance-led cost and productivity intelligence. Please do not undermine yourself. My message to myself and all the professional fraternity, please don't undermine yourself. It is a finance-led cost and productivity intelligence. So what does it mean for CMA profession? Higher capital deployment, faster decisions, higher complexity, focus on unit economics, and cost to serve. CMA as a strategic business partner. My friend Nagesh has already shown we work together in TCM, so I will not dwell upon it. In my own imagination, I have made this in the next slide. Yeah. This is a very important slide and I made it myself. And I will request the President and the entire Council to think of it. CMA 1.0 to CMA 5.0. What is our role? My slides, my presentation is already been given to you. Think over. It is my own idea that CMA 1.0 you tracked. This is a very important role. You track the numbers, you tabulated the numbers, you find prime cost, cost of production, cost of sales, marginal costing, so many things. CMA 2.0 is control. Today also we are talking of control. The independent directors, every day, there was a point of time where I was sitting on 18 Tata boards. I think the highest number of boards which any executive could manage. It's a mad cycle when the quarter endings happen, and the independent directors, the house, what this is one. So control is very important. CMA 2.0 doesn't mean I am making it 2.0, but fact remains you have already become an expert in doing the thing. First you become a good cook, then you become a good chef. So for control you need not do anything. That's the forming part of your DNA. It could be in 2.0. But if you nurture it today at 2.0, control only. You may see number of acts have come, ESGs. There are so many other compliances there. I sat on these, SRSB board of the ICI has invited me to be there. So I sat up there. There are also a lot of issues are coming up. But I think we are again thinking of our mundane activities. CMA 3 is strategic costing. CMA 4.0 is digital insights. So if you think of strategic costings, I am not telling strategic costing is still, it is there, it will be there. But the phase has already, you have already left this phase. Mr. Gopal Krishnan is instrumental every Friday, night time, close to 9 o'clock. He used to invite all of us for that CMA Ignites digitization. Excellent session, excellent speakers. I was really finding his enthusiasm. I could attend 50% of the session, 50% I could not, but I always say, even my wife used to say, today you are missing this session. What happens? This shows the passion in which it is happening. And finally I will say, when you are talking of 2047, Vikashit Bharat will be there. But much before, you are to be a sustainable value architect. That's the most important destination at this moment CMA has. I can't say tomorrow when 6.0, 7.0 will come, what it be, because we are fast moving. Never people thought that we could be this trillion economy today. So I think don't stop yourself with 5.0, but 5.0 is sustainable value architect. My request to President and the entire Council, please take out the messages when you are publishing the syllabus, when the IIM Ahmedabad is doing it, at least sustainable value architect. Make out a point where what is the deliverables for becoming a sustainable value architect. Then emerging advisory demand, MSME, cost and fundability, PLI incentive modeling and compliance. Many speakers talked on it, so I am moving fast. Logistics and supply chain optimization, startup economies and scale readiness. Actually speaking, my inspiration of starting this consulting activity is more because startups may not be able to afford the business transformation. And very important thing has been told that actually we all believe on these things. Sales is vanity, profit is sanity, and cash is reality. Startup is for cash is actually a myth. That is killing your startup. Startup also need to have cost-effective growth. It is cost leadership the startup needs to have. In fact, one more project of mine will come. I will not be able to disclose that today, where I will be linking the cost leadership with the sustainability. I think those metrics will come in India, and those metrics will rule the next age. So advisory landscape will be global firms, boutiques, finance in-house. Already our Honorable Prime Minister has stated that why we should have 5 global advisory firms, why cannot? India has those things. There is a huge scope of consolidation. Biggest gap is MSME and mid-market, natural CMA territory. I think I am clearly telling it's a CMA territory. Please try, please train our persons when the course of TCM has come up. And in fact, we have spent a lot of time, the Institute and the CII together to design the course. We will emphasize on it. We will try to see the mind or horizons of the students who are coming. And here the students are not necessarily the CMAs. I don't find the CMAs X, Y, Z is not the most important thing. Most important thing, how you are bringing the cost leadership. The CEO demands that from you. CEO expects that from you. And there is nothing which is impossible. There is a capability gaps. If I think of the capability gaps, this is limited MSME advisory, really. Weak operations, finance integrations. Operations, I am working on such a company where you find very poor integrations. Operation people talk on X things. I can't name those things. I have found people presented the product profitability to the big boss, where manufacturing decided to present one profitability, finance decided to present another profitability. I was sitting there. I didn't represent the finance discipline. This happened to very big shots. This is the irony you have to think over. I will give you another anecdote. Here I will name the person because he is basically worshipped by us. Mr. Ratan N. Tata. He left us. Mr. Tata, I was in the executive committee of the board, not as an executive committee member, but as an invitee. That time I was not a CFO also. My group CFO was presenting variable conversion cost. How I've told this story to my officers number of times because they are not privy to access that one. How it has come down. How it has come down from year over year. Mr. Mr. Tata raised his hand and he said, Mr. X, how did you calculate this variable conversion cost per equivalent vehicle? So he said it's variable conversion cost. That means power, spares, indirect materials divided by equivalent vehicle. Mr. Tata said, I understand that simple mathematics, but what is your equivalent vehicles? Unfortunately, CF was not aware what was the equivalent vehicles. I was sitting in the back, so he asked me, signaled me. So I raised my hand and I said to Mr. Tata, this is this X-tonner vehicle of Jamshedpur. Mr. Tata said, have a heart. This vehicle was the first vehicle rolled out in Jamshedpur. And after that, we have already brought in 37, 38, 40 different grades. Still, that is their equivalent vehicles. What is the solution? Bring some solution. Then he told me that, I told him, sir, the solution is to do activity-based costing, where the cost drivers should be different. He said, I'm not a finance man. You do your job, but whatever is that, you do it. That's what pen shop is today, governed by the number of quotes, press shop by number of strokes, and everything in ERP. 3 years my team worked with me that time to implement that, and that is in ERP. So I see the big man thinks first, and we thinks late. That's why I told you anecdote. Yes, Chairman, I will conclude it very fast. So this slide I will dwell for some time. This is the Finance 5.0 framework. Earlier I told you CMAs, now I'm telling you finance. Intelligent finance, AI-driven costing and forecasting. Number one, are we doing AI-driven costing and forecasting? Answer is no, if we touch our heart. Finance 2.0. Return on capability, talent, value. Finance 3.0. Resilient finance. ESG adjusted capital and risk model. I have not written 4 and 5 deliberately. So together these pillars redefine professional relevance. We have to think over that. So core capabilities, cost effectiveness, digital and data, operational excellence, and high value advisory. Productized advisory offerings for scalability. Presentation is there. It can be circulated. In the interest of time, I'll move fast. ESG is a huge game. I'm fortunate enough to work under Mr. Bipin Sondhi and Mrs. Kirloskar to form that CII Green Council too. I think there you see that way also the CMAs, how it can contribute, we'll say. We did a lot of logistics modeling. In fact, I told, I think, previous Cashon convention also, the advanced prognostics. My earlier company, we took to that level that the driver is, we are able to ascertain a particular part when that part will fail and accordingly manage the inventory. That is the power of advanced prognostics. Digital finance ecosystem, integrated ERP, manufacturing and logistics data, automation of routine finance process, advanced analytics for cost and cash modeling. Actually, earlier it was designed to cost, now I would say it is designed to cash. That is the way the organizations will find real-time dashboards enabling faster decisions. Talent and skill requirements for CMA growth. These are the areas where we need to see strong accounting, costing and taxation foundation, that is anyway your fundamentals. Advanced analytics and financial modeling skills, consulting, problem structuring and communication skills, deep understanding of manufacturing and supply chains. Operating model for advisory excellence. This is the hybrid delivery using experts and digital tools. Outcome-linked pricing models, standardized playbooks for scalability, very important. You go to some consultant, I will not name any, tell him that I want this product. Immediately, 10 minutes, you will take less than 10 minutes, take something from you, you say, this product's costing or pricing should be like that, and this should be the vendor pricing. That is the way the playbook functions. That's not the final these things. That is the way you can technology partners, ERP analytics, legal tax systems, financial institutions, so on and so forth. And go-to-market strategy for advisory growth is segmented offerings for MSME, mid-market and large firms, pilot-led engagements with proof of value, flexible pricing, retainer, project and success-linked and thought leadership-driven client acquisition. Somebody has talked about, I talked to the six. Risk management is known to people. Finally, the roadmap of ICI, very important, capability assessment and pilot advisory offering. Number 2, productionization and partner integration. Number 3, scaling advisory services and digital platform. Build sustainable thought leadership and market presence. This is the route in which finally the rise will grow. That is the way I feel we should intensify the growth of the profession. And finally, our prophet Mr. Peter Drucker, I thought I searched for some quotes for him. Second quote I adapted. Of course, it is not exactly his quote, self-explanatory. The best way to predict the future is to create it. And if I adapt it for CMS, what gets measured gets managed. And what gets managed creates value. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Asim Kumar, for your excellent presentation. In fact, both speakers, they bring to bear a rich repertoire of experience, knowledge. I am really doing a disservice by trying to curb their enthusiasm and limit the scope for their very elaborate preparation. But all these PowerPoints, I am sure, will be shared by our institute with all of you. Most of them are self-explanatory, and if more information, insight in any of that is needed, you are always free to write to the institute, and we will get back with more clarification as may be needed. I would now request Mr. R. Narayanan to come and give his address.
Eminent CMAs on the dais and on the floor, and all the participants in this conference. Good afternoon to all of you. I wish to thank our President for giving me this opportunity. I am a CMA with 38 years experience, 10 years in Sanmar Group and 28 years in Murugappa Group, and President probably thought that I will have some knowledge to share with all of you from the corporate point of view. So thank you, sir. So this is the overall subject matter that was given to me, how CMS can leverage India's growth, moving beyond compliance. Secondly, how we can build global consulting firms. Thirdly, driving competitiveness through innovation in costing, etc. And how, as a CMS, we can drive India's journey towards the 2047 ambitions. Why the demand for cost and management accountant will go up? Currently, I believe there are about 90,000 CMAs, and by 2030, it is expected that India might need 1.5 lakh CMAs. Why there will be the demand for CMAs? Our India's economic growth, everyone has spoken that we are leading the world in economic growth for the last few years. Secondly, there are a lot of things like China Plus One, the production-linked incentive, and the domestic demand, which is growing based on the aspiration of generation Z also, and the middle class has larger aspiration now. And then CMAs are needed for strategic focus. And we all talk about the digital and technological advancement that is driving the business as well as our profession. And the increasing global opportunities. A lot of Indian companies are going abroad and acquiring companies. A lot of global companies are coming into India. All these are driving the need for higher CMA professional by 2030. what the cost auditor will ask. These were the things that were driving the CMA profession in industry. And then historical cost, end of the month, maybe by 7 days or 10 days, we used to give the costing statement, P&L, etc. for the previous year. This was the past. But now there is so much pressure on the business. Every day there is so much pressure on business that we have to move beyond the historical costing and P&L statement. Now everyone demands that we give the information here and now. I want real-time costing, etc. That is the demand from the business for the cost and management accountant. And today we are no longer bean counters. It's not that you come to office only for delivering some financial statement, but today we are expected to be the business partners for the business. And one thing is, as the apex body, the Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of India, the body is the apex body which must drive our members towards and prepare our students and emerging members to play cost and performance advisory. I have cut down the word advisory because the companies are not looking for us as an advisor. They want us to take the ownership. They want us to deliver results. Instead of telling that the cost is so much, the margin is reduced, they want us to say why it has happened, what we must do, and we must also be a part of the delivery mechanism. From the industry perspective, I think it's very good that the demand for CMS is increasing. They say that what is the right of the business to win in a particular market or a particular geography. If you don't have the right to win, you will not exist. Similarly, CMS also, we should have a right to win. Just because the industry was formed in 1959 and today it is a 70 years old institute, the members are coming out of that, no one is going to respect us. What is your right to win in the real-time world? And then the business must approach the CMAs. They must think that we are adding value and come to us proactively and say, I have this problem, you tell me what I should do. And irrespective of our age or experience, we must be in a position to express our views, show some numbers, show some analytics, and recommend some way forward. And only if this happens, that in every MNC or a company or a SME, the business loves the cost and management accountant, then only we can say that the profession can grow. So the topic is how we can make the profession grow. I think that unless our performance is that the business loves us, we have no right to win and our profession cannot go. And in our business, we are definitely respected and loved by the operating team. And so I am going to share a few instances of what we are doing, how we are sharing our insight and helping the business do better. And that is the way I think the demand for CMAs will grow in the industry. So earlier we talked about historical cost and P&L management. I think by repeatedly saying that we are bean counter, we are just doing a postmortem, we are degrading ourselves. Today, there is very important that the month-end costing statement that we give is also very much important, because even though every day you give some numbers, the world is changing so much. Every day there is some change in the duties, tariffs, or the exchange rates, etc. What was true for every day of the month, end of the month, we must go through that and then say that this is the overall performance of different segment in the last month. This is where we have made money. This is the geography that we have made money. So we should not ourselves say that the historical cost accounting and P&L management is not important. It is very much important. Secondly, today there is lot of demand from the business for pricing management. In our company, our SBO head asked finance to set the pricing. So I did not agree with him, because I said, if I give the price, how sales will have ownership for the same? but the business head said that you have the data on cost, you know what is the current selling prices, you know where you are making money, where you are not making money, and therefore you must take the role of fixing the prices, what is the price increase that must be made, and you should convince the sales head and get the changes done. Practically, we worked with our sales team like that during a high intensity cost push. We actually prepared that which product you must increase the price by 3% or 5%. We sat with the sales head also. He said somewhere, no, I cannot do this. Somewhere I can do increase the price even beyond what you have said. So we together did that, and we in the weighted average price increase, we are able to manage the cost push. But then there are times when the business wants to go very aggressively. Every time I cannot go and say that increase the prices. There are times where we go to the sales team and then say that here I am making a good margin. I don't need any price increase, but I need volume increase. So you please reduce the price by say 2%, but you bring me 4% volume growth, so that I will get efficiency or variable cost efficiency I will get, but fixed cost leverage also I will get. I will be able to manage the margin percentage, but we will be able to increase the absolute volume of profit. So finance has to play both these roles, CMA has to play. And then it is not the action on the marketplace alone. You cannot talk about only pricing. Today we are swamped with imports from China. China is not having the market in US. They are trying to dump in India across many industries. Secondly, in India also there are a lot of small scale players for abrasives. So we have a big setup, big factories, vice presidents and all. Whereas in small companies, their setup will be small. They may be making a product which may be 80% of our performance. Still they are able to take the shares from us. So the incremental 2 or 3% cost savings every year will not help the business now. So our company, our MD directed us that you must target at least 10 or 15% savings in cost. Then only you can compete with China on a permanent basis. Therefore, what we did was we had taken some 500 SKUs which form 75% of our sales. We asked our sales team to give what is the market price for different SKUs. We segregated where we are competitive, where our pricing is equal to the market price, where our pricing is 10% higher than the market. So we then started working internally how we can reduce the purchase cost, how we can go to alternate vendor, what is the manufacturing excellence we can do. And so this is in progress. Somewhere we are able to get so far 5 or 6% saving, but our target will be much higher and we have to work toward that. Therefore, no, we have to enable the sales to sell to the market by being competitive, and CMA play a very important role in this cost excellence journey. And segmenting profitability, whether you are profitable in which geography you are profitable, which product you are profitable, etc. This is naturally the role of a finance team only. So we are expert in this because we have all the data. We have the selling price, we know which customer it went, we know which product group we sold to which customer and all. So naturally this is the segmenting profitability and telling the team what to sell, what to reduce, and somewhere even say that even negative gross margin you sell because for some strategic purpose if it is needed, we have a roadmap over 1 year that will reduce the cost. Currently you don't lose the market share, even this has to be advised by the finance team. Between transfer pricing is a big subject in multinational companies, or even in our company. There is one SBU which is supplying the raw material, one SBU which is using the raw material to produce a consumable for the external world. So always there will be fight between whether you should make the money or I should make the money. Similarly, we are selling the product to our subsidiary in USA. They create the market there. and they hold the stock there and sell. So now whether the profit should be made in India or the profit should be made in USA, again this is another subject. So in these areas, finance can play a lot of good role by preparing a combined profit and loss for the both the raw material supplying unit and the manufacturing unit, and tell the company that this is the optimum sharing of profit between the two SBUs or between the two entities. Here we have to take care of the international transfer pricing regulations also, which we are qualified to do because we have experience in that. And then as I told you, segmenting the profitability between regions. So which dealer is profitable? If the dealer is at least growing by 20%, even if it is a lower margin, then it is okay. But if the dealer is neither having growth nor is having profitability, then we segregated our dealers into 4 buckets, where you should push the sales, where you should go slow and all those things. I am just giving you an example of the matrix that we prepared and slotted all the dealers into different buckets. So the responsibility for growth of CMA profession is tripartite. The first responsibility naturally rests with the institute of our institute and the central council and the regional council. The syllabus has to be updated, the training has to be the practical training, internship, how we expose the student into the various latest emerging technologies, etc. This is the role of the institute, and we are also having a lot of partnership with CII, TCM or IIM institute, etc., which the institute is doing. That should be the main focus. Secondly, the corporate have a big role. The CFOs like me or the CFOs who are sitting here, we must propagate the role played by the CMAs and contribution to the business, and we must ensure that we get the publicity and we get more opportunities in the corporate. And finally, the CMAs themselves, the students themselves, they have a large role because they must be ready to work hard and long hours in the factory environment. It is not work in the factory is not a 9 to 5 job. It is going to be sometimes 10 hours, 12 hours, or critical time you may have to work on costing, margin management, closure of financial period, etc. And they must be willing to learn new topics like AI, BI, etc. See, onus is on the students also, and we must prepare them for this and also give them the soft skills needed for this. So for India, we need to compete not only with China, Vietnam, Thailand, Turkey, etc. So if India has to go towards the goal of 2047, then we all have a role in ensuring all the above take place. Finally, in terms of the consulting, already my previous speaker has spoken about that. But my only point is there is a lot of opportunities for the people who are in practice in terms of consulting, MSMEs, startups. In big companies, there may be multiple cost accountants may be there. In smaller firms, they may not be able to afford cost accountant, say 5 or 10 cost accountants. So the consultant who have a multi-sector and multi-company experience, even someone who has gone to another abrasive company consulting, he can come and tell me that some other company is doing in a different manner. So consultants can bring the benefit by their experience across the sector and across the industry players, and the role can be more towards MSMEs and startups and specialized consulting for bigger companies. But only point to be noted is that companies are not ready for just some advisors, because they want consultant to be involved in giving some time frame, some deliverable goals, etc. My previous speaker also spoke about result-based, performance-based fees, etc. But I am not talking about that. I am saying that a consultant cannot be merely a consultant and just give some advice on the paper. Today we want participation in implementation also. This I have talked about how we have enabled the cost accountant to deliver by freeing up their time, by having a shared services, the most of the transaction processing has gone to a separate unit, and business finance, the chartered accountant or cost accountant can concentrate on delivering value to the business. And similarly, there must be a robust IT system, ERP, workflow, etc. And thirdly, there must be a culture encouraged in the organization to promote the business finance people to make a lot of analysis and come with conclusions and joint development projects, because this can succeed only in the organization there is such a climate of business finance partnering. So that is all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Narayanan, for a very complete, comprehensive analysis and bringing your practical experience also into that. Question and answer, always it provides a lively interaction between the audience and those on the stage. But for want of time, just like the chairperson of the previous session said, here also we will take all questions through the digital mode, whatever institute has arranged, and we will get back to you with all our replies. Yeah, President, one thing I have done right for this session is I am trying to conclude it within the time slot which you have allotted, 90 minutes. I have been able to do it thanks to the active cooperation and support of two speakers, and also the passive cooperation of the third speaker who could not be present here owing to his last minute some personal development. But I would also like to thank him for first having agreed, though he is now not being able to be present for reasons beyond his control. And with this, I will now invite Mrs. Arati Ganguly to propose a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. Though the time is running out, I am making it very short with full of gratitude to all of you. President, sir, Vice President, sir, all council members of an institute, dignitaries on the dais, respected former presidents present here of our institute, chairman of SIRC, WRC, NIRC, and their vibrant teams, RCMs, chairperson of all chapters and their vibrant team, former chairman of the regions, chapters, present here, directors and employees of the institute, esteemed speakers, distinguished members, dear professionals and students. As we come to the close of this enriching and thought-provoking session on intensifying growth of professions, it is my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks to all of you. At the outset, I express deep sense of gratitude to CMA Dr. KCH AVS N. Murthy sir, council member, for setting the tone of today's program with an inspiring welcome address. I extend my sincere thanks to our eminent speakers who shared their invaluable insight and rich professional experiences with us. My heartfelt thanks to CMA N. Ramanathan sir for his practical perspective drawn from decades of leadership in industry and the emphasizing resilience and value creation in a competitive environment. I am equally grateful to CMA Ashim Kumar Mukhopadhyay sir for his forward-looking views on consulting, innovation, and the expanding horizon of professional opportunities in a rapidly changing global landscape. He is also the chairman of ERC in 97-98. Now presently I am here. Our sincere thanks to CMA R. Narayanan sir for sharing deep insights into strategic finance, operational excellence, and the critical role finance professionals play in driving organizational growth. My sincere thanks to all the participants for your enthusiasm, presence, active listening and engagement which truly enriched today's deliberations. In Coimbatore, CMS gathered here one heartbeat to rise India, spirit, strength and service. With these words, I once again thank dignitaries, speakers, participants for making this program memorable and impactful. Thank you. Thank you all of you. Have a wonderful day ahead.
So technical session 2 is closed. All of us kindly may adjourn for lunch. Thank you.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. If your stomach has been growling louder than the speakers, congratulations, it is lunchtime. So kindly proceed to the dining area before your stomach starts asking any questions. Yeah, sure, sir. Thank you. And enjoy your lunch. We look forward for your kind presence as we continue our program after lunch. The next session will commence at 2:15 p.m. Thank you.
Dear delegates, the program is about to commence in few minutes. All the dignitaries and delegates are asked to take their seats. Thank you.
Behind every successful business decision, there's always a CMA. In today's fast-paced economy, where every decision counts, there is one profession standing quietly behind success: the cost and management accountant. Behind every efficient system, every optimized budget, every value-driven policy, there's a CMA, a legacy of nation building. The Institute of Cost Accountants of India, ICMAI, a statutory body under an Act of Parliament, was established in 1959. Operating under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, ICMAI has been mentoring business leadership and behind every successful business decision, there's always a seed. At the mention of Coimbatore, our heart overflows with joy and polite speech of the people of that town. At the mention of Coimbatore, our heart overflows with joy and polite speech of
the people of that town, just like Coimbatore's
Ladies and gentlemen, we warmly welcome each and every one of you to the next session on strengthening competence and capability, which begins now. I may now invite CMA Dr. V. Murali, Council Member, ICMAI, and CMA Rajendra Singh Bhatti, Council Member, ICMAI, to accompany the Chairman of the session, CMA Ramesh Kailasam, President and CEO of IndiaTech.org, and CMA Gopal Ramanan, Vice President and JPAC Controller, and Board Member, OFSS Oracle India Private Limited, along with CMA Harpreet Singh, Vice President at the Royal Bank of Scotland, and CMA Robin Banerjee, Chairman of Nuclear Research Private Limited, to the dais. Please put your hands together for the dignitaries on the stage. Now, I would like to request CMA Dr. V. Murali, along with CMA Rajendra Singh Bhatti, to present the memento to CMA Ramesh Kailasam, Chairman of the session. I would like to request CMA Dr. V. Murali, along with CMA Rajendra Singh Bhati, to present the memento to CMA Gopala Ramanan, the Honorable Speaker of the session. I would like to request CMA Dr. V. Murali, along with CMA Rajendra Singh Bhati, to present the memento to our Honorable Speaker, CMA Harpreet Singh. I would like to request CMA Dr. V. Murali, along with CMA Rajendra Singh Bhati, to present the memento to CMA Robin Banerjee, the esteemed Speaker of the session. Thank you, dignitaries. I may now request CMA Dr. V. Murali, Council Member, ICMAI, to render the welcome address. Sir, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to participate in the 63rd National Cost and Management Accountant Convention 2026. Broad theme, Raise India. This session theme is Strengthening Competence and Capabilities. I welcome the erudite session panelists, CMA Ramesh Kailasam sir, CMA Gopal Ramanan sir, CMA Robin Banerjee sir, CMA Harpreet Singh sir, and my dear brother and colleague in the council, chairman of the Direct Tax Committee, CMA Rajendra Singh Bhati ji. We are living in a knowledge era. Knowledge is power. Idea is power. No longer a person who is having a capital only called as a capitalist or a promoter. What you require is a fertile idea, sustainable idea, scalable idea, an idea which is capable of being converted into commercial proposition. You must have the right competence and capability to face the world with confidence. We must realize that in a society, the only changeless factor is that change is inevitable. Robert Kennedy says, great change dominates the world unless you move its victims. Today, the world is changing. Trade and commerce is changing. We have, IT side. There is so much AI and all we discussed. IT boom did not last, but the inroads it has made into our traditional methods of practice, traditional areas of practice cannot be denied. There are umpteen number of sites which gives you free advice. There are lex sites which gives you free legal advice. There are corporate sites which doles out corporate advice for nothing.
The financial institutions like ICICI giving a free tax consultancy to retain customer into their fold as a value addition to their customers. There is a slow metamorphosis in the role of practicing cost accountants. The traditional areas may be showing signs of drying down, but there are many new emerging areas. So we should have the competence and capability, diversification and specialization are the hallmarks of a successful professional. When you talk about competency, capability, the type of continuing professional education we have, how a continuing professional education has to be. You should be both intellectual based and value based. Intellectual based education influences the head, whereas the value based education influences the heart. When the head and the heart go together, you need not worry about the feet, it will go in the right direction. Now the professionals have to adjust themselves to the market-driven demand services instead of relying on regulation-driven demand services. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi ji, what they are proposing, you must have a big desi firms instead of multinational firms. When people with a diverse qualification, they come together, advise to their client, why not our firms? Why not we come together? The philosophy of Mr. Modi ji is live and let live. You should not be like a crabs in a basket when in a tight situation, vie with one another to pull others down, rather than any one of their own reaching the pinnacle of glory. Live and let live. Try to give the best possible services in one particular single roof. You have to give. You have to come together so that you will be result oriented. Adi Gadre says in the AGM, sales is vanity, profit is sanity, cash is the reality. Sales is very important. As a cost accountant, you know the market share. But what is the use of the sale when you don't have profit margin? So sales is vanity. Profit is very important. But what is the use of the profit? It does not have positive cash flows. If your profit is there, locked up in work in process, finished goods lying in go down, stock in trade, cash crunch. So dear cost accountants, we have now the cost concept being used. Our chief guest, yesterday, he was talking about the total cost management. Mr. Narayan Seturaman. He is not a CMA, but he knows the concepts well. He dealt elaborately. The reason is hands-on experience. That is very, very important. In a bus, if the conductor sleeps, you will not take the ticket. If the driver sleeps, everyone has to take the ticket to the heaven. Our cost accountants is like drivers. You have to take the people in the required destination without having jerk. Reaching the required destination is very, very important for us. Our CMA profession is an ethical-based profession. In terms of style, swim with the current. In terms of principle, stand like a rock. And the number of practicing cost accountants are around only 3,000. Roughly, we have only 7% of the total membership strength today. So here, competence and capabilities. When the world is going to open, only thing is our chief guest also said, be grounded, he said. Be grassrooted. I want to tell you, when Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel went to United States of America, the press asked him, you come from India, Home Minister, what is your culture? He said without hesitation, my culture is agriculture. Be grassrooted. So whether it is a multidisciplinary firms, everything come together, all these things, be grassrooted in core competency. This is very important. When Abdul Kalam, I was the Central Council member of the CA Institute, I was the PR committee chairman. So I went to the Abdul Kalam sir to invite him for a Vigyan Bhavan function. When I went there, 5 minutes time was allotted to explain. So in my enthusiasm, I was telling him, see, we always provide continuing professional education for our members. We have rain or shine, we have got an exam November or May. We got a pay commission for our staff. Like that I was telling, discipline mechanism. He said, stop. What you are telling our members, our students, our employees, you come by an act of parliament. You are telling partners to the nation building, but the nation should say, ICA is your partner. For that, what you have to do? What is your vision and mission statement? Give me. He saw it. It is a inward looking. You should be outward looking to the society. Because you have come by an act of parliament, the institute has to bother for the society. Individual members can empower themselves. That is different. This is what he said. So this topic, competence and capabilities, he mentioned. Your core competence, using that, how you can help the society. Blood donation camp, anybody, round table, Freemason, Lions Club, Rotary Club can do it. But using your core competence, what you will do, how you will prepare a model budget, how you will accounting for agricultural production, self-help group, what type of fiscal discipline you are going to do. If you are a doctor, you must reserve certain beds for the have-nots. So what you do, you change your vision and mission statement, amend it, and then come and meet us. I will agree. Immediately we had a PR committee meeting. Kamlesh Vikamsi was our president. Mr. T.N. Manoharan was our vice president. We did it, changed the vision and mission statement, went to Abdul Kalam ji, sir, we have changed it now. He accepted and he came and he said, I will solemnize the new vision, mission statement of your thing. He came and done it. Why I'll tell you, when you talk about competency and capability, it should be macro. It should be social focus. This is very, very important. When you have a stent cost, the Modi ji is reducing it. The cost of the life-saving drugs is getting a reduction. Who is contributing? Cost accountants. To what extent the prices could be slashed? Who will say? How the consumer's interest will be protected? How the insurance coverage when you are doing it? What is the real cost? What type of margin you have? Why the pharmaceutical industry is objecting? Cost audit. Why? Their profit margin will be knowing. R&D, how it is amortized. There are certain issues. So dear friends, whatever we do, passion with compassion, empathy, not apathy. Same Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, I want to tell you, in this connection of MDP. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel is inaugurating a doctor conference. Allopathy doctors, homeopathy doctors are there. Allopathy doctors say we only represent the true medicine. Homeopathy doctors say no, we only represent the true medicine. There is a fight. He has to arbitrate. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel came to the podium. The doctors are very eagerly waiting, whether allopathy doctor or homeopathy doctors. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel said, it is allopathy or homeopathy, that does not matter. What the patients require, your empathy and sympathy matter over. Dear friends, always consumer-centric, society-centric. This is the thing, we have to do it. There is no proxy for CMAs. I want to tell you, when I talk about proxy, a school inspector visited a school, he wanted to test the quality of the student. Who is the class topper here? One person raised his hand. You are a class topper? Kindly answer the simple question. He could not answer. He was blinking. Why you are not able to answer? You are a class topper? Are you not ashamed to be the class topper? Sorry, sir. I am a proxy student. The real student has gone for India-Pakistan cricket match. Then he is very, very unhappy with the teacher. You are the teacher. You must know who is the class topper. Are you not ashamed to be the class teacher? Sorry, sir. I am also a proxy teacher. The real teacher has gone for India-Pakistan cricket match. Then the inspector said, you are all very lucky. If the real inspector came, really would have had it, he said actually. So everybody is a proxy. But then our CMA, we don't show off. We don't do window dressing. We don't know how to make a very ornamental display. Although we are doing it in such a nice place, we don't have a big, political figure to inaugurate it. But we do. We know our job well. And தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஒரு பழமொழி உண்டு. ஏன்னா கோயம்புத்தூருக்கு வந்து நான் தமிழ் சொல்லாமல் இருக்க முடியாது. தாயை பார்த்து பெண்ணெடு, தரத்தை பார்த்து வரவிடு, நிலத்தை பார்த்து பயிரிடு, நேரம் பார்த்து முடிவெடு என்று சொல்வார்கள். Decision making is very much important. You have taken a decision to participate in a very useful one. The topics are useful. The people who are here, erudite scholars are there. They are having, so dear friends, the regulators handling common sense approach, because you passed the same question paper, same answer paper, same qualification. How one person is becoming a CEO? My friend, who studied with me next to next one, Swaminathan, Balmer and Lari, he is a cost accountant, only cost accountant. He became director, distribution, marketing like that. Which field he will go, we don't know. Qualification is CMA. So the future belongs to cost accountants. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Cost accountants are big dreamers, not daydreamers. With a common sense approach, you have to do it. A bird flu was sweeping the country. A health inspector came and he is asking, what you are feeding the chicken, man? Poultry farm. Sir, I am giving husk, grain, dhanyalam kudukuren. You are underfeeding the chicken, man. Chicken will put on, you require a nutritious food. Pay the fine of 1,000 rupees. The poor fellow paid 1,000. Next week, another health inspector came. What you are feeding the chicken, man? Sir, I am giving badam, pista, dry fruits, grapes I am giving. You are overfeeding the chicken, man. The chicken will put on extra weight, calorie. Pay the fine of 2,000 rupees. This fellow paid. Next week, another health inspector came. What you are feeding the chicken? This time he became worldly wise. It is illiterate farmer that is, but then common sense. He said, sir, I am not feeding anything. Daily I am giving 1,000 rupees to every chicken. It goes to the market and buy whatever it wants, sir, actually. This is the reality. Sometimes, whatever your scholarly thing, you must know how to adjust, how to bend without breaking. So, dear friends, in this session, it's an important session. My message is that aware, beware, care, dare, be fair, because you are very rare. How many cost accountants are there in the total population? You have to play our role to perfection, and that is the reason why inventory audit in the income tax department was given here, because you are the best today. In a government, one minister visited here. So our minister has hosted a dinner for the foreign dignitary. Like that, he also given a dinner to him when our minister went there. Very beautiful bungalow was there. So our minister asked him, how you constructed this bungalow? Then he said, he opened the screen. Sir, are you able to see the bridge? Yes, sir. While constructing the bridge, I constructed this bungalow. Then our minister also invited the foreign minister, please come, sir. Then he came here. His bungalow also equally fabulous. So the foreign minister asked him, how you constructed your bungalow, sir? Yours also equally fabulous. I am flabbergasted to see your bungalow. Sir, he opened the screen. Are you able to see the bridge, sir? No, sir. In the name of constructing the bridge, I constructed my bungalow, sir, he said actually. This is called end use of funds. That's why CARO, you have CARO reporting. Physical verification is very important. Physical verification of stock is important. When you file a revised return in the income tax, when the time is due date is over, what you will do? You cannot adjust any cash flow. So you only play with the stock. When you want to have working capital, play with the stock. That is why the stock is very, very important, because your profit margin. In fact, the chief guest also mentioned about it in a different way. That is focused cost he mentioned. So dear friends, it's a great opportunity, and let me end with what George Bernasha has to say about life. Life is no brief candle for me. It is a sort of a splendid torch which I got a hold of it for the moment, and I want to make it burn as brightly as possible before handing it over to the future generations. Keeping these words as our motto, we want to do something useful to all the stakeholders of the society, not only to our members or students. That holistic, big picture, we want to have it. That is our sum and substance. We have to give value addition to the society by enhancing our capabilities. Otherwise, what is the use of your capability? Earning money, you can go through so many things. But then, enhancing the capability, giving value addition. A person who gives information is Adhyapak. A person who provides knowledge is Ubadhyaya. A person who imparts skill is Acharya. A person who gives insight is a Pandit. A person who gives foresight is a Drishta. And a person who provides wisdom is Guru. My wish is that each and every one of you should become a Guru by providing wisdom not only to your clients, not only to your employer, but to the society as a whole. Thank you very much.
I now request CMA Ramesh Kailasam, Chief Executive Officer and President of IndiaTech.org, to take charge of the session. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Usually, I have a 99% hit rate of speaking at a session after lunch. But fortunately, they put somebody, Shri V. Murliji, Dr. Murliji, to wake all of you up. Now that you have woken up, I will do one more level of check as a CMA to check whether you are really awake or not. So, interestingly, the session is on strengthening competence and capability, and I'm happy and privileged to be part of the 63rd National Cost Convention 2026, and the topic is aptly RISE India, with RISE having the acronym of Reposition, Intensify, Strengthen, Enhance. So considering that I need to check whether all of you are awake, a question, all of you have had lunch? Please raise your hands. Okay, if the hands are not raised, then either you have not had lunch or you're sleeping. So the second question is, the topic is rice. So how many of you had rice during the lunch? Okay, all of you raised hands. How many kilos of rice would have been cooked for feeding all of us today? Any idea? Yes? How many kilos? Sorry, 100? Okay. So let us do some math, and this is something I had spoken at the Vigyan Bhavan session, but since many of you may not have heard it, I'll revisit it back. So to cook 1 kilogram of rice, everybody would say, I did this session in a grouping of corporate CEOs, and the answer came to me saying, you didn't ask which type of rice. Okay. So this is called opening the onion peel kind of question. So you have to keep peeling to get into the right answer. So somebody said, you didn't say it is Basmati or Sona Masuri or Govinda Bhog or Badsha Bhog and so on, right? Or Tamil Nadu Ponni, right? Or Shellam rice. The second question was that some people asked me saying, interestingly, one person told me that there is also a rice called Jeera rice. So the whole audience started taking it with a pinch of salt. But so the answer actually is, as CMAs, we should have the whole picture. And therefore, 1 kilogram of rice, depending on the variety, consumes anywhere between 2,500 liters to 3,000 liters. So if you consume 10 kilos of rice all put together, you can multiply it by 10, 25 to 40,000 liters. Now, majority of the rice goes in evaporation as well, and some are soaked by the soil, but that is what it takes to grow rice, because it's a thirsty crop. With good amount of cost management, efficiency management, people have managed to bring down in certain varieties. There's an article of mine called Responsible Rice. They've managed to bring it down to 800 to 1,000 liters. This is the way we need to think. Think holistically for any problem. I am in the business of advocacy. For me, if a small policy change has been written, while I'll be addressing the local government official, I'll be thinking where the wires would have ended. And in some cases, it might have ended with the president of some other foreign country also, right? That is how deep these connections are these days. So, in the same session, somebody said, the vegetarians were very angry that I made rice look as the villain. So, they said, you didn't talk about chicken, you didn't talk about meat. Why make rice the villain? So my next question was, there was also chicken served there today. So how many liters of water for 1 kilo of chicken? And the answer goes anywhere between 4,500 to 5,000 liters. And that is not what it drinks, but what it drinks plus what it eats, and the feed that went to create that amount of what you call feed. So the water consumption. And meat starts with 15,000 liters. So you know what is your water footprint. When you are drinking water and eating food, that is the amount of footprint we have. So, fellow members of the profession and esteemed panelists, I am the chair of this session. So I thought I'll start with this small awakening example so that all of us begin to think holistically and begin to apply it in our lives. We stand at a unique kind of crossroads in the history of economies, not only in India but the world. And you know how the world economy is changing. It is no longer the conventional way in which things are going on. Things are changing by the minute and hour. We have often, and when I go and talk to outside people and say I am a qualified cost accountant, they often stereotype judge you as custodians of cost. And they say, okay, as custodians of cost, you must also be looking at efficiency. And you must be the guardians of financial discipline. And these are the terms I have heard, which all sound very nice. But the world outside our cabins and cubicles have changed. The modern economy is no longer based on historical data, but it is about predicting the future. And therefore, in order to ensure, and cost was once considered as the heartbeat of the industry. So in order to continue to be the heartbeat, we need to rise. And aptly, rise is the theme. We need to rise and evolve as well. So, and this is another favorite topic which you need to understand as CMAs, is for all businesses, the customer of yesterday has changed. It is not the customer of tomorrow. It is the customer of yesterday. And I think yesterday and today we have been talking, and in some sessions I heard people talk about millennials, Gen Z, and so on. So the customer of yesterday wants everything by the swipe of a screen or a click of a button. And therefore, the 3A model of the conventional FMCG sector is getting questioned and is also adapting and moving. What are the 3 A's? Affinity, accessibility, affordability. In the 70s, 80s, 60s and all of that, whenever people had access to a radio or a television, what was the affinity built on? I got a beautiful looking actress or a cricketer or a movie star or a celebrity to come and endorse a product. In your teenage, you must have fallen in love with that photograph or that advertisement and you built affinity to the product. I then had to reach you as a customer. So I built what is called accessibility, which means it was accessible in the shop outside your school, it was accessible outside your college, and because you had less pocket money, I built the affordability by bringing the packet size into sachets, into small packings and so on. 10 rupee packs, 5 rupee packs and so on. But that has now moved to the digital world. No longer are families declaring which soap you will take bath or which oil you will cook in the home. The next gen is deciding what they want and they are accessing it in platforms and social media platforms at will and ready to endorse and buy products which are not necessarily from a main brand but can be from your local guy who might be operating from within your road or even mohalla. So, therefore, with these kind of changes happening, it is very interesting that the new age and emerging economies don't seem to, at least formally, and neither have we as professionals, seem to understand that should something be prescribed, then only we step in. It has always been in the 60s, 70s, 80s, industrial revolution and so on, that we waited for something to be prescribed by the government for us to grant legitimacy to ourselves. We have not necessarily, and there are people who have adapted and changed and tried to evolve and offer offerings to the new age sector despite the fact that there has been no kind of prescription. And I think that is where the trick lies for us to grow as professionals, to start embracing new age technologies, not for using them, but for offering solutions for those industries which are evolving, what I call as children of the internet. Now, there is something where I keep talking about children of the internet because 20 years back, all the companies that you are using today or Gen Z and millennials are using today never existed, because these are not brick and mortar. These are asset-light models which came into being thanks to the internet. With the outage that happened to the data centers, I just rephrased my parentage for these companies as children of internet and data centers, because you might still have internet, but if my data center conks off, you may not have access to the same Zomatos and Swiggies and the likes. So therefore, with these new age companies, last week I got a call from a celebrity who also started an AI company and said, I'm trying to work out my pricing, but I'm not able to, and they were going on a different way. And thanks to the wiring I have had of having learned cost accounting and also working out different types of cost, it came in a jiffy as if it was muscle memory. And I solved the problem for that person. And he was very astonished to say, oh, we never thought on these lines, and dependencies on the LLMs and the costs and the backend data center costs being apportioned to what I was working out as my cost of offering an AI product. So therefore, we have a solid case for even getting into seamlessly into and effortlessly into these kind of industries, because they need us. It is just that we have not made ourselves available to them in the manner in which our value is seen. And there is a no-brainer that all the new age and emerging economy companies need our services, even if it is not prescribed. So therefore, I represent India Tech. We are an industry think tank which work on 3 pillars: creating wealth in India, and we opened up listing in the Indian stock market for all the startups. Today 36 startups are listed thanks to the effort we did 5 years back. We also work on ease of doing business issues, and we also work on unlocking new market and business ideas by changing government policies. And these 3 verticals, we represent startups valued at close to $400 billion. And these are companies which have grown in the last 5 to 6 years timeline. And we work in around 40 sectors. It was 35 sectors till last year. We just added 5 more sectors. So we work in 40 sectors where we see huge potential. So, and we are running late, so I will not take much time. All I will say is it is time for us to make the transition and not wait for any prescription, not wait for mandates, and start offering solutions and be there, go out and be adventurous and try to come out and evolve. Be startups on your own right. Each individual of you can become a startup in your own right and think out of the box and start offering solutions to sectors which otherwise you had never thought of. Today, we are joined by leaders who sit in the helm of key responsibilities, and I would now invite CMA Gopal Ramanan, Vice President, JPAC Controller and Board Member of OFSS. I was once part of Oracle, so he's and we were working at the same time together. That's what I discovered now. So, over to CMA Gopal Ramanan.
Very difficult to stand in a single place. So, Vanakkam Kovai, and my long-standing friend Murli has given a long speech and awakened you, and we'll talk how we can rise together. So, I know we are running short of time. I don't want to anecdote anything. Let me straight away jump into that, and this is a presentation which I made when I was sitting in the morning. This is what most of the people said, and he was also mentioning. And if you think, okay, what I am doing, I can continue doing it, please forget it. The same questions will come, will AI take my job? For those who still prefer to do the work, what they have been doing earlier, if they want to continue, then AI will not take, you will be giving it voluntarily. So, going back, I'm doing good, right? But what I should do if I have to move to we have the book, right? What is that? Good to great. So, we as a finance professional, we are doing good. Is it okay? Or if I have to become a good to great, what I need to do? And what do you mean by great? So, I just put some coinages here. growth, today the finance leaders as a CMAs, we need to be a catalyst, right? And you can't work in silo. You need to work with the business, and you are the one who knows the in and out of the company, how it operates and all. So be a growth catalyst in enabling the company to grow further, and also being a resilient. That's a company. In a turbulent time, when you wake up, there's a 500 tariff will come or not, whether tariff will be there or not, what percentage, my exposure to US, and COVID. So many things comes up, and we should be resilient and see that the business is also resilient and then keep moving on. So that's what as a leader, as a finance leader, we need to do that. And then you have to enable. Enable in the sense is mostly, for example, I have been using the old techniques. Should I move on? Should I implement ERP? Should I use my Power BI? Whether I should do an analytics? So that's something that as an enabler, we need to go and tell the organization, the management, and of course, first and foremost is think you are the management. Be it on your practice or this thing, so you own the business and treat it as is. And then assurance provider. So people should know, okay, everything is going fine as a finance leader. You give the comfort to the government and also to the internal people that, okay, everything is fine, okay, my GST is filed, I am compliant with GST, I am compliant with the tax department, I am compliant with various other acts which are there. So this is something that we should be changing. So why I am giving this one good to great is something that I believe in that one, keep moving on that and raising the bar. And then the trust creator, as he mentioned, as a stakeholder, as an investors, the public listed companies, they need someone who should be trusted. And whatever that we are presenting to them, one is the assurance to the internal management, and for the external stakeholders, the trust creator. So this is something I thought, some of the things that in the good to great, something that we can do. And some of the things already we are doing, but collectively if we start doing that Viksit Bharat, we can achieve more if we focus everything. See, one person doing is different. Collectively, people doing a drop of water cannot become an ocean. So you need to collectively start working on those things. Okay. This is something I keep talking on some of the leadership sessions when I do. The mindset needs to be changed. Before you change anything, so that's something that we have to change. And if you have to change what, I always ask this question. Suppose you're going for an interview. Okay, one person is coming out and then saying with a cover and then going. What you will feel? And what will be the first conversation when you enter? It's not the conversation with anyone, it's a conversation within you. Oh, this guy has got the offer, so I'm going to be just interviewed and let go. So the conversation happens within you. So it's more the internal that we need to change as a mindset when you change this one. And some of the things which is very critical is the emotional intelligence. Today's world, there's nothing like, okay, I come, I do the work and then go. So you have to be more enhanced EQ should be there. And critical thinking. Okay, I don't want to give a lecture here on what is critical thinking, and it's more like whenever somebody says something that, okay, just don't take it on the face value, like he was mentioning, right? The morning session in Tata Group, Azim just mentioning that they gave a number and how this number comes up. So validate some of these things. So critical thinking is more important. And then communication skills. We are all good in number crunching and then analytics, everything, but we don't know how to communicate back to them. And if someone counters that, we'll know that it's wrong, but sometimes we'll just agree and then come back. And there are two things. One is the agree or you accept and come back. So we need to competitive in terms of like, I don't want to bring in other courses or anything, but we need to develop the communication skills in terms of influencing the the influencers. For example, suppose the management is going to take a call, you need to influence them that this is the right one. And for that, you need to be convinced first. And then time management, which is very critical, and no one is going to give. It's a 24 hours for everyone. You can work 23 hours or 24 hours or 5 hours, it's up to you. Where you can get the time, that's where the technology, take the help of technology and make the life easy. Some of the companies close the books within 2 working days after the month. But there are companies which closes after 1 month. So think, what they are doing for 30 days is for closing the book. So a time saved of 20 days is in your hand. So that is something that you need to do, and that's where we get the technology's help. And as a CMA, we need to think differently, and then we have to be very creative on these things. I don't want to talk much on that one. Again, coming back to technology, there are various things. I don't want to dwell too much into that, and first is your, where is the pointer here? The typical, and none of the sessions will go off without AI or ML. Use the AI and ML. What is AI ML? It's up to you. You go to Krog, you go to Perplexity, you use ChatGPT. These are all the types of AI which pulls data and then gives you in a fraction of a second. How to use it and where to use it, that's up to you. And it should be a supplement to you in terms of saving your time and efforts so that you can focus on various other activities. But blindly don't go with whatever is there. There is something called hallucination in AI. If 100 people say something, Coimbatore is the capital of Tamil Nadu. And if you ask ChatGPT, it will say, okay, Coimbatore is the capital of Tamil Nadu. So there's an hallucination and it pulls whatever is maximum is there and that gets, so don't go by whatever it gives. Supplement your natural intelligence also into that. Blockchain. I don't know how many of you really know this one. It's a topic by itself, but being in the financial side, blockchain plays a very vital role, and you may not be knowing it, like especially in the bitcoins and all. How you track even entire transaction end to end, and in case multinational companies, the intra-companies, you can use the blockchain. Understand this, you don't need to know the technology behind that, but see where you can use this tools in your day-to-day operations. Either you practice or as a consultant, you can go and give this, especially in supply chain area, this blockchain plays a vital role. And then, we deal with so much data. I never did a cost audit in my life, but I have seen people doing it. If I go to their office, right, at least this much of paper I could see, and they print it and then do it. I said, how do you go through this entire numbers, right? If you have the soft copy, you can just do it with the entire. You can create on dashboard permanently, just upload the numbers, boom, you get some vitals. It's like your blood test. You give maximum a small quantity of your blood, but it will give you everything. The same thing, if you put in the data, let it work for you. You don't put it in Excel, try to do a pivot, 100 pivots you will be doing, and if you forget to refresh one pivot, you are gone. So use some tools which can give you this efficiency, and then throw all these things which you can talk to your clients. And then, so robotic automations in various, it can be deployed anywhere in any of the departments in the organization. And people get confused, what is AI and what is automation? Automation is something, what is existing today, you just automate it. But AI is something that is being created, and the generative AI is something which, for example, we use in some of the cases. You can ask why that salary has increased. Why my advertisement cost is high in this quarter compared to the previous 3 quarters. It can go to the ERP, it can pick up and then give you, there's one invoice which you have paid for a marketing event, so that's why it has gone up. It can go and do and give a descriptive answer to you what you would have done. So that is the generative AI. But automation is It's like typing or whatever that you want to do. For example, if I say something and it can be recorded, that's an automation. So people get confused AI and automation, but this is automation is something that you can automate. And people ask this question, will AI take my job? That's a regular, most of the sessions when I speak, the question comes like that. We had a role called, most of you would have known, typist. Today, do you have any typist now? No. I prepared my first resume in the typewriter. It took almost 20 copies to come to that one. One column will be different. So then came the electronic typewriter, then computer. So we keep upgrading that and our phones, but we don't upgrade ourselves. So these skill sets that we need to keep updating if you have to be competitive in the world. So what is the key takeaway? Innovative mindset, change your mindset and be innovative, and keep learning continuously, and use the modern tools and technologies to your purpose. And when you are using some of the AI tools for your clients or your organization, be mindful you are playing in an open area. People can view whatever you are doing. So the data will get pulled by outsiders also. It's getting stored in some other location. So use a firewall, use your login ID and pay for that and then use it, rather than using a customer, I want to do a reconciliation of GST or 3 and then upload in ChatGPT, it will give you. But that is getting recorded somewhere, all your sales, bills, everything. And do more analytics. I know we are dealing with data, and that analytics could come with some insights. You have done the analytics, that's not the role. That can be done by all the automations. But the insights needs to be done. So for that insight, you can use AI, and you should know when to use and what to use that AI for. And then use the artificial intelligence, but most preferably your natural intelligence is more important, and artificial intelligence will be supplementing this one. And this is where we are. And ICMI, last time I used ICMA.ai, but it's a topic on AI, but this is what you can take away and you will not forget, because this is the institute. And thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, CMA Gopal Ramanan, for your insights, and especially the fact that tomorrow's business cannot be fought by yesterday's tools. And of course, your good to great. I think all of us need to imbibe that good to great kind of characteristics. I now invite CMA Harpreet Singh, who will cover the topic of strengthening CMA competence and capabilities using AI, and he has a presentation. Please.
Okay, meanwhile it connects. Good afternoon everyone. अरे भाई break lunch किया है नहीं किया? Good afternoon everyone. So we had CMA V Murli ji, and as a student I was reading his messages and good to listen to him, and sir dare compare everywhere I am here, so I will borrow it from you, okay? Then we had CMA Ramesh ji, and sir, you are an expert in a lot of things, but we got to know that you are an expert in rice and rice both. And then we had the CMA Gopalaji, and now since you are good to great, so he has set a right tone, he has told you about AI. Now my endeavor is to show you certain tools and what is going to be the outcome and what you can use in your day-to-day life basically. This is what essentially I am trying to do, but let us see if it goes in the right direction. It should go. नहीं duplicate से भी होगा. Oh, that is the same, sir. Oh, that's not a problem. Okay. Not happy. That is the last resort. Fine. No, so that's, see sir, that's a problem there. फटाफट ले जाइए. Sorry for the technical issues, but we are just starting. Okay, so how many of you have already used ChatGPT? Almost all. How many of you have used Claude AI? Claude AI. I can see a few raised hand, but not many. Perplexity, sir, we know Perplexity is there. Yes, yes. And of course, we know that to Indian users, ChatGPT Go is free for 1 year. We know that for Airtel users, Perplexity is free for 1 year. We know that how many of you have used Gemini? Gemini. Many people. You know that Geo users have Gemini free for 1.5 years. So this is a basic information which I wanted to give you. है ना? ये तो पक्का हो ही जाएगा. But then I wanted to show you certain things, and let us hope it goes on. And if not, Hana, we can go with sir's presentation meanwhile if it is causing. He will speak only. ठीक है sir, आप इनको invite.
So wherever you do, wherever you go, wherever you wire your devices best, it fails when you need it most. So we are maintaining consistency there. So we should be happy that we are consistent there. I'll request CMA Robin Banerjee. It's an honor to have him on our powerhouse panel today. He is a multi-specialist with 35 years experience, having worked with giants like Hindustan Unilever, ArcelorMittal and Suzlon, and he is now the chairman of Nucleon Research. I would request him to give his words of wisdom and his experience for this audience. Over to you, sir. Maybe you can use it here. You can come here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, banta hai na? Banta to hai. There was a check done that we are awake or not. Some of us are awake, it seems. There is still one more speaker. So I have been given a time of 15 minutes by the organizer before I started. Therefore, I was wondering that what is it that I should speak on when we are talking about competence and capability. So what I will do, I have been hearing the presentation since more or less since morning. I want to shift the gear a little bit. And it's always good to run in a different gear. Whether it's fifth or sixth, I'm not too sure, but let's see some gear. What I would do when we are talking about competency and capabilities for CMAs, cost accountants like all of us, I would like to break this into two parts. Part number one, what is in front of us? And in order to tackle what is in front of us, what is it that we need to do to make ourselves more capable? I have my mobile here just to see that I don't speak too much. In order to talk about the first part, I want to give you a picture of the world. As you all know, the world is worth $120 trillion. $120 trillion, are you aware of it? Hopefully you are. We generally say it's 100 trillion, but it's actually $117 trillion. We'll round it up to $120 trillion. We have all heard that 10 years ago, India was a 10th in stacking order in terms of the size. The size of a country is dependent upon GDP. The largest country on this earth is the United States, which is, any idea how much is it? The United States today is worth $30 trillion. The second country on earth is China, which is worth $20 trillion. So out of 120, 50 is gone. And the third is worth $4.7 trillion. So 30, 20, 4.7. The fourth, as I'm talking to you, India is now the fourth largest GDP country. Last week, we have been announced that we have $4.18 trillion, beating Japan, which is $4.12 trillion. Why am I saying this? Why is it that when we're talking competency, CMAs, all of you are very learned, why am I giving you this gyan of how large is this world? We have all heard that India is going to become the third largest country in the world, which means we are going to bypass Germany. The expectation is by 2028, 2029, 2 to 3 years from today. We are almost there. We have just crossed Japan. We are the fourth largest country. We are likely to become the third largest country very soon. Then what? You may have not heard that by 2050, ladies and gentlemen, your country, our motherland, will be larger than the whole of European Union. European Union consists of 27 countries on this earth. Will be larger than European Union. And how much is that? That is $18 trillion. Very close to $20 trillion by 2050. This you may not have heard. The next one, what I'm going to tell you, perhaps you have not heard at all. I am not too sure why we are not publicizing it. By 2070, your country will be the largest country on this earth, beating United States of America by 2070. We are going to become the largest country on this earth. You will say that we are all CMS, cost accountants. Iska kuch logic to hoga? Calculation kya hai? This will happen, ladies and gentlemen, provided India for the next 10 years grows at 5.8% per annum. For information, last quarter we grew at 8% plus. So if you believe this country can grow at 5.8% per annum for the next 10 years, and thereafter the country grows at 4.8% per annum, yes, you've heard it right, 4.8, the numbers which I told you will be correct. You can do a mathematics. This has not only been certified or endorsed by one of the biggest critic of India, which is The Economist magazine. And The Economist magazine has calculated saying that given how the world is decelerating, China will never grow more than 5% per annum for sure, because the population is going down. What I said is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, your country will become the largest country on this earth. If that happens, just imagine what is in store for you and me. And that's what I want to talk to you about. As we are in the threshold of a huge upswing, we are on the threshold of a tipping point, irrespective of all the geopolitics, what is happening, irrespective of the new definition of EBITDA, which I hope you know, earnings before interest, and what Donald Trump is adjusting. So that's the definition of EBITDA nowadays, apparently. So in spite of all this, we are sitting in the best country to do business. I have a few ideas to provide in front of you, because I said I want to change the little gear. I don't have a presentation, but I thought, and I have been thinking hard as to what is it that we, the CMS, should do to make a difference. Number one, not in order of priority, as it comes to my mind, because I don't have a presentation. Number one is, what are we? We are cost accountants. Who is in charge of cost in this world? You and me. Is there any entrepreneur on this earth who doesn't want to reduce cost? I have never heard of any entrepreneur when you say, sir, madam, I will help you to rationalize cost, optimize cost, reduce cost. वो बोलेगा नहीं ये हमको चाहिए नहीं. ऐसा कोई होता है क्या? We all do business. Business is sales minus cost is profit. Do we have control over sales price? Hardly any. Sales price is market driven, most of it. What market can bear, what market demands. But cost is what we have control over. And we are the cost accountants. We are CMAs. How on earth we are not able to do well if we focus on cost? Cost reduction, rationalization, optimization. Ladies and gentlemen, tell your customer, tell your entrepreneurs, tell your clients, that's what we will do for you. Not a single entrepreneur will ever say, don't do it. So my first point is, please, for heaven's sake, focus on cost, and that's what we are supposed to do. There are people who are doing accounting. There are people who are doing auditing. There are people who are doing whatever, but we are the people who do for cost. There is no competition for us. The second, not an order of priority, we prepare the cost audit report. I have a suggestion to make. Please take it positively. How many times the cost audit report is discussed in the board? Why can't we take the summary of a cost audit report to the board and say, ladies and gentlemen, these are my findings in the cost audit report. There are 3 things which are going wrong. Please set it right. Why can't my cost auditor, you and me, do a board presentation on cost audit findings? We don't do it. At least I have not seen my cost auditor asking for permission that can I present my cost audit report to the board? A summary, the cost audit report talks about cost. It has all the information, it has comparisons. My submission to my institute is, the leadership of my institute is sitting here, please go to the government and say, cost audit report should also have 1 page on cost optimization. My and your report will be lapped up, because that's what entrepreneurs are looking for. So focus on the cost audit report, ladies and gentlemen. You have the earth in your hand. Nobody will be able to compete with you. Nobody. First, focus on cost. Second, take advantage of this cost audit report, the brilliant piece of paper which we make. The third, most of us, at least here, I believe most of us are consultants. Whether we are practicing consultants, whether we are doing practice or we are in the realm of services, we, the cost accountants, must look at the business on a 360 degrees basis. We have to look at 360 degrees basis. Holistic fashion. No client wants an entrepreneur only will give accounting suggestion, only will costing suggestion, only will give auditing suggestion. Why do you think McKinsey takes 1 crore per day cost fees? Because McKinsey does not give a costing solution, does not give an accounting solution. McKinsey provides holistic solution. We must provide holistic solution. I know I have to, okay, I can see 8 to 9 minutes of time because I'm timing it. My 15 minutes are. This holistic solution, I want to leave with you, what does it mean? Because just by saying holistic solution doesn't mean much. So I'll leave with you a thought. I'll tell you 6 things. If you have to write down, please write it down. What you and me should do for our clients. Simple, very simple. You will be able to remember it when you walk out of this convention tomorrow evening. 1, finance. Of course, we are finance guys, so we have to give financing solution. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, there are only 2 sources of finance. There are no third sources. Equity and debt. If anyone can invent the third source of finance, he or she will get the Nobel Prize of Economics. There is no third source. How to bring finance, how to account for it, and how to cost it. We discussed. Second, you must understand the operations of the company. You cannot be a holistic solution provider unless you know what does the company do. Operation is all about implementing the strategy. That means how the organization is doing. If you are, let's say, a consultant for a restaurant should be able to say, are you providing good food? Is the food people are liking it? Are you doing it on time? And so on and so forth. Operations. As a service provider, as an advisor, the third point which we must know is unique selling proposition. We must understand what is the unique selling proposition of our customer, of the client. What is unique selling proposition is all about selling. Why does people buy the product? And what is it that we should make to make customers buy the product of my client? Each one of sitting here, we must have a unique selling proposition, otherwise no one will appoint us as a consultant. So finance, operations, unique selling proposition. Fourth, which is least talked about, is risk management. Can you tell your client, these are the areas where you have risks, these are the risks which can happen, and these are the risk mitigating plans, risk management. No business on earth is without risks. Ladies and gentlemen, we must provide solution for risk, identify risks, and give plans for mitigating them. The fifth is technology. You cannot be a service provider, you cannot be a 360-degree service provider unless you understand technology. Technology does not necessarily mean that you have to know how the chemical reactions are taking place. I think many of us know anyway because of our educational background, because that's how cost accounting is different from chartered accountants, a company secretary, I think, because we understand technology, we understand engineering. We did study chemistry and physics in some way or the other. Technology, you must understand. Technology doesn't mean this mobile itself. Technology also means how is the basic manufacturing taking place? Because if you don't understand basic manufacturing, how will you reduce cost? Because cost is where the production and manufacturing and service is getting done. And the last one which you must understand is human resource. You must understand is the quality of human resources, how to deliver. Most entrepreneurs suffer from this problem that I don't have a good CEO, I don't have a good marketing manager, my CFO is not good, my HR is not good. Can you as a client, as a service provider give us holistic solution? Sir, I think this is how the human resources should be. To summarize, if you have to take away, I'll give you an acronym for you so that you remember the 6 things which we must keep in mind to provide a 360-degree solution. Finance, operations, unique selling proposition, which is sales, risk management, technology, human resources. How will you remember? F for finance, O for operations, U for unique selling proposition, R for risk management, T for technology, H for human resources, FOURTH. We are in 4th industrial revolution. We are in industrial revolution number 4. The 4th is what you need to remember, ladies and gentlemen. We covered 3 things so far, and now I have 3 minutes or 2 minutes to go. The last 2. We must identify who is our competition. We have to survive. We have to look at our competency. We have to map our competition. Who is our competition? An engineer is not our competition. A doctor is not our competition. But a chartered accountant is our competition. An MBA is a competition. Can we beat them in their game? If I have to identify what is it that they know better than us, at least the MBA guys, chartered accountants, I'm not too sure, they know at least 2 things better, hopefully. That's what I think. They speak better than you and me. Communication abilities. We have to pick up our communication ability, ladies and gentlemen. These MBA guys, they know how to present. That's what they do for 2 years. They are able to do case studies, and they know how to make a lovely presentation. You have to make a presentation because we are as good as what the communicator receives. Communication is as good what the communicatee understands. And number 2, understanding the holistic picture, FOURTH. If my competition, who is usually an MBA and a CA, more or less, to my mind, if they understand this holistic solution better, and they are better in the communication, why can't we do it ourselves? What skills do we need to have to make it happen? And the last one, ladies and gentlemen, we have discussed in the morning, in the afternoon, sustainability and all that, sustainable financing, funding, green funding. There is an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, for you and me. There's a huge opportunity. You know that top 1,000 listed companies have to prepare a report called BRSR report. Have you heard of it? The listed top 1,000 companies for the last 2 years are required to make a BRSR report, Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. What does it talk about? Have you ever read a BRSR report? The blank form is 45 pages. After filling becomes 85, 90 pages. I've never heard a board member ever read a BRSR report. I'm talking about top 1,000 companies ka board. And I sit some of them. They never read it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a huge opportunity. The world is becoming warm. The global warming is all about emission. The world is dying. The average temperature, which should be not more than 1.5 degrees centigrade, I hope you know, it's already 1.56 degrees temperatures risen in 2025. We are dying. Soon, every company, every listed company will be made mandatory to report BRSR. We, the institute, and we, the CMS, must make the BRSR report our baby. CAs are not doing it, ladies and gentlemen. They are not doing it. It's all outsourced. We must make it our baby. How we can make a BRSR report, how we can make a 2-page report from this 45-page report to understand my client, how they can contribute to the world better, especially in terms of emission. Emission is the key sustainability report which can either kill this world or make this world survive. That is the cause of the global warming. One aspect, my institute, the leadership is sitting here, and all of us together, let's focus on BRSR. Can we make the government say every Listed company must make a BRS report, and we will make it for you. We, the Institute of Cost and Management Accountants, will make it for you. 5 things, ladies and gentlemen. Focus on cost. Let's make the cost audit meaningful. Provide a 360-degree solution to a client. They will love you. And analyze competition, which means the big picture and the ability to communicate. And the last, ladies and gentlemen, BRSR reporting, sustainability reporting is a big business opportunity. Let's take it and move on. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, CMA Robin Banerjee, for that pearls of wisdom, and also coming up with an acronym, which is, I hope all of you have noted down and imbibe it in your 6 senses, because there are 6 elements to it. And the BRSR component is a very important component. In fact, some of you may be aware, but it's important that the Institute has also come with a guidance note now on environmental costing and keeping in line the BRSR scheme of things. So I would request all of you to go to the Institute website, download the report, go through it, and start.
Okay, finally it's there. Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, abhi to evening ho gayi. Good evening, everyone. No Josh. Good evening, everyone. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, my seniors, my friends, and all the learned members, sir set a very good tone around the AI. Now I want to focus on usage of AI tools for the things that we are doing. So of course we are doing costing, we are doing pricing of various products, we are doing a lot of forecasting, whether it is cash flow forecasting, my working capital forecasting, or it can be any other forecasting. It can be dashboarding. There are a lot of policies, sir and madam, we are making the accounting policy, the costing policy, the MIS policy of the organizations. We are working on Excel, MS Office, other things. We are sending a lot of emails every day. There are certain small applications, big applications which we are using, and we can make small applications on ourselves. And there is a concept of super software. Sir, what is a super software? It is a software which is controlling a lot of other softwares. So it is essentially a robot sitting in your computer and doing all of the things. So what I am going to do is I am going to demonstrate how you can use various AI tools and get these things done. Okay? So first of all, sir, there is a requirement of preparing a product cost sheet. I want to prepare a product cost sheet. And that cost sheet should have a lot of tabs. Can AI prepare such a product cost sheet? I will straightforward go to where I have prepared the cost sheet. So here, if I zoom my screen and if I may show you, I have given which tool we are using. We are using Claude AI, and I have given a prompt. What prompt, sir? Prompt is very important. Prepare a product cost sheet and something. Yes, I have given that prompt. After this, what is the output? What is the output that I have got? sir, my output is this, and let me show you, is it in Excel? Yes, this output is in Excel. How many tabs, sir and madam, we are having? We are having instructions, input, absorption costing, variable costing, pricing, sensitivity, decision, a lot of. We are having 15 minutes and I am going to show you certain things. We are not doing it practically here because we do in a workshop, but I want each and every one of you to try these things, right? Second thing that we have is, of course, we do variance analysis. Yes, we do variance analysis. Sir, for variance analysis, I got some data. And of course, the same way I gave this prompt to Claude AI. Now, what variance analysis is basically, so if I may show you, sir and madam, we are having, for example, this data. What data this is? So there are various scenarios. There is some standard cost data. Of course, we have standard cost data. We are cost accountant, we know that. There is a actual cost data. Of course, there are actual costs which we incur, which the organization incur in various heads. And then there are certain additional context on the basis of which you have to do the analysis, the variance analysis, and the output that I have got from AI after doing all of this analysis is comprehensive, variance analysis comprehensive working. And what you have, friends, is, of course, there is a summary. There is a summary which says, okay, what is the variance in material, labor, variable, overhead, fixed, a lot of different things. Material variances, then separately you are having tabs for having different reports, labor and so on. Labor, root cause analysis is also there. Then management action. So what is the root cause analysis? It is giving you, okay, this is the root cause analysis, this is the evidencing, etc., etc. Then management actions and what is the escalation that has to be done. So basically the costing portion, and likewise you can utilize it for different things. Next thing is, which I wanted to show you is, okay sir, I wanted to prepare a feasibility report. Now, of course, you might have heard that big fours are also using AI and there are backfires also. So, like sir said, we have to use it under certain framework, keeping certain controls. But sir, there is a detailed feasibility report and this we prepared in Nepal. So, people wanted to have some exploration, okay, in oil and gas, in power generation, in automobile. I want to do a feasibility analysis whether my costing is going to be that much that I am going to be profitable, or there can be some other things. This is the feasibility analysis which is done by the AI only. Now, CFO grade report. So, if you want to prepare a report which is a CFO level report, what you would like to have? Sir, I would like to have, say for example, sir, I would like to have in my report all these things. First of all, I want to have an executive summary of my financials, okay. You have it on the right hand side. Then you want to compare it with 5-year trend analysis, it did for you. Then what it did for you is, you understand it from the cost architecture, operating leverage, okay, it did also. Working capital optimization also it did. Risk diagnostic, red flags it gave you. Then it did comprehensive benchmarking with the players that you are having in your area, right? If it is a steel, then SAIL and GSW it has taken. Then it has done a strategic roadmap, okay, in the future what we want to do, right? And it has used all these sources, you can see, friends, on the screen. After this, sir, this report is not looking very good. I wanted this report to look flashy and it should look good. Then it gives you a comprehensive 1-2-pager report which is very good looking and something like that, which is going to come. Yes, this is looking like a good report, right? So you are having all the charts, etc., all the red flags, and what is the action plan? So this is something which you can prepare using AI only. I have used till now Claude and Gemini. Thereafter, okay, sir, all the forecasting that you want to do. So if you want to prepare a detailed project report, yes, you are having that also. A detailed project report, okay. This is a 3-star hotel project report. I don't know what hotel will do, but on the basis of the market size, on the basis of what is my expenditure, it is going to give me all the revenue projection, basically the charts and the data also. then it is giving me profitability, then it is giving me cash flow, ratios, and then of course there is different other costing parameters also, and then it says, okay, after all of this it is approved or not, it should be approved. Okay, fine. Further, can I create a detailed accounting and costing policy? So my organization, every organization has a policy around the accounting costing. So yes, I can do that also using AI. Using AI, I can do all of this also. Where I have created, yes. So this is my accounting and costing policy which I have created. So can you see there is a long policy which is there? Yes, it is starting with this purpose, scope, etc. And then it tells you, okay, what are going to be the cost centers. So it is for a bank, right? So it is giving you all of this, and it is not only giving you all of this, it is giving you in a proper searchable format also. So good searchable format it is giving you. Yes, on the right hand side you have that. Good searchable format, everything is there. You can click on chart of account, it will give you policy regarding chart of accounts also. So this is a very good tool, sir. How many pages I can generate? Sir, one policy is this, I have generated 35 pages here at the bottom, yeah. And there is one more policy which I created, which is cost and performance management model. It's not a policy. There are 104 pages, page 2 of 104. So of course you can generate, you can get this kind of work also done using AI. Okay, fine. Then of course, sir, can you build small application that can be used for yourself? So for yourself, or there is some employee who is not very much apt in the costing and everything, but sir, can he simply put certain parameters? So what is the raw material, what is the order received, and what is the production configuration? And can he simply get whether the production is possible or not? Yes, it says all orders can be fulfilled. The moment I say it is 5,000 units and I calculate, it says no, production shortage, you can only produce till 5,000 units and more you can't. So basically this is a small application. Likewise you create a wealth manager app and so on. Basically that's not a bar. Okay, what else? Dashboarding, automated dashboarding. Although you have dashboard, of course we have heard about Power BI, sir, Power BI is also here. But I want to create dashboard in MS Excel only. Of course MS Excel also has charts. So sir, for that I only gave the instruction to ChatGPT. Sir, I got a code. अभी किसी ने छींक मार दी है तो हो सकता है ना भी चले. But it should work. Okay, sir, I will go here and I will just insert this code here and I will close this. And now of course I have this macro which should be there in my developer tab. Yes, you are having a macro. So right now if I may show you, you are having only one sheet and this sheet is the data, nothing else. Now what you are doing is you are just running this macro, and once you run this macro, so it is going to do something. Of course we can see something is happening and it is going to create the dashboard whatever you want. And this is basically a code that I have created using AI only, and it is doing something. You can see that my mouse is flickering. So yes, after a while it will create, maybe 5 seconds, 10 seconds, something like that it will take. And it said, what it said, sir, dashboard created with 20 charts and 3 slicers on the dashboard sheet. So basically yes, all of these things you can do using AI, and you can see, sir, or the number of charts that you have got, right? Yeah, these are the number of charts that you have got. Everywhere there is a chart. There are different slicers also. So of course AI has a good usage that we can see. Sir, now the thing is, of course we can automate a lot of things, and a very good example. Koi behosh ho gaya kya? Is it like that? Okay, all right. Sir, I give one example when I just do the sessions, etc. So for example, if I may want to show you this, and if I may want to show you. So basically whenever I go to my office, how many of you have heard about Copilot? Copilot? Yes, we have heard about, yeah. So this is a co-pilot and it says, hi Harpreet, how can I help you? Something like that. I said you have to do some task. I will say, tell me actionables for today. I have gone to office Monday morning. I want to know what I have to do in the morning. You have to check my emails because a lot of people might have sent me emails, Harpreet, I want this from you, your team, something like that. Many people would have done team chats. Of course, it's not only your friends who do chat with you, it's your colleagues also. Then you have your calendar where you are having a lot of meetings, etc. After checking all of this, what it said, okay, I have checked two meetings are there. Thankfully, there were only two. Then 2,739 unread emails. I might have gone after a long holiday. Then there are certain team chats. There are a lot of team chats, and on the basis of that, Harpreet, you are having this meeting. You are having this important email. You are having this important email. You are having this important chat, and so on. So it is giving you. So are you understanding the level of impact, the importance of these AI tools? Of course, there are some things that we need to be mindful of, but it is very helpful. Now, there are a lot of softwares that you are using, and there is a super software. There are a lot of super softwares. I call them super software. They are workflow automation tools like n8n, Zapier, Power Automate, UiPath, some softwares that you might have heard of. Now this is a workflow, sir. Every week this will automatically work, okay? Every week this will automatically work. Yes, it will automatically. What it will do? Sir, you are having forecast, you are having working capital forecast, cash flow forecast, but that forecast is not going to stay forever because every week you are having certain actual cash flows coming in, which is in deviation of your forecast. Now what it is going to do, every week it is going to work automatically, sir. It is going to fetch your forecast, it is going to fetch your actual cash flow, it is going to merge them, do a computation and going to send the report automatically going to send the report that where you are lacking and what adjustment you need to do. Second thing is, this is invoice, automatic invoice versus contract workflow. Basically, you are getting every week, every day, you are getting a lot of invoices. And you have agreement with your vendors. Now, if the vendors are charging more, you have to manually check everything. This is a workflow which is automatically going to fetch the invoices, automatically going to see it against their respective agreements and going to send you report automatically. Sir, on the right hand side, are there any overcharges? If there are any overcharges, it is going to send them ticket, oh no, this is an overcharging, something like that, and it is going to send you a monthly summary automatically. Sir, can you create a very difficult, a huge workflow also? Yes, you can create some workflow like this, lot of wires going here and there. So this is also possible using AI. Okay, in the interest of time, I will skip a few things, but I will just come to one important thing, which is, sir, two people were talking with each other. One is AI, one is human. And they are talking and they are saying, human is asking AI, I was not aware you also knew that. I was not aware you were able to do that. Then what AI is saying? You never asked. Aapne pucha hi nahi kabhi. If you would have asked, I would have created all the cost accounting and cost control things for you. All the variance analysis, idle time analysis. I would have done all the strategic cost management, all the value creation functions for you, all the capacity utilization forecasting, etc. for you. Make or buy decisions for you. If you would have asked me, I would have done all the management accounting, all the decision support for you, all the transfer pricing, and sir, the words I have not heard, but I know this can do, right? Okay, I can do all the cost audit and regulatory compliance also. I can do all the financial planning, including zero-based budgeting, all the corporate finance and treasury management function, all the expense forecasting, etc. All the taxation, not only India, London, US, Spain, France, everywhere. All the performance measurement, all the direct tax, indirect tax analysis, whatever you want. All the business advisory, consulting, this is my favorite area, and it can do. And of course, knowledge, learning, capability, etc. And of course, only thing I want to convey is just go and start asking question. Don't be so much scared of the things. Just start using AI in your day-to-day life, and your life is going to be much more sorted, and you will have a lot of time to focus on the important things and not stuck in the day-to-day functions. Of course, those are very important. So, with this, I thank all of you for a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, CMA Harpreet Singh, for that insightful AI session. Word of caution, all of that happens within the firewall. Don't keep posting it on public domain so that your data becomes so public that people tend to leverage and use it. Last week there was a filing with on behalf of some company with SEBI where somebody inadvertently put something on a WhatsApp update, and thank God they had to file clarification for that with SEBI. But AI is a fabulous tool. You saw the ease at which it does things. Leverage it. When you know carefully, you have the checks and balance in place and the firewalls in place, and the data doesn't go out. In a secure environment, you can even give commands on what to do next and give time-based instructions as well. So thank you so much. In the interest of time, we will bring this session to a close. As the previous, you must have now got used to it. The questions can come online in the manner, and the guests are obviously available for you. You can catch them in person and grill them through your questions. The session, I think, was quite a powerful and eye-opener one. And the takeaways are that we need to be future ready. Many of us are getting into that mode. We need to now make it a rigor. And we are now a CMA who has foundations of cost, but is also a technologist, a sustainability expert, and a strategic partner. Our value does not lie in the data we hold, but the narrative we can build around that data to guide our organizations through uncertainty. So we should move ahead, adapt, and apply these in our day-to-day offerings to companies, including the new age companies. Build your own brand, build your own startup in a manner that you are giving offerings that matter for the emerging new innovative businesses as well, apart from old ones which are also innovating. So with that, we bring this session to a close. Thank you. I now invite for the vote of thanks, CMA Rajendra Bhatt.
Thank you, dignitaries. We are now going to witness the release of publications developed by the ICMAI Tax Research Department. For the ceremonial release of the books, I respectfully invite CMA TCA Srinivasa Prasad, President, ICMAI and Chief Patron, NCMAC 2026. CMA Dr. Ashish P. Tate, Council Member of ICMAI and Chairman, Indirect Taxation Committee. CMA Bogavelli Mallikarjuna Gupta, author of the book. CMA Vishwanath Bhatt, former Chairman of SIRC and author. CMA U. Lakshmana Rao, author to the dais. I request the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to launch the book. Thank you, dignitaries. I may now request CMA Rajendra Singh Bhati, Council Member, ICMAI, to deliver the vote of thanks for the session. Sir, please.
So for information to all, we have released total 12 books today, of which 6 are updated books and 6 are new versions of totally new books. So requesting all of you to kindly read the books. Thank you so much.
Thank you, each and everyone who strengthen and then make us compatible and competent to work in the industry. I must thank each one of the panelists who are present over here. Murli sir, given a very good round of a thoughtful commercial proposition to the CMAs. And CMA Ramesh Kalisan sir, rise and rise to be a wise. So be ready for a futuristic cost accountant. Don't be on the historical one, because a new thought is given. Because everyone who go in evaluation, they always avoid the historical cost sort of a things. So he has also advocated that. And CMA Gopalaraman sir, AI, he has given good to great thought, innovative mindset. We should use AI with the eye. So that is his proposition, and he was telling that your ICMA also already have AI, but we should always be an eye opener. So I should be a focused one. Harpreet, you did a commendable job, because you need a more of a workshop kind of a things. So you have given today's thought to have some kind of a workshop sessions. Although you got a disruption, but that's the characteristics of AI also, because although you have done a very good job. CMA Robin Banerjee, so you have given a protons from your nucleon, very positive energy for the India to become a third largest economy towards that. We are a fourth one, but you have given a very good thought, positive vibes. Thank you very much from the institute side. You've been a very intellectual partner to the today's session, and we are eager to hear you for the new session. Welcome, thanks, thank you very much.
Thank you, dignitaries. The next session is going to commence in few minutes. Please.
and industry pioneers, showing how the CMA skill set translates into strategic impact. This gathering is an opportunity to hear their experiences, learn from their challenges, and gain insights that inspire the next phase of the professional growth for all of us. I request CMA Harshad Deshpande, Council Member of the Institute, CMA Suresh R. Gunjali, Council Member of the Institute, CMA Avjit Goswami, Council Member of the Institute, to please accompany the guest of honor, CMA Pavan Kumar, Chief Advisor Cost, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, and CMA Sipan Kumar Garg, CMD Acting and Director of Finance of THDC India Limited, and CMA A.K. Tiwari, Member PNGRB, and CMA Pankaj Malhotra, Member Finance, Airport Authority of India, and CMA Rajesh Kumar Dwivedi, Director of Finance and CEO of Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, and CMA K. Venkataramanan, Non-Executive Director, Tata Coffee Limited, to the dais. We welcome the dignitaries to the dais. We welcome the dignitaries to the dais. Let's put our hands together for the dignitaries on the dais. I may now request CMA Harshad Deshpande, Council Member, ICMAI, to render the welcome address for the empowering, enlightening session.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this session. So this session, we are going to be discussing a lot of experience sharing I'm expecting from the leaders. So we talk about our branding, we talk about our positioning, we talk about our presence. So the answer to all this is this podium itself. You can find all these learned CMAs who have achieved the top positions in their respective fields. So let us welcome them, and we are expecting a lot of inputs from them. So this industry meet, perhaps the idea of having this is that experience sharing. We are expecting that their views, their stories, their life, how they have transformed from the professional to be a leader. So this journey is going to be very enriching, and I'm sure that during their address, they will definitely share their real life case stories, which will be a kind of inspiration for all of us, which will guide us, which will motivate us to achieve something what they have achieved. Perhaps today they are our leaders, so tomorrow all of us, you all could be a leader. So I thank all the leaders for making all the way. Many of them are also our CMA Achiever Award winners, and Institute of course has recognized their contribution, their position, and we have given them respected awards and due recognition, and this will continue. This is just the beginning, and I'm sure that in days to come more such personalities would be there on these forums. The leaders of today, they will guide us to all of us to be leaders of tomorrow. And with this, I take a short, I will end up my speech, and I look forward for a very interactive and
kind of a learning session wherein we will learn from the experiences of our leaders. Thank you very much.
Good evening. It's given me immense pleasure and honor to be part of this event. This event is a CMA Leaders Meet. So it's going to be the rich experience to all of us after hearing to these our CMA leaders. So I am fortunate to introduce CMA leaders to this august audience. The first one is CMA Pawan Kumar, Chief Advisor Cost, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. He is an associate member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and an accomplished finance and policy expert with over 3 decades of leadership experience across the Government of India. Sri Pawan Kumar is recognized for his expertise in cost management, government expenditure analysis, policy design, and strategic planning within the public finance and energy sectors. His contribution have strengthened physical governance, regulatory frameworks, and performance-linked evaluation across ministries and public sector undertakings. Sir, we are truly honored to have with us, sir. Now I request Harshad and Avijit Dada to join me felicitating Sri Pawan Kumar ji.
I may now request CMA Pawan Kumar, Chief Advisor Cost, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, to address the gathering.
Good evening. Leaders on the dais, President, Vice President, Council members, and students of the Institute, and my friends. Friends, I am Chief Advisor Cost, Department of Expenditure, Ministry of Finance. I am heading a service known as Indian Cost Account Service. And we are integral part of the government, and we are serving in more than 30 departments, ministries, and through a small movie, I want to show the role played by our officers in the government.
Service established in 1978 with roots dating back to 1941 and is uniquely meant by professionally qualified cost accountants and chartered accountants.
ICOAS officers strengthen public financial management, ensuring that government schemes and projects deliver maximum benefits with efficiency, transparency, and equity. Their work impacts the life of every citizen. Following are the key areas in which ICOAS is contributing towards the vision of Viksit Bharat. Defense procurement. In the Ministry of Defense, ICOAS officers are deployed in Department of Defense Finance, Department of Defense Production, and DRDO. ICOAS officers play a key role in procurement of defense equipment, armaments, and platforms through the mechanism of cost-price studies, fixation of benchmark prices, and price negotiations. Efforts of ICOAS officers and Ministry of Defense in finalization of contracts resulted in savings to the tune of rupees 50,000 crore to the exchequer. Food security. Department of Food and Public Distribution is implementing Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, providing food security to more than 80 crore citizens. ICOAS officers contributed by validating state-level subsidy claims, verifying procurement and distribution costs, and fixation of storage charges, affordable healthcare and essential medicines. In National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority, ICOAS officers help in implementing the DPCO 2013, regulating and monitoring prices of medicines and medical devices, curbing overcharging and supporting legal matters. ICOAS officers have contributed to the above roles, resulting in annual savings to the extent of rupees 24,300 crore for consumers, supporting farmers with fair price of produce and subsidized fertilizers. In Department of Fertilizers, ICOAS officers work towards fixation of urea concession rates under urea policy, compute gas pool rate and composite freight rate index. They also evaluate reasonableness of MRPs of P&K fertilizers under NBS policy, and an online dashboard has been designed in this regard. In Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, ICOAS officers scrutinize and finalize claims of implementing agencies as per Price Support Scheme and Market Intervention Scheme. Level playing field for domestic industry. ICOAS officers in the Directorate General of Trade Remedies play a crucial role in working out the dumping, subsidy, and injury to determine the quantum and extent of trade remedies required. Their efforts are playing crucial role in safeguarding domestic industries against unfair trade practices of foreign exporters, infrastructure project, and scheme appraisal. ICOAS officers posted in Department of Expenditure, Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and Office of Chief Advisor Cost contribute towards appraisal of infrastructure projects and schemes. Their work includes appraising public-private partnership proposals, participating in Public Investment Board, Expenditure Finance Committee, and revised cost committees. Public sector performance, reforms, and asset monetization. In Department of Public Enterprises, ICOAS officers are part of governance framework of central public sector enterprises. ICOAS officers formulate guidelines and principles for CPSEs for implementing new Public Sector Policy 2021, conduct annual Public Sector Enterprise Survey, development and revision of MOU framework, and monitor capital expenditure of CPSEs. Officers deployed in DIPUM and National Land Monetization Corporation aid in monetization of public assets as well as augmentation of non-tax revenue. Pricing of strategic products, review of user charges, and supporting Indian space initiatives. Officers at Office of Chief Advisor Cost are involved in pricing of products of strategic importance such as EVMs, uranium concentrates, fixed cost of urea manufacturing units, coins and postal stamps, valuation of immovable infrastructure of coal blocks, alkaloids manufactured by government, opium and alkaloid works, rails, contraceptives, and many more. They are also involved in review of user charges, contributing to enhanced non-tax revenue for the exchequer. In the Department of Space, ICUS officers conduct viability analysis of ISRO projects, costing of satellites, and preparation of costing guidelines. Regulatory function of cost accounting and auditing. In the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, ICUS officers are supporting in policy frameworks and overseeing compliance with cost accounting records and cost audit rules under Section 148 of Companies Act. Financial governance, policy support, and financial investigation. ICUS officers are also posted in ministries like Road Transport and Highways, Home Affairs, Education, Food Processing Industries, Health and Family Welfare, and Department of Personnel and Training. The role of ICUS officers in these organizations include assisting Integrated Financial Division, analysis of proposals, advice on policy design, budgeting and compliance. They are also handling pro forma accounting in Naval Dockyard, Government Opium and Alkaloid Works in Delhi Milk Scheme. Further, ICUS officers have been posted at investigation and intelligence agencies such as Serious Fraud Investigation Office and Financial Intelligence Unit. As India strides towards the goal of Viksit Bharat, the role of ICUAS during this Kartavya Kal has become pivotal, empowering citizens and strengthening good governance that is transparent, accountable, and dedicated to public welfare.
Thank you. So why I am showing you this movie? I am a Government of India service. Why I am showing you this? Because we are trying to brand our service. So we have footprints only in 30 ministries and departments. So our target is we should have at least 90% coverage of Government of India. Our officers should be posted in most of the departments because they are very much required there. So when I'm meeting the secretaries of or senior officers of departments and ministries where we do not have footprint, so most of them are not aware of our service. So you see, if a Government of India service is branding itself, so the time is changing. Because if you have to survive, you have to show what you can do. You have to display a lot of things. You have to make branding of your thing. So our aim is to make it a Big Four like agency for the Government of India. So recently, or actually I was in Isha Foundation. So I am doing some minor engineering leadership course there. So what they are doing this initiation now in hybrid mode. So everywhere you go, technology is there. So Sadhguru is giving Diksha to more than thousands of people or lakhs of people in online mode. So you have to see even technology is entering in those areas. So technology, we have to cope up with technology. So you can see a Government of India service is branding itself because either if you have to survive, you have to brand yourself or advertise yourself or to show what I can do. Otherwise, you will perish. So thank you, Jai Bharat, and my good wishes. And my apologies, actually I have to leave for some engagement at Isha Foundation. So I will leave from here. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. I may now request CMA Suresh R. Gunjali, Council Member of the Institute, to please introduce CMA Sipan Kumar Garg, CMD Acting and Director of Finance, THDC India Limited, to the gathering.
So it's an immense pleasure to me to introduce our another leader, CMA Sipan Kumar Garg, CMD and Director Finance, TSDC Limited. He is an associate member of Institute of Cost Accountants of India and highly accomplished finance leader with over 24 years of distinguished experience in India's power sector. CMA Garg is recognized for his strategic acumen and financial governance expertise. He has played a key role in project financing, debt restructuring, corporate governance, and cost optimization across both hydro and thermal power domains. Under his leadership, TSDC has achieved significant financial strengthening and operational efficiency. Sir, we are very proud of you having with all of us, sir. I request Harshad Deshpande and Avijit Goswami join me in felicitating our leader CMA Sipan Kumar Garg.
Thank you, dignitaries. I may now request CMA Sipan Kumar Garg, CMD Acting and Director and Finance THDC India Limited, to address the gathering.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and Vanakkam. In the city of Coimbatore, this is called the Manchester of South India, the great city, and hope you are having a nice time here. This gathering, before that, I will greet CMA Shri Srinivasa Prasad ji, President, CMA Institute, CMA Shri Pawan Kumar ji, he has to left early, CMA Shri A.K. Tiwari ji, Member PNGR Board, CMA Shri Rajesh Kumar Dwivedi ji, Director Finance BHEL, CMA Shri Pankaj Malhotra ji, Member Finance Airport Authority of India, CMA Shri Venkataraman ji, Non-Executive Director, Tata Coffee Limited, dear Central Council and Regional Council members of ICMAI, dear office bearers of Coimbatore chapter, distinguished CMA professionals, ladies and gentlemen, today we have gathered here in Coimbatore for a very important subject. The subject chosen by CMA Institute is very, very relevant for today's times rise and working towards Viksit Bharat 2047. How the CMAs can contribute in this, what is our role in that, whether we are really ready for this. First of all, I wish to congratulate the organizing committee and the institute for organizing such an excellent program, excellent convention on a very relevant topic. How we can become Viksit Bharat, developed nation by 2047? We need to ask ourselves that what really needs to be done by each one of us. It is not the role of only organizations, the government of India or CMAs, it is the duty of each and every citizen of India how we can contribute to this. And as a responsible corporate citizens, we can say that all the CMAs, whether you are in the practice, you are in the job. All of us have a role, all of us has a responsibility to contribute towards this goal. Now those countries, talk about those countries who are already developed. In my mind comes two things. One is the cost, second is the R&D, research and development. Whichever country has got developed, either they have produced the goods at a very competitive cost and their industry has flourished, or they have produced something like that which nobody else has produced. The one aspect, cost, we are the custodians. We can definitely give our inputs so that we are able to produce the things at the best possible cost, so that we are competitive, and we are competitive in the world environment, not only in the domestic environment. And coming to the second aspect, that is more important, that is the R&D. Whenever, like we are sitting in the offices also, we are in the job also, when we get some proposals for R&D, we always see what is benefit we are going to drive out of this, whether it will give some fruitful outcome or whether it is going to have a wasteful expenditure. So that has been the mindset in India since early times, that there is very less expenditure on the R&D portion. That is the area where we need to develop. We need to spend more on the R&D so that we can develop certain products, certain technologies where we can compete at the world level and produce more and generate more, so that definitely we can contribute towards the goal of developed nation. I will give you an example out of my own experiences. Once I got a proposal for the waste to energy plant. I am from the energy sector. Presently I am working with PHBC. Earlier I was with some different organization. I got a proposal from waste to energy plant. You know, आप दिल्ली के पास जाते हैं, वो दिल्ली की तरफ आपको कूड़े के ढेर लगे हुए दिखाई देते हैं. आजकल हर सिटी के पास दिखाई देते हैं. Every city, be a small city or big city. Then there was a proposal that out of that waste we can produce the electricity. We will convert that to coal, and from that coal we will generate the electricity. I got the proposal, but when you will see that proposal from the lens of a finance person, as a cost accountant, you may feel that this is not a very viable project. This is going to cost more, and the electricity generated out of that coal will be very costly. But at the same time, when you are thinking about the developed nation, developed India, Viksit Bharat, you have to find solution for those waste products also. So the development comes, the business comes at a cost, a balanced cost, sustainable cost. You have to see whether whatever business I am doing, that is sustainable in the long run. We have to see the solutions for that also. The profitability cannot be the only criteria. You have to see whether this decision done by me is contributing to the development of the nation or not. So that is the way we all finance people should think. We have to think beyond profits, beyond only the narrow aspect of the accounting or the basic cost. The overall objective, overall picture has to be seen, that how the decision making is to be done. I will give you the example of the THBC growth story. I am presently Director of Finance and holding additional charge as CMD also. At the start of the 2025, 1st January 25, we were having the 1500 megawatt capacity. And today we are sitting at the 3700 megawatt capacity. In the last 1 year, we were basically incorporated as a hydropower company. But in the last 5 years, we set up a thermal power plant, Urja thermal power plant, 1320 megawatt. We were not having any experience in the thermal sector. We were purely a hydro company. From there, we shifted, we created our competencies, and we started, commenced, commissioned a 1320 megawatt thermal plant last year. Another major thing which we have commissioned last year is the PSP, pump storage projects. I think most of you must be aware about what is a PSP. Today you are aware that there is lot of electricity is available during the daytime. From the 9 to 5 during solar hours, abundance of energy is available. And in the evening when there is a peak hours from 6 to 10 p.m., the electricity is very costly and is not available because solar hours end at 5 p.m. In that scenario, what the PSPs do, in the daytime when there is abundance of electricity, they pump the water from the lower reservoir to the upper reservoir. The energy is stored in the form of potential energy. From the bottom reservoir, we pump the water to the upper reservoir and the water is stored. In the evening hours, the water is released through the turbine and electricity is generated in the evening hours when the peak hours electricity is required. So that is the sustainable model of development where you have to grow as per the requirements of the society. You have to find solutions that how we can grow the country. The profits of THDC has doubled over the last 1 year. The credit rating has improved. All these things, the small contributions, whatever we are doing as a CMAs, this is towards the Viksit Bharat, building the nation, and all our small contributions will count towards the making of Viksit Bharat 2047. Now, the institute has told us that we should give some words of wisdom from our experience to the new members, the persons who are coming into the profession, so that they know how to grow, what should be their goal. In these times when today this is the internet time, everything we need to within 15-second reels we are to see, and in shorts we see the news items, the habit of reading has gone out. Nobody studies. आपको कोई new developments are there, new rules are coming, new regulations are coming. Everybody wants a summary. Nobody wants to study in detail. But let me tell you that there is no shortcut for the hard work. I will give an example from my personal experience. When I joined my first job, that is 25 years back, the first assignment I was given that I was to finalize the balance sheet of my organization. I have never finalized a balance sheet before that. In exams, we always give exams and we pass the exams. When in practical you sit in a position and you get to know the responsibility that you have to finalize this balance sheet. And that too, that was based on a software that was the D-base. पहले D-base चलता था, शायद पुराने लोग जानते होंगे. आजकल तो there are n number of softwares. In the evening, I was having no idea about that D-base. On that day, I was told that you have to finalize the balance sheet in the next 10 days. In the evening, I went to the market, I purchased a book of D-base. In the night, I was studying that book up to 3 a.m. Next 3 days, I continued studying that and experimenting on my computer that how to handle this all software and how to finalize the balance sheet with all depreciation and all those things. And in the before 10 days, in the 7 or 8 days times, I was able to complete that thing. Why I am telling you out of my experience that the power of reading, the power of studying, you can do anything. Don't ignore that aspect. There is no shortcut. The learnings, the skills. अभी क्या होता है market में you go that yes I have the qualification. The businessman, the person will say what you can do for me, what skill set you have. There is the difference. Qualifications can give you the start, but how far you will go, that depends upon your skills. What output, what is the usefulness for the, even in our relations also, if you are useful for your friends or your family, your relatives, you are valued more. But if you you are not useful, you may be valued less. So that is the basic principle I wish to give all my members, fellow members, all my students and all the CMA professionals, young professionals, that don't stop the reading habit. Continue it, and once you are through with the things, there is no stopping, there is no ceiling for the growth we can have. Because CMAs have the basic quality of cost control. That is very, very important. Internationally, we have to be competitive. That can be achieved only through cost competitiveness, nothing else. So, I wish CMA Institute a very successful convocation and this convention, and thank you so much for giving this opportunity to interact with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We may now request CMA Suresh R. Gunjali, Council Member, ICMAI, to introduce CMA A.K. Tiwari, Member, PNGRB, to the gathering.
Thank you, ma'am. So I am happy to introduce another leader from our profession, CMA Anjani Kumar Tiwari, a member, PNGRB. He is a fellow member of Institute of Cosmonauts of India and a distinguished leader in India's energy sector. CMA Tiwari has played a pivotal role in driving key policy and regulatory reforms, notably the Unified Tariff Mechanism, a landmark initiative that has transformed India's natural gas market by enhancing accessibility and fostering regional parity. With over 44 years of experience across the oil and gas, thermal and hydel power, and city gas distribution, CMA Tiwari is widely recognized for his visionary leadership, strategic foresight, and governance of excellence. Sir, we are truly honored to have amongst with us, sir. So I request CMA Arshad Deshpande and Avijit Goswami, sir, join me in felicitating CMA Tiwari, sir.
Thank you, dignitaries. I now request CMA A.K. Tiwari, Member, PNGRB, to address the gathering.
Good evening to all of you. President, Vice President, Council members, members of the Institute, industry professionals, practitioners, CMA professionals, and young students. A very happy New Year to all of you. नए वर्ष की शुभकामना सबको. If I recall my 44 years of journey in this profession, starting from thermal power to hydel to gas sector, and then as an oil and gas regulator, I find that the journey has been very thrilling vibrant, and also a lot of learning has been done. And if I recall as a role as an oil and gas regulator, I find that I did a lot for the nation, which I am going to share with you with my experience. See, regulators are very important, whether they are the finance regulator, they are telecom regulator, they are oil and gas regulator, they are road transport regulator, NHI and others. Regulators are very, very important. But my experience is that regulators are not liked by many people, many professionals. This is my experience. This is the stage I am going to share my experience. So it may not match with you, but please bear that regulators per se regulates and guides many things which may be in the interest of the industry and may not be, but check and balances are very, very important. So this is one cut I would like to share with you. Now, oil and gas sector, I will just give a very brief of it, and then what I did, what is the recent news, and then I will give my thoughts to the professionals, practical thoughts, and to the students also. So, oil and gas per se, which I see that it is a very, very vibrant and import dependent. We are importing around $150 billion of crude and LNG. Depending upon the prices, it fluctuates. And we are import dependent. But when we see the oil and gas movement up from the refinery, then there are the synergies which are required to be there, because north products are coming to the south, south products are going to the north. What I mean to say, there is a crisscross movement of the project, and where the synergy can be built up for reducing the cost of transportation. This has been advised to the many oil and gas sectors. Now I will give one practical example. You might have seen the unified tariff. Just to give example of that, the natural gas is moving, are interconnected, through interconnected pipelines they are moving through the nations here and there. And various pipeline operators are having different pipelines and their tariffs are different. So if we are moving one product from X place to another place, there is an additive tariff. In 2023, we have introduced the unified tariff in the interest of the consumers. So the decision by the regulator and decision by the professionals should be that it should be consumer-centric decisions always. And second point I would like to, might have seen from the 1st January in the newspaper, means you might have seen that there is a reduction in the CNG prices, there is a reduction in the PNG prices. You might have 1 rupee, 2 rupee, 3 rupees. This is because we have analyzed how the CGD sector should grow, and we have changed the zone for tariff, and that's why the cost of transportation has been reduced. What I mean to say is that as a CMA professionals, if we are working consumer-centric and if we are taking our decisions based on that, I think we can guide the industry, guide the professionals, guide the nation also, and if the consumer-centric approach is there. And here, as many of the speakers have told, we need to think of holistic. We have to understand the holistic. Had I not understood the oil and gas sector proper, this decision I could not have taken. So So my young professionals and my professionals who are in practice, I think if you are looking holistically, we can do. Second point I would like to share that there are various initiatives taken by the government in the interest of for Viksit Bharat. We know all. I need not have to repeat for that. But regulator and the business world, whether compliance is important or we have to create the value. I think compliance is important, but while complying, we need to create the value for that. Regulation, risk, and strategy now drives decisions. Time has changed now. Regulatory, regulations, risk, and strategy are going to drive the decisions, and leadership today demands interpretation, anticipation, and action. So we need to accept and adapt. CMA professionals or any professionals need to accept and adopt. There is no third means word for that. If we are seeing the regulations, then CMA professionals need to have the value creator, as we have, as many speakers have told, business advisor, decision influencer. So if we are accepting, if we are having the holistic view, I think we can do, and strategically we can be the partner with the decision-making process. Now, as a regulator, what I am feeling, am I regulator? No. I myself position as a facilitator. So in many points, in many conferences, you might have seen that I am telling that I am not the regulator, I am the facilitator for the industry. And that way, CMA professionals who are working needs to be facilitator for fair competition, to protect the consumer interest, to create sustainable infrastructure, and for long-term investments. Two things I would like to share with you. See, I have shared in some of the conference also CFO and CEO. So C and O is common always, and there is a F and there is a E. But if you make a straight line below the F, it is E. And E stands for environment. एक डंडे की जरूरत है. Only one straight line is important. If you have to be CEO and you act like CEO, then you need to understand the environment. And environment is very, very vast. It need not be defined. It is complete 360 degrees, 720 degrees, whatever you feel. You have to understand the environment, and I think this is the time where CMA, CFO needs to understand the environment more, strategically risk, and whatever they have to project as a natural reader. Natural reader means they have to always in the mode of acting as a CEO. So this is one suggestion I would like to give. One more suggestion I would like to give, that somebody told, I think Robin Saab has told, and some has told that we are very shy, we are not projecting. Any other professionals have also told that we do not market. I agree for that. So don't shy, market yourself and your company, project as yourself, and be smart. This is the time we need to be there. Finally, I won't like to take much time. Some of the concluding thoughts I would like to give. First, we need to have consumer-centric approach, and there is something beyond top line and bottom line. Always think. Don't be rigid on the top line and bottom line always. There is something beyond that. I think we need to think of that way. CMA and professionals not to be rigid for perfection. I think this is my experience whenever I interact with the people, with the professions, and in my office also. Decisions, we are not in a position to take decisions because perfection has not come. Nothing is perfect in the world, I am telling you. Koi perfect nahi hai, nothing is there. Don't go for the perfection always. This should be perfectly done and then you will take decisions. So nothing is perfect. I feel for taking decisions, I think some perfection can be sacrificed. And I have seen in my career that many data are getting analyzed which are not to be perfectly done. It are not to be done in such a way that is required to be done, but taking time and we are not in a position to take decisions. I have faced number of times this in many taking decisions that data has not been analyzed because perfection has not come. So don't be perfect in always and take decision faster. Always have balanced approach between profession and life. This is the mantra I would like to share with you. Life is very important. Profession is very important. Always have a balanced approach. And balance is very, very dynamic. You have to take care of yourself. You have to take care of your health. You have to take care of your family. And you have to take care of your society. And always balance. Do not disbalance. Whatever life is there, health is there, your profession is there, don't always be after the profession. Take care of your balancing life. And finally, my advice to the professionals and students, I think students are here. Can they, any of them can raise their hand? Students, young professionals, below 25, below 25, yeah, good. So my advice to the professionals and young students are, do everything in time. Again I am repeating, do everything in time, study, your professional career, your care to the society, care for self, including choosing your life partner and marriage. I have seen many of the colleagues that their children are not getting, though this is a very professional body, but I must share my experience now, that many of my colleagues are stressed because their children are not getting married, are not marrying. So this is also one part that we must take care of our family to be happy. So thank you very much. I thought within 10 minutes, 44 years of my experience, what should I say? There are many stories, many things I have done. So I tried to summarize within 10 minutes and give my views to you. Thank you very much, my institute. Whenever I see the logo, my people, my CMA professionals, I am telling you by heart that I always feel pride and I always feel happy. So thank you very much. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your valuable insights, sir. I may now request CMA Suresh R. Gunjali to introduce CMA Pankaj Malhotra, Member, Finance, Airports Authority of India, to the gathering.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce another leader of our profession, CMA Pankaj Malhotra. He is a member of Institute of Cost Accountants of India and Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. CMA Malhotra is an accomplished finance leader with extensive experience across India's public sector enterprises. With a career spanning multiple sectors, including aviation, transportation, and industrial manufacturing, CMA Malhotra brings deep expertise in financial strategy, policy formulation, and corporate governance. In his current role at AAI, CMA CMA Malhotra looks after overall financial operations and is responsible for policy development, financial planning, and statutory compliance and resource mobilization. Sir, we are truly honored to have amongst with us, sir. I request Arshad Deshpande and Avijit Goswami to join me in felicitating, sir.
I may now request CMA Pankaj Malhotra, Member Finance Airports Authority of India, to share his valuable insights.
Honorable dignitaries, distinguished guests, respected members of the Institute of Cost and Works Accountant of India, fellow professionals, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great privilege for me to address this august gathering at the RISE India conference here in Coimbatore. I extend my warm greetings to all the participants who have come together to deliberate on the theme of great national relevance as on today, that is reposition India and CMS, intensify growth, strengthen competence and enhance capabilities for our Viksit Bharat 2047. As India is moving with confidence towards this historic milestone of 100 years of independence in 2047, we collectively aspire to shape this nation, which is into a developed, strong and self-reliant, globally competitive, socially inclusive and economically resilient. The journey towards Viksit Bharat is not merely a policy or a vision document. In fact, it is a shared national mission requiring coordinated efforts across various institutions, industries, professionals and citizens. As we look back on 2025, we recall the year which was marked by steady economic progress, infrastructure expansion, technological advancement and institutional strengthening. Especially in the aviation sector, as a key enabler of growth and connectivity, we have witnessed remarkable achievements which are driven by both policy vision, investment momentum and the workforce commitment. As we step into 2026 with renewed unity, courage and collective resolve. Airports Authority of India has celebrated this milestone across various airports and establishments, reaffirming our values, culture, service, patriotism, as well as the national commitment which continue to inspire our aviation professionals and citizens alike. Now I'd like to tell us about the aviation which is acting as a catalyst for India's transformation journey. We are gathered here today to reflect on how India is preparing for the future defined by development, self-reliance, self-belief, connectivity, innovation and opportunity. Over the past decade, the transformative reforms and the decisive governance have brought renewed focus to the infrastructure sector, regional development and the citizen-centric growth. The civil aviation sector as such stands at the heart of all this transformation, not only as a transportation network, but also as a driver of economic expansion, employment generation, as well as investment, tourism, and regional inclusivity. As Member Finance at AI, I am privileged to represent an organization in the civil aviation infrastructure under the guidance of our Ministry of Civil Aviation. Many of you who have traveled across our airports would have already witnessed visible improvements, both in terms of modern terminals, enhanced passenger facilities, strengthened safety systems, upgraded runways, digital processes, and sustainable design practices. These developments reflect our government's commitment in making aviation accessible to each and every aspiring citizen. As our Honorable PM has beautifully articulated this vision through the message that a person even wearing slippers should have the opportunity to fly. And this dream has been translated through our Udan scheme, which is called Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. From virtually no routes under the regional connectivity in 2017, today we are having more than 649 routes, linking almost 93 airports across the country, including heliports, water aerodromes, and this has enabled almost 1.56 crores of passengers to fly. This has been operationalized by connecting the various remote and small towns, emerging various economic centers and aspirational districts. The first Udan site flight, which was from Simla to Delhi, marked not only a true route inauguration, but is also marked a social transformation, symbolizing how the aviation is expanding across the economic horizons for even the ordinary citizens. The civil aviation in India has grown from a niche service to now a mass mobility platform. The passenger traffic that once took decades to multiply has now surged dramatically in the past 10 years. From only 143 million passengers, we have now scaled to over 400 million passengers, surpassing the pre-pandemic levels and thereby demonstrating a strong domestic demand resilience. The forecast indicate that India may handle over 1.2 billion passengers by 2037, and eventually several billion passenger trips would be conducted annually in the decades ahead. Incidentally, the civil aviation also contributes around 1.5% to the GDP of the country, which is going to increase to about 5% in next 2 decades. We support almost 7.7 million job opportunities. The sector is basically categorized by low-cost carriers, which essentially accounts for nearly 70% of the sector. India is already among the top 3 aviation markets in terms of domestic traffic, and the demand outlook for our aircraft, airport, and been placed by our leading airlines. This growth is not merely about the numbers, but it represents the opportunities which brings us for pilots, engineers, technicians, and of course, for our finance professionals and ICMA professionals, even in areas like MRO services, ground handling services, airport operations, logistics, training institutions, manufacturing ecosystems, you name anything. So each and every sector which is associated with infrastructure is throwing a big opportunity to the youngsters, to those who can really put across meaningful suggestions and who can really interpret the data in a manner which is forward-looking and both cater to the country's demand. So it's a great opportunity to be here in these times. So with the growth comes both the responsibility and to ensure that our expansion remains both safe, sustainable financially, and viable and socially inclusive. So here where I will find that the role of cost and management accountants becomes all the more critical, both in strengthening the financial discipline, improving the resource efficiency, and ensuring the transparency in infrastructure, and supporting the investment decisions that balance both growth and the long-term value creation. Because this industry is highly capital intensive, with the margins are not very great, maybe in the range of around 10 to 15%. So all the more the role of cost accountants come into play in a very significant manner. So far as the AI's development commitment is concerned, the airport infrastructure in the country has undergone a rapid expansion, and the operational airports have increased from 74 about a decade ago to almost 164, which is more than doubled, and with a plan to scale this infrastructure to more than 350 to 400 airports by 2047. So this is the kind of opportunity which we are looking as a sector. So this transformation is being driven through both balanced approach of brownfield airports, greenfield airports, public-private partnership, as well as regional aviation development. So projects like Maharishi Valmiki International Airport at Ayodhya, which with the sustainable infrastructure initiatives in Leh, innovative developments in islands and coastal region, and culturally inspired terminal designs, now India is reflecting a unique identity, both modern yet rooted, and advanced yet people-centric. Airport Authority of India has outlined a robust capex plan of almost 25,000 crores for the period 24-25 to 28-29, alongside the government support through our regional connectivity scheme, which complements, along with the complementary private sector investment. Together, these efforts are strengthening the regional across tourism potential, logistics capability, and the economic integration across the length and breadth of the nation. To cite few numbers, the Airport Authority of India recorded its highest ever turnover of nearly 20,650 crores in the year 24-25, and recording the highest ever PBT of 9,655 crores, almost a 35 to 40% jump over its previous year, which clearly demonstrates how this sector is growing at a CAGR of almost 12% year on year. And with this kind of growth, the role of cost and management accountants is very, very vital, because we need the professionals to run this kind of growth and to support the aviation sector as such. The aviation ecosystem not only generates the opportunities for the airports and airlines, but even with respect to expansion of terminals, runways, cargo infrastructure, maintenance facilities, it creates a whole lot of employment for engineers, architects, construction professionals, airport service operators, IT specialists, MSME sectors, as well as the startups. The aviation stimulates growth in hospitality, trade, travel, retail, logistics, warehousing, and real estate also. So every airport now is acting as a regional economic engine, which we call it as Aerotropolis, thereby uplifting the communities and creating the new business corridors. Government has also focused on strengthening the maintenance, repair, and overall activity within the country, because essentially the MRO capacity from USD 1.7 billion to over USD 4 billion is the target which the government is aspiring to achieve, positioning the country as a competitive MRO hub, both in the Asia-Pacific region as well as the worldwide. This shift, on one hand, will enhance in saving our foreign dependency, conserve the foreign exchange, and bring a lot of employment potential, as well as technological employment and skill development opportunities. Alongside the infrastructure, there comes the regulatory ecosystem also in the form of ERA, that is which has been modernized through various reforms in both aircraft rules, regulations, economic oversight, aviation security, thereby ensuring the alignment with the international standards while supporting the innovation as well as the operational efficiency. The role of CMAs in the nation building and aviation growth cannot be undermined here. At the heart of this conference lies a powerful idea that the cost and management accountants are the strategic partners in India's growth journey, and CMAs, in my view, are no longer confined to merely accounting roles. They are acting as enablers of evidence-driven decision-making, resource optimization, financial transparency, as well as the corporate stewardship. In the aviation sector specifically, the CMAs are playing a transformative role in designing financially sustainable PPP and the various other modes of investments, strengthening the cost governance, pricing frameworks, and the capital productivity, supporting risk assessment, performance benchmarking, and life cycle costing. So there is a great possibility for the CMAs to grow along with this sector and thereby promoting efficiency and a long-term value creation. As India aspires to become a global aviation hub and a developed economy by 2047, the contribution of CMAs will be central to ensuring this growth remains disciplined, inclusive, as well as future-ready. Our collective vision for 2047 is of a nation where mobility creates opportunity, the infrastructure drives productivity, and technology empowers every citizen. Aviation will play a defining role in shaping this future, expanding access, connecting communities, strengthening trade, supporting humanitarian connectivity, and projecting the India's economic leadership globally. So as I conclude, I would like to acknowledge the dedication of thousands of aviation professionals across India, including the finance and operational teams and the safety and security personnel, airline and airport staff, whose commitment has ensured that millions of passengers are traveling safely every day. So let us move forward with confidence and unity of purpose, and let us strengthen our capabilities and expand our horizons and contribute meaningfully to India's development story. Jai Hind and Vande Mataram.
Thank you so much, sir. I may now request CMA Suresh R. Gunjali, Council Member of the Institute, to introduce CMA Rajesh Kumar Dwivedi, Director of Finance and CFO, Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, to the gathering.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce another leader of our profession, CMA Rajesh Kumar Dwivedi, Director Finance and CFO, BHEL. So he is a fellow member, Institute of Corporations of India, and a dynamic, accomplished finance leader with over 33 years of experience in business strategy, financial management, and operational excellence. Mr. Rajesh Kumar is also the chairman of BHEL GE Gas Turbine Services Private Limited and vice chairman of Bharat Coal Gasification and Chemicals Limited. CMA Rajesh Kumar joined BHEL as an executive trainee and has risen through the ranks, demonstrating exceptional leadership in financial stewardship, governance, and strategic decision making. His areas of specialization include procurement strategies, sustainable growth, treasury management, cost accounting, budgeting, and business proposal evaluation. Sir, we are truly honored to have with among us, sir. I request Asha Deshpande, sir, and Vijit sir to join me in felicitation.
I'm pleased to invite CMA Rajesh Kumar Dwivedi, Director of Finance and CFO, Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, to address the gathering.
distinguished President of the Institute, Vice President, various former presidents, which I am able to see, Harjivan Banerjee Sahab, Gopalakrishnan Sahab, Amal Kumar Das Sahab, Sanjay Gupta Ji, Brajmohan Ji, S.C. Mohanty Ji. With all of them, I have learnt many things while coming through my journey in the institute, apart from BHL. And I also pay my gratitude to the learned and wise people at the dais, of the dais, members, students, my colleagues in BHL also. Many of them are there. This is indeed an honor to once again interact with such a galaxy of management accountants and business leaders. Of course, the theme itself speaks that we are future ready. I'll straight come on the subject. Whether the management accountants are future ready or not, I don't have any doubt that we are not the future ready. We are already future ready. The streams, the domains which are being recognized now, we have been pursuing since long. Only thing that now we are getting the structured recognition. Every business thrives on competitiveness. And we have been talking about the cost competitiveness since our inception. Only thing that we are very humble in our pursuits. All our members are also like that. But now the business is recognizing all these traits. Like just now we are talking about leaders. I look at leading, learn, establish and demonstrate. If you go like this, we have to learn. My earlier speakers also told that we should understand first the subject. So I think whenever these operations comes in the discussion, I think the cost accountants, the management accountants are the ones who really understands the gimmicks of the business, of the operations. Why I say like this? Because we are following the entire value chain. And what is coming in the market is the value of any of the efforts, of any of the activities. So this way I look at the cost and management accountants, that we are not behind any other profession, any other stream of the knowledge. So we should feel confident about it. That is my humble request to all of us, that whenever we are presenting ourselves, we should feel confident. And I'm sure we are capable of meeting the expectations of the business yesterday, today, and tomorrow also. Coming back to my organization, I come from BHL. As organizers have told that I joined BHL in '92. Since then, I have worked in various verticals, almost all the verticals of BHL. And BHL supports mainly the energy sector, be it any of the company, any of the stream, thermal, gas, nuclear, hydel, transmission, generation, all full chain. In India, other than L&T, nobody is there who is doing the same business, and L&T is also not doing whole of the things. So BHL is the only organization. We should feel proud about our nation, about this organization. We are the only one in the world who works in this sector right from concept to construct to commissioning. So whenever the topic comes of the Viksit Bharat, I think BHL is the one organization which supports the entire Bharat right from the beginning. As long as professionalism is concerned within BHL, BHL is a highly professional organization. I look at BHL like this, that we are employing more than 500 professional accountants right now, at present. So that is one kind of indication where the professionalism is nurtured, celebrated and rewarded. I'm a cost accountant and today I'm in the board of the BHL. So that is the journey what I have crossed, just because BHL recognize all these things and we are very much befitting in the BHL's business environment. Very practically I am talking. Other than this, the BHEL is not only working for the country, for the stream in which it is working, the domain, it also works very efficiently. BHEL has been dividend paying company despite in the PSU sector. PSUs, all of us know that there are many hurdles, policy hurdles, mindset, so many things are there. Despite all this, BHEL has been a always dividend paying company except 1 year, which is the COVID year. That was an exceptional thing. Other than that, BHEL has been. Today the market cap of BHEL is more than 1 lakh crore, and we are having 2,50,000 plus crores of the outstanding order book. Other than this, BHEL is known as an energy company supporting to all energy fields, be it gas, oil, GAIL, all the PSUs, all the private sector companies, whosoever is involved in the energy sector, we are supporting all of them. All the electricity boards also. Other than this is a future-ready company. Why I say again? Because we are diversifying also in a very, very upcoming areas, like transmission is one, because whether it is any kind of the electricity, transmission is a must thing. BHEL is working in a very, very advanced proposition, highly technically regarded company in sector of the HVDC, is the latest technology which is involved in the transmission. So BHEL is existing there also as a leader. We are working in transportation sector also. BHEL is making Vande Bharat. Other than so many, we have supplied more than hundreds of the locos to the Indian Railways fleet. And in defense is very, very upcoming sector. We are present in the defense for last 35 years. And we are making the ultra modern guns which are fitted on the ships. So BHEL is present in energy sector. At the same time, we are future ready, kind of a diversification efforts also. This was about BHEL. Why I am sharing again, very, very relevant, because all our professionals should know, because this institute is today, again I will say that as all of us know that we are the #1 in the world in terms of the management accountants number. We are more than 1 lakh plus members and 5 lakh plus students. So this much of a strong family should know that what BHEL is doing, because we have to see our contributions in the country through BHEL. That's why these things I have explained. Now I congratulate all of you here sitting. Out of that 5 lakh members and students and 1 lakh of the members, only few are there. So we are the most luckiest one. Of course, some people would have not able to come because of their exigency, but I think we should increase such kind of these conferences. More and more people should get involved, because I believe that the more we discuss, wiser we become. And such kind of thought process do not evoke when we are sitting idle or we are sitting in our daily routine things. Why I say? Because we all are religious people in India. We can recall God anytime, but still we do morning and evening puja. Why? Because at that time we are totally devoted, and there are many triggers which are coming to our thought process. So this is one platform where we are celebrating excellence, we are recommitting ourselves. So such kind of meetings, the conferences, the conventions should be organized more and more. As far as this process of excellence in operations is concerned, I look it at differently. That first we should know, again is a learning kind of a thing, that how we should look at our roles, our jobs. First we should be identifying the context in which we are working. Why I have given a background of my company, we should know where we are working. Like banks nowadays, know your customer. So we should also know our company, the organization, the field in which we are working. And the context. Today context is, I should say that it's a new context. The things are very volatile in terms of the technology. Rapid transformation is taking place. in terms of the global volatility or the disruptions and the demand from the stakeholders. All these three things are the context today wherever we work. Now all these context keeping in mind, we should try to excel in our operations. Now if you take a very, very practical aspect, how can we excel in our operations? Then we have to analyze the data. We say, because initially we are the data managers or the bean counters like that. So that still is being done maybe by the machines or by the computers, but we are the again people who know it better. Using that data into the context of our organization, that can create value because we understand the value chain. In my company, our material input cost is in the range of 60 to 70%. So if I identify, I'm again giving a example, may not be very accurate. Intentionally, I'm not giving you the accurate figures because these days, you know, the informations are very sensitive also. So these are the examples only. These are not the real figures, but 60 to 70% if material cost is there, then my major job becomes to understand the material. This is how I relate myself to my context. So I have to understand the entire value chain, whatever the marketing groups are giving me the projections for the current business, for the future business, how we should align our procurement strategies towards the customer commitments. There lies the value. And if you understand the value, almost 60 to 70%, and even if with our understanding with our efforts, if we are able to add 10%, 10% is very minimal if we really go. There are also so many things which are contributing to the cost of the material. Even the vendor management, vendor holding, understanding their problems, facilitating them, itself will come down, itself will bring down the cost by anywhere between 5 to 7%. Where we are not spending additional, only we are understanding and we are aligning our operations with their operations. That itself creates value. This is how value is getting created. So that is one area where we can create value. Another is thing, we can go for the predictive analysis. How this company, because as I said that we are having 2,50,000 crore of the outstanding order book, then I have to see that these orders are to get complete maybe coming 5 to 7 years. So I have to be very, very predictive how the things will behave in coming 5 to 7 years. And again I will pick in between some things about the, specifically about the costing. We have fixed overheads. Those have been already considered in my input costs. If I bring down the total product cycle or project cycle by even few months, crores and crores of rupees will be saved. Instead of 5 years, if I complete my project in 4.5 years, I think lot of cost is saved. This is how we look at the value chain and we create. I'm just giving the examples. And as cost accountants, we understand better. Again, I am repeating. So we should not feel shy, whether in the public sector or in any sophisticated company. How can we? These are the common things which we can apply. Of course, many people may be applying, but still there are some people who are still growing in their career. These are very simple things, but highly productive, highly rewarding. And this way we are contributing not only in our company, we are contributing to the country and in turn to the customer. As Tiwari Sahab said, that we have to be customer. Because ultimately, whatever we spend in the organizations, it is getting consumed by the consumers. So everything and anything, whatever we do, it has to be consumer-centric only. Because final price is paid by the consumers only. So the ultimate gain is coming to the consumers. Then another challenge is to the digitalization. Digitalization is not a challenge, it is an opportunity. Nor it is future, it is present. Sometimes we say that digital things and all are these the future, it is the present. And these are enablers also. As a challenge, we should accept it, adapt it, master it, and utilize it. These will serve us, digitalization will serve us only in making better decisions, doing more productive things if we master it. So we should not feel shy away of the digitalization and this digital era. Then final goal is to have a sustainable business. As I am in BHL, since BHL is working since 60s and till today, as I said that it is dividend paying company. So sustainability I have learned from the BHL. Every business has to be sustainable like this, grow more. So every decision is to be linked to the organization goals. Every rupee is spent is to be aligned to the final objective of the company. As a cost cutting, sometimes we say that as a cost accountant we are cutting costs. I would say that we are not the people who are cutting the cost, we are optimizing the values. We need not to put more efforts on cutting the cost. We should see value in every expenditure. And if it is bringing more values, then we should not feel shy of spending more. Spend more, bring more values. That is how we make our organization to grow and make them sustainable. We can discuss many more things, but I think time is running. Strategies, what I have implemented in my company, many strategies we have implemented. As I said, the infra projects, the cycle time itself can be brought down, material cost can be brought down, and there one more area which sometimes people are attending, sometimes it slips from our side. Many organizations in India, sustainability is like this only. Some organizations are working for 40 years, 30 years, 50 years like that. There are many processes which must have been built 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Many of, because of our busy routine and other things, it slips our side and we don't revisit them. PSUs, my experience is that many of the things are still lying there. GST has come in 2017 and many of the organizations have not aligned their operations, their business processes to the GST. This is one example. Like that, so many statutory things have come, technology have changed, but we have not changed our processes. Because sometimes it is lengthy, more hard work is required, some risk is also there while taking a decision. So all these things also to be taken as under consideration, and some trade-offs should be done for that also. That also will speed up the growth pace as well as it will create the value. This will not come anywhere in our balance sheets or our operating results or our P&Ls, but it is inherent in the organization. The value lies inherent in the organization, which we can change. Recently in BHL, we have changed many processes like this, and that has given quite good rewards to us in terms of our process time, in terms of our revenue also, and expenditure also has been optimized. So that is my experience here. Then like this, today AI, everybody is talking. If I don't AI, then people may think that I have not heard of the AI, I have heard of the AI. But in this AI also, again, we have to do a kind of a value analysis. I have gone through a little bit in the literature of the AI. There lies a one context engineering. Context engineering, in which context? Because I started my talk also with the context. So AI also again have a very important thing like context engineering. In which context we are using the AI, then only the real benefit of AI can be brought. So we have to be very, very careful while using the AI about the context engineering. Of course, it is a very, very specialized subject, but we should be aware of that. Then finally, I leave a quotation kind of thing. When we have discussed so many things about the cost, so many things about the leadership, the true cost leadership doesn't minimize expenses, which I have discussed also. It maximizes value. So whenever we deal with as Tiwari have also touched that point, that there is nothing perfect. Sometimes you finance people become very perfect in allowing the expenses. So this is one single learning which I have learned, that we should not be after always analyzing the expenses. We should go beyond the expenses and see that what value it brings. So the sentence becomes the true cost leadership doesn't minimize the expenses, it maximizes the values. With this thought, I close my talk, and I'll be looking forward for the more interactions in person, in groups, or such kind of things, because I have learnt all these things from this institute only. I started my career just because I am a cost accountant, so I owe everything to this institute. Whenever opportunity comes, I feel like coming, leaving everything else apart, and I feel very happy to meet my old inspirational friends, and who have taught me so many things. Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you, sir. We now request CMA Suresh R. Kunjali, Council Member, ICMAI, to introduce CMA K. Venkatramanan, Non-Executive Director, Tata Coffee Limited, to the gathering.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to introduce the leader of our profession, CMA K. Venkatramanan. He is the Non-Executive Director, Tata Coffee Limited. He is an associate member of Institute of Cost of India and an accomplished finance leader with over 38 years of distinguished experience within the Tata Group. CMA Venkatramanan has demonstrated exceptional leadership in financial management, strategic planning, and corporate governance. So he has served as Executive Director Finance and Chief Financial Officer of Tata Coffee Limited and continues to contribute to the company's strategic directions. Sir, truly we are honored to have with us, sir. I request Ashok sir and Avijit sir join me in
Thank you, dignitaries. It is my immense pleasure to invite CMA K. Venkatramanan, Non-Executive Director, Tata Coffee Limited, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much. At the outset, I have the challenging task for me is to compress my sharing of learning within 10 minutes so that the balance of the evening is kept for the audience, for all of us. Once again, I thank the Institute, the Council President and the others for giving me this invite. And I also greatly enjoyed the sharing of learning by the delegates on the dais, especially listening to the CFO and Director of Finance of BHEL, who has almost covered the entire gamut of how a company sort of, looks at the kind of cost in the financial results. Now for me, I will compress it. I have spent the entire almost 38 years in the Tata Group. I started off my career in the Tata Oil Mills, which was basically into the production of soaps and oils and all that. I moved to Tata Tea, which was now currently Tata Consumer Products Limited. I have moved across multiple businesses, across different locations. So at this point, I have also got to thank the Institute for enriching our life over the last several years. Now I will just focus on a couple of my learnings from what from my corporate career. The first one is, as my earlier speakers also said, one is understanding the context, which essentially means the understanding the customer and the marketplace. Because as cost accountants and cost and management accountants, not not only the cost is closely linked to the what service or product we give to the customers. So as anybody will understand, the cash flows come from the customers. So understanding the marketplace and the customer is very, very key. So that will be the starting point. As in my own career, I have found that much of the learning has come when even though it may not be part of my typical KRAs, but visiting the marketplace, looking at the, for example, our key, see how it is displayed, what kind of competition is there, what kind of schemes are being run. All these, when you go to the market with your sales or distributor, visiting the distributors, so these are all huge learnings, because what it happens is you understand the marketplace, you understand the competition, and also it gives you a feel of what is happening to your own cost structure service the competition. Second, on the cost and management, and one of the areas which I feel the cost and management accountant would gain is also on benchmarking. See, that's one key area which I felt over the years. See, when we also present to our board, one of the key things we do look at, because the financial results are published, we know what our competition is doing, even within our own category or beyond the category. We look at how they have done over the previous quarters, over the years, so we know where we stand. So obviously, when you want to enrich and maximize the shareholder value and the profitability, these are very key learnings. So benchmarking to extent that what is publicly available data is one which gives you the turnover growth or the profitability growth or the cash growth or the working capital cycles and things. But much more focus is also on what you can glean from the analyst calls or from other published data which the management may be talking about. This is one area which I feel cost and management accountant, one could play a key role. Because when you start working or presenting these, analyzing these information and presenting to your own management or the CEO, these are very kind of, which will open up your own eyes as to how markets are looking at, how competition is looking at. That is the second one. Third is, of course, what is critical is also so my previous speakers have also said, it's capital allocation, which is very, very critical. See, most of these companies now, because of every company wants to expand, we are investing money, different capacities, expanding capacity or setting up brownfield or greenfield projects. So everywhere this expansion becomes a norm because of the various the needs of the business. So we have a very population which is growing. India itself is a huge market, apart from being and also the global markets which are sort of which we have been catering. So this capital, when you invest, so that's critical in terms of getting the return. It is finally the shareholder money which is going in, whether it be equity or debt. Finally, you are as boards, your management is answerable as management of boards to the shareholders. To that extent, the allocation, how do you allocate capital, becomes very, very key. So here the cost and management accountants have a very key role to play, because one is the doing a DPR or a project report for such expansion, then finally looking and also analyzing the project as the phase goes during the course of the project, what is happening, because delay in the project can increase the capital required. All that has to be prevented, being closely forming part of the project team. And finally also looking at how the post-expansion returns or the functioning has happened to that plant. So this is again something very, very key, because you are putting up your project or a plant based on certain plans, certain projections, certain forecasts. How these have been put up and how these are panned out when after you expand the project. So this is again another area which is very, very key for the cost and management accountant, because cost is something which is understood, which is very clearly which can be looked at. And when you start looking at these, how the capital allocations go and the rigor with which these capital allocations are done, that is a huge learning, because it can improve the shareholder value. Fourth is one area which I want to say about the human dynamics, as Gopal and previous speakers have also pointed out. See, the curriculum
I understood, nearly 70–80% of the cost accountants, management accountants are in the industry. So human dynamics, how you interact with your team, how you build up a team, how you build up talent, how you can sort of communicate to the internal customers, how you work with with your own colleagues across departments, these also become very, very critical. So these are something which normally we don't learn in the curriculum, but most important that we learn it as, even if it's not a part of curriculum, we sort of imbibe all this as we move forward, because these become the so-called soft skills become very critical as we progress in the career. So this is something of very critical learning. Unlike in the previous decade and all that, now there are so many opportunities. There are books available on how to improve some of the communication skills, or so-called the EQ portion, all that. But there are also business coaches who are available, which can be taken advantage of, because these are tools available for us to improve our own careers as we move forward. And finally, for the cost accountants in practice, because last several years we have been having cost audits regularly. From a time when earlier I remember even the cost auditor was not invited to the audit committees many years back. Now that all, my own experience I have been able to correct when I have been the CFO. The cost auditor comes to the audit committee, presents the cost audit report. Now what is happening is that when the cost auditor presents the cost audit report to the audit committee, what typically happens is there is a mass of numbers which comes. Now, rather than this being downplayed that it is a statutory compliance which we have to file, what is also critical is how do we value add in that cost audit report. So this is very important, because see, what is happening is we have the typical financial audit, statutory audit as we call, because that is critical for each of for all the companies. The listed entity is important, even unlisted entity is important, because the listed entities which are subsidiaries will have to consolidate. But so we have as organizations, as corporates, I have gone through statutory audits, which keeps you busy. Then we have internal audits throughout the year, which keeps you equally busy, with the audit committee having to spend hours and hours going through both these every quarter. And finally, what is happening, this cost audit, in my view, is not getting the required attention, partly also because it is not understood in how does it contribute to the organization, in what way, because I remember I'm telling you a very humorous incident. Not humorous in a sense. Director who is alive still, he was the managing director of a large insurance corporation. So in the audit committee, one year I saw him, first year where I attended the audit committee with the cost auditor audit report. He was asking me how this variance, how this number flows. I was not able to answer, because while the variance for the financial results or the statutory, the results or the accounts, we are quite confident of putting up the variances, explaining. Cost audit, there is a lot of regrouping which happens. So that year he had a list of points. Of course, he was a good friend of mine, and we have the relationship continuing. So next year, at that year, end of the year, I understood that this can't be left like that. So I humorously told him, next year, please let me know your points beforehand, but I at least know what are you going to come up with. I was able to also kind of relate to that. But what I'm saying is very critical, because see, the point is there is certain value addition or objectives with which the cost audit reports are presented or compiled. Unfortunately, this problem is in the mass of many audits which are more forward-looking in a sense, because we have to present to the board to the SEBI and all that. Some of these, the cost audit report per se doesn't get the required attention. So that is something which can, between the cost auditors, the three stakeholders, key stakeholders are the cost auditor, CEO and the CFO. At least the cost auditor and the CFO could probably get 5 or 10 minutes time with the CEO, present this cost audit, whatever is the finding, if the value addition is there. So that will help us in I am only saying from the point of view of both the management and the cost auditor, this could add value. Then second point I had was, suggestion was, as I said, we have the statutory audit, we have the internal audit. In our company, in our group, two companies we used to have, currently we don't have, we had something called management audit. This management audit is what, a few areas which our chairman and the MD wanted, then MD, I'm saying about many years back, they used to identify certain areas, for example, energy consumption across the group, because we have many factories in operation. Similarly, for example, we run schemes across the the market in terms of our sales. So how are these schemes implemented? There are certain of these topics which were sort of looked at for an in-depth management audit. So this again used to be done by by our own internal audit or a different set of auditors. But this is one area where I personally feel cost auditors could take a lead in sort of looking at, or probably trying to talk to the management about this management audit, because this is something which is not clashing either with the internal audit, which is not the domain of cost auditors, nor with the statutory audit, which is again exclusive of the chartered accountant. But this is one area which could add value, because the point is there are so much of things happening in the corporate also, many things make it, the detailing of that or the detail orientation may be lacking. So these are areas which could add value to the management. So in short, this is what I wanted to say over the years, and definitely cost and management accountants have a very key role to play. I might apart from business enablers, they work closely on strategy and with the group, in the finance group, and it's important to kind of vibe with or interact with the other colleagues, sales, marketing, and supply chain and procurement. Thereby, the value adding or value maximization can be optimally achieved. That's all. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir. I request CMA Avijit Goswami, Council Member, ICMAI, to render the vote of thanks for this inspiring session.
Good evening. Good evening. We have come at the end of the program. I have been entrusted with the duty of offering vote of thanks. So I must thank first my council colleague Harshad Deshpande for setting the tone of the program by welcoming our dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, chapters representatives, former presidents, and my council colleagues. I also thank our president, Sri TCS Srinivas Prasad, and our vice president, Neeraj Dhananjay Joshi, and M.K. Anand, convener of the program, for thinking of and making this plan for this program. And one of the sessions, which is one of the most important sessions, that is the leadership session. And I thank on behalf of whole council and institute all our honorable leaders on the dais. I especially thank Sipan Kumar Gargji, who really shared his experience, not only shared his experience, important thing what he said about that we cost accountants, CMA, management accountants, we don't only consider profit. We take the overall perspective of the all transactions and take it into our consideration for the purpose of analyzing and giving the results. Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience. Please have a big round of applause for Sipan Kumar Garg, sir. Just now we have heard our K. Venkataramanan, sir. He has also said the importance of cost and management accounting as the benchmark of the professional decision making and also the importance of cost audit, management audit. Sir, thank you for sharing your experience. I request all of you to applause. Next, we have with us Pankaj Malhotra ji. Pankaj Malhotra ji is from the member finance of Airport Authority of India. Very important position he is holding in spite of very busy schedule. He had made his time and shared his experience with us. I request you to request him to in future also to come and advise our members again on occasions. And one more thing, sir, I would like to request you on behalf of our council that many PSUs are coming for campus placement. I understand that in the aviation sector our representation is not that much, but it is a hugely important and big sector. So your support and your advice will be required. We'll meet you again for this purpose. Thank you and have a big round of applause for we had with us in absentia Pawan Kumarji. I should have mentioned his name first because he was the first speaker, and how nicely he said that about the importance of Indian cost accounting service. What a big role are being played by our members in the Indian cost accounting service. Thanks a lot to Pawan Kumarji in absentia. I would like to thank our next speaker, that formerly from GAIL, our A.K. Tiwari sir. A.K. Tiwari sir, you know, I'll tell you one thing. I'd like to share my experience. 10 years before I was in Dubai, one of the programs he addressed. You know what he said on the dash, first thing, whatever I am today, it's all because of this institute. He has got so much love for our profession, and always whenever his role was different before as a director finance of GAIL, he always supported us, and whenever we called us, he came. Now he is in a regulatory position, regulator, but still he said today is explained also the many important things that relating to compliance also. Regulator's role also is very important, and he is holding such a important position. But thing is that when we called him and he has come all the way from Delhi to here. Thank you, sir, for your and what an advice he has given. So many things he advised. I must tell that our young professionals over here and students also, please, whatever you have listened, try to put it in practice in your life. You will definitely be benefited. The life balance, work-life balance, he mentioned about that. We have with us Divedi ji. Divedi ji gave birth to one chapter, Jhansi chapter. You know, he was associated with Jaipur chapter. He turned around Jaipur chapter when it was passing a bad phase. He became the chairman, and wherever he worked in Bhel and he went the nearest chapter, he even was associated with Haridwar chapter. And after coming to Delhi as director finance, any time we ask for his time, he is always ready. And it is proved today also he has come all the way from Delhi to here just to address in our occasion. Sir, thank you so much for your continuous support. We have anybody? Is there? Hello? First, I would like to thank you. It's okay. But this is a place I must, on behalf of my whole council, I would like to sincerely thank each one of our former president. Thank you, sir. Namaskar all for your kind Today, we are standing here, I am standing here, we all council members are here because of your contribution. 63 years of the conference, it would not have been possible with your kind support, with your dedication, with your devotion and continuous support throughout your career. Those presidents who could not make it in absentia, I would like to thank also on behalf of our council. I would like to thank all the members, chapter representatives, our students, our chapter MC members, our regional council members, 4 regional council members, for their presence and their support to make our program such a successful one. With these words, I would like to once again thank my own president and vice president for giving me this opportunity to present before you. We hope that we will carry on with this. The 15 council members, we all work together, and that is possible, which is happening now. You will see lot of changes are coming in the coming days, and we will be working very hard, and will prove it that CMA is the best, and behind every successful decision there is a CMA. And all our CMAs, thank you once again. Please give a huge round of applause for our former presidents and our leaders of the profession. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Our next session is yet to start in a few minutes. I request everyone to enjoy the next session.